Chapter 1: The Forced Marriage. If you can't come up with an 880,000 yuan dowry, this marriage is off. You penniless wretch. Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Are you even worthy of marrying my daughter? The roars of a middle-aged man and woman exploded in Jin Yang's ears. Today is the day he and Lan Shubi will hold their wedding. The wedding cars had already arrived at the bride's house when they suddenly added extra dowry. They demanded an exorbitant price that an ordinary man might not earn in half a lifetime. The agreed-upon amount was 80,000, but it turned into 880,000. Jin Yang naturally couldn't come up with that much money, but in order for the wedding to proceed smoothly, he had no choice but to kneel down and beg his future in-laws. Dad, Mom, can I give you 80,000 first? I promise to pay back the remaining 800,000 within a year. Jin Yang's posture was so humble that he was practically begging them. But the other party didn't treat him like a human being at all. In front of a group of relatives, she kicked him to the ground. Get lost. How much money can a food delivery guy like you make? My daughter can only marry a rich man. That's right. Daughter, let's go. The second young master of the Lin family is already waiting for you over there. After saying that, the two of them pulled Lan Shubi away. Jin Yang quickly pulled Lan Shubi along, his voice choked with emotion. Honey, please give me another chance, for the sake of our 8-year relationship? I swear, I promise I'll treat you well. Lan Shubi glanced at him sideways and ruthlessly shook off his hand. Don't call me wife, we're not legally married. Besides, you won't even spend 880,000 on me, how dare you talk to me about feelings? Jin Yang gritted his teeth, wanting to try again. Wife, don't go. I've spent almost 800,000 yuan on you over the past 8 years. I only eat 1 pack of instant noodles a day, just so I can give you more pocket money. I'm sincere towards you, please believe me. Lan Shubi scoffed. The little money you gave me isn't even as expensive as the dress that young Master Lin bought for me. Sincerity? Can it be used as money? After saying that, he turned around and got into a BMW XM that had been waiting for a long time. The ugly man inside the car was none other than Lin Yaozu, the second young master of the Lin family. He rolled down the car window, revealing a fierce-looking face. You think you can steal my woman? Beat her to a pulp. The bodyguards swarmed around Jin Yang and began punching and kicking him. In an instant, all the laughter and insults flooded into Jin Yang's mind. His body ached, but his heart ached even more. To marry Lan Shubi, he worked hard from dawn till dusk every day. He gave all the money he earned to Lan Shubi, while he himself was always hungry. After finally getting a successful marriage proposal, I thought a new life was about to begin. Instead, she was forced to marry him and even beaten. What is the meaning of life after all? Ding! We have detected that you have suffered a severe emotional blow and are contemplating suicide. Do you wish to change your fate? Change your fate? He. It must be an auditory hallucination. Do I want to change my fate? The cold, mechanical voice rang out again. Jin Yang had no idea where the sound came from. But what if it's true? He roared, enduring the excruciating pain from the random blows landing on his body. I want to change my fate. Ding! Changing your fate, please wait. Ding! Fate alteration complete. Delivering you. Buzz. Jin Yang felt someone grabbing his trouser leg and shaking him. A sexy sound, tinged with a nasal tone and sobs, came through. Jin Yang, please give me a chance, okay? Wah-ah. The voice was unfamiliar, yet it inexplicably evoked a sense of pity. When I opened my eyes, I found myself standing in front of a luxurious villa. A voluptuous beauty, probably a D-cup, was kneeling at my feet. She was about 18 years old and still quite young. Tears streamed down her large, bright amber eyes. It glides over the straight, delicate bridge of the nose, and across the full, cherry-colored lips. Jin Yang. I'll give you anything you want, just please look at me, okay? I don't ask to be your legal wife, I only ask to be your concubine, and I will not shortchange you on your dowry of 1.88 million. What about legal wives and concubines? What kind of dowry? Who is this beautiful woman crying like a little kitten in front of me? Why did she kneel down and beg me? Wasn't I just kneeling in front of Lan Shubi? What about orchids and jade? She glanced at the magnificent villa behind her with shock and surprise, then her gaze fell once again on that pitiful and beautiful face. Looking down, the tight-fitting top accentuated her full figure, making it almost burst out with her movements. A hyper-realistic physics engine. Her slender waist, swaying naturally with each step, exudes a primal, vibrant beauty. Her long, fair legs, accentuated by the miniskirt, made her appear exceptionally tall. The next second, the beautiful woman lost her footing and fell to one side, revealing her blue and white stripes. Hiss. Jean Yang became more and more fascinated as he looked at her. These beauties are even prettier than the school beauty from his school days. It's a pity that he'll never be good enough for such a beauty. It is something that can only be longed for but never reached. Even a plain-looking woman like Lan Shubi wouldn't be interested in him. He knew his place. He was just a poor deliveryman, not even worthy of carrying someone's shoes. In the original world, marrying Lan Shubi required a dowry of 880,000. If you wanted to marry a beauty like that, even 2 million yuan plus a downtown apartment might only be enough to make her a backup option. Moreover, Jean Yang did not know this beautiful woman. But the way she called his name so urgently meant she must know him. What's outrageous is that she even said she wanted to be his concubine. He also gave her a dowry of 1.88 million. Holy crap! Has my fate really been changed? Jean Yang bent down to help the beautiful woman up. But he discovered that he was terribly weak and couldn't lift her up at all. The beautiful woman continued to plead. Jean Yang, I've liked you for 3 years, since the beginning of high school. I know I'm stupid and not good enough for you, but I can learn. If you go to Tsinghua or Peking University, I'll study hard in the province and try my best to get into graduate school so I can come to Beijing to find you. I can cook, I can clean, and I can take care of people. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. I only ask that you take me as your concubine. Large teardrops gathered into a stream and rolled down the mountain, soaking a patch of pink. Her exposed, delicate pink shoulders trembled slightly. She looked so pitiful. It turns out she was also a pitiful person troubled by love. At this moment, how is she any different from Jean Yang, who was kneeling before Lan Shubi just now? Jean Yang couldn't help but feel a little sorry for this beautiful stranger. But it is still unclear why she wanted to marry him. We need to understand the situation first. Why don't you get up first? Let's go inside and talk slowly. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman jumped up, her tone filled with disbelief. What? I can really come into your house? You never used to let women in. Could it be that you also have feelings for me? The beautiful woman imagined it all and suddenly became excited. Jean Yang, don't worry, I've already sold my family's house. If you're willing to marry me, I'm willing to offer a dowry of 1.88 million. However, I can't afford the luxury villa in the city center that you want right now. But I promise, 3 years. No, 1 year. I will definitely buy it for you. Even if I have to sell it, I won't let you suffer any injustice. Please give me a chance to pursue you. After hearing these words, Jean Yang felt that he had not only changed his fate, but also his gender. This is a privilege reserved for women. How could a grown man like him receive such preferential treatment? Chapter 2: A parallel world with more women than men. Before he could figure it out, the people around him started cursing. How shameless! That slut Shin Yiman actually deceived a man in public. You can tell she's no good just by looking at her clothes. Exactly. The government stipulates that the dowry should be over 2 million, but she only has 1.88 million. She's a poor loser. Get lost. How much does a villa in the city center cost? You can't even afford that, yet you want to marry a good boy like Yang Yang? You don't deserve him. Yang Yang is the only young boy in our village. He is about to go to the best university in the country. He is destined for great things. How can he marry a village girl like Shin Yiman who is not presentable? That's right. Yang Yang, don't be fooled by this woman's sweet talk. We've watched you grow up, and we don't want you to go astray. The constant chirping of crickets was enough to completely overturn Jean Yang's worldview. Was he the only young man in the entire village? Looking around, there were about 100 people surrounding the villa, and they were all women. Besides, marrying a stunning beauty like Shin Yiman, who comes with a dowry of 1.88 million yuan, was actually a mistake. Is this the kind of speech a human being should have? Wait a minute, is this Earth? Just as Jean Yang was filled with doubt about everything before him, a mechanical voice sounded. Ding! Welcome to a parallel world where there are more women than men. Congratulations, host, on binding with the blossoming and bearing fruit system. As long as you continue to blossom and bear fruit, you will receive generous rewards and physical bonuses. After every 3 blooms or fruiting cycles, you will receive 1 opportunity to return to your original world. Everything you acquire here can be taken back to your original world, but the time you can stay each time is limited. The initial stay is 1 minute, and subsequent stays can be extended. Please adapt to the new environment as soon as possible and bear fruit quickly. So it really was time travel. It's also bound to the system. And you can go back to your original world. Jean Yang was overjoyed. He usually loves reading time travel novels, and he never expected that this good thing would happen to him. Parallel world? There are more women than men? He, an ordinary man from the original world, has transformed into a highly sought-after figure here. Awesome! And what does flowering and bearing fruit mean? The result is easy to understand, it's simply having a baby. How is flowering calculated? Tonesy, does blooming refer to marriage? Host, blooming means forming a romantic bond with any woman in this world. You know what I mean if I say it again, this can't be broadcast. Yo ho! Understand. Of course I understand. He can start a relationship with the beautiful woman in front of him right now. As long as he works hard to achieve success, he can go back with money and beautiful women and slap that vile bitch Lan Chubby in the face. Make her regret it. Make her kneel. Let her become the lapdog. He. Just thinking about it is awesome. System, access the original owner's memories for me. Okay, host, reading memories. A surge of heat rushed into my mind. The beautiful woman in front of him, named Shinyaman, was his high school classmate, and she was 18 years old. As the school beauty, she had a crush on the school heartthrob Jean Yang for 3 whole years. She came from a modest background and lived with her mother. In this world, only women who are wealthy, beautiful, and intelligent enough can win a man's favor and get married and have children. Most women never experience being loved and cherished by a man in their entire lives. So Shinyaman studied hard and worked after school to earn money so that she could become outstanding and marry Jean Yang, the most outstanding boy in the whole school. Not only her, but other girls in the school, and even most of the eligible women in the town, wanted to marry Jean Yang. Simply because Jean Yang was a high-quality man in their eyes. Decades ago, a recessive virus targeting male genes broke out globally. This has led to a sharp drop in the survival and health rates of newborn boys. Later, the virus worsened, and the Y chromosome could hardly survive, resulting in a staggering male-to-female birth ratio of 1 to 1,000. After years of effort by scientists, the situation has finally improved. Today, the global male-to-female ratio remains as low as 1 to 100, and men's overall physical condition and life expectancy are still far lower than women's. Therefore, men have become a legally protected special-level resource and are strictly protected by the law on the protection of men's rights and interests. The marriage law implements a polygamous system in order to maximize the transmission of superior genes. Women are required to give men a dowry of over 2 million yuan, while men are not required to give bride price. Women are engaged in a comprehensive competition, from academics and careers to appearance, talents, and family background, with the core goal of increasing their competitiveness in the marriage market. Various courses on wife virtue education and polygamous family relations have become compulsory courses in schools. Ultimately, outstanding women are able to marry and have children, while most women can only participate in a government lottery, and only the lucky ones can have children through in vitro fertilization. Many women never win the lottery in their entire lives. Because the government doesn't have much sperm in stock either. Therefore, men are especially precious. They are prohibited from engaging in dangerous work and can only do easy work. The only obligation is that, after turning 18, one must marry the most suitable woman and have children through scientific matching by the state. This is the legal wife. As for concubines, they can be married at will. Therefore, most men would go home to marry, take concubines, and have children after graduating from high school. But neither of them wanted to take more wives because they were too weak and afraid of being drained dry. Women occupy the vast majority of social positions, and they dominate top fields such as economics, politics, scientific research, and the military. However, in societal perception, forming a stable family with a high-quality man remains the highest personal achievement. Jean Yang is 1.85 meters tall, with a face comparable to Daniel Wu and a physique like Eddie Peng. With the intelligence to get into the top university in the country and being an orphan without any family ties, he is considered one of the best men in the country and even the world. But he hates women. Having grown up eating food from many families, Jean Yang was wildly adored by the daughters of each household, which led him to develop a deep misogyny. In order to protect and nurture him, the state specially built a villa for him. They even assigned a dedicated teacher to provide him with one-on-one tutoring. He studied day and night, neglecting to eat or sleep, all in order to escape the women here. Finally, he was admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities, and today is the day he will set off for school. Xin Yimin failed the college entrance examination and could only stay at the teacher's college in her city. The two schools are almost halfway across the country. Therefore, today may be Xin Yimin's last chance to pursue him. After reading the original owner's memories, Jean Yang cursed the original owner fiercely. What a terrible thing! You don't know how lucky you are. Why wouldn't he want a beauty like Xin Yimin? What else could it be but a disease? Although she comes from a rural background, she has both a great figure and beauty. In the original world, she would be someone that ordinary men could never reach. But in this world, she was actually a despised simp. He's just one of many sycophants in Jean Yang. The gap between worlds is greater than the gap between a person and a dog. This is infuriating. The original owner didn't know how to cherish it, but he did. Right now, facing the insults and slander from other women, Xin Yimin is crying uncontrollably. To solve the problem, first leave this place of trouble. I'm not leaving today, I'll go to your house. Xin Yimin stood there, stunned. What? Go to my house? Chapter 3 Be your concubine. Jean Yang nodded. Yes, let's go quickly, we'll talk at your place. Xin Yimin regained her senses and quickly apologized. Sorry. I thought I was dreaming. I'll go get the car right now. 1 minute later, a BMW X5 stopped in front of Jean Yang. Xin Yimin got out of the driver's seat, opened the back door, and knelt on one knee. Prince, please get in the carriage. Jean Yang never imagined that in his previous life, his fiancée would be snatched away by a wealthy man driving a BMW. In this life, however, a stunningly beautiful woman knelt down and begged him to get into her BMW. It's true what they say, what goes around comes around. However, Xin Yimin's family is of average means, so where did she get the money to buy such an expensive car? Xin Yimin noticed his doubts and immediately knelt down. Jean Yang, this is the car I rented to take you to school. Do you think it's too cheap? I'm sorry. It's my fault. I should have rented a more expensive car. What? Is the BMW X5 really that bad? Does this beautiful woman have some misunderstanding about cars? No, I don't mind. Get up first, stop kneeling. Xin Yimin still refused to get up. Jean Yang, just let me kneel down to see you off. The government has always taught us to kneel to greet boys, and this is what I should do. No. Kneeling in respect? This is a privilege reserved for the kings of certain countries. In this world, men can actually receive kneeling salutations from all women. This is absolutely unbelievable. But why would a grown man like him need a frail woman to escort him to the car? He reached out and grabbed Xin Yimin's arm, intending to pull her up, but it was very difficult. No, this body is way too weak. He can't even lift a woman up. How can it then blossom and bear fruit? While it's true that it's acceptable for women to take the initiative, this is just too cowardly. In a fit of anger, Jean Yang used all his strength to pull Xin Yimin up. Xin Yimin's face lit up with surprise. Jean Yang, this is the first time you've touched me first, I'm so happy. This. Before he could speak, everything went black. Perhaps he had exhausted his strength just from pulling her. Dry. Too weak. Left with no other choice, he could only get into the car to avoid embarrassing himself in public. Seeing this, Xin Yimin happily got into the driver's seat and started the car. The car drove away amidst the envious gazes of a group of women. Soon, they arrived at an ordinary apartment. As soon as I entered, Xin Yimin handed me a pair of brand new men's slippers. Clearly, this was prepared specifically for him. Jean Yang. I didn't expect you to come to my house. Please have a seat, I'll go make some tea. With that, her graceful figure disappeared into the kitchen. Jean Yang sat on the sofa and looked around. This is clearly a newly rented apartment, the furniture isn't even complete yet. It seems that Xin Yimin's family really did sell the house to raise money for her dowry. If he marries Xin Yimin, all of this dowry will belong to him. He'll take that money back to his original world and make Lan Shubi kneel down and beg to be his sugar daddy. How wonderful! Shin Yiman returned with the tea, carefully knelt at his feet, and offered him the hot tea. Her voice was gentle yet trembled slightly with nervousness. Jin Yang, please have some tea. He took the cup of warm tea, his fingertips lightly touching her trembling fingers. Shin Yiman withdrew her hand as if she had been burned, her ear tips turning bright red. He took a sip of tea, but his gaze remained fixed on her lowered profile. Her eyelashes trembled violently, and the blush spreading across her cheeks extended down her slender neck, disappearing into the undulating shadows. Come over. He put down his teacup and patted the sofa next to him. Shin Yiman paused for a moment, then crawled 2 steps closer, but still dared not stand shoulder to shoulder with him, only timidly kneeling at his feet. Jin Yang sighed inwardly, reached out and grasped her slender wrist, pulling hard. Ah! She gasped softly, and was pulled forward, falling onto the chair next to him. Jin Yang didn't let go, his palm slid down her wrist and firmly grasped her soft, slightly cool hand. Shin Yiman froze. A surge of redness spread from the wrist he touched. Fingertips, back of hands, arms. Finally, even the patch of skin covered by the pink fabric was tinged with a faint cherry blossom color. Her breathing quickened, and her breasts rose and fell with it. Her eyes, moist as she looked towards Jin Yang, then quickly lowered them again. Staring at their clasped hands, it was as if they were witnessing some incredible miracle. Jin Yang. Her voice trembled. You held my hand. Jin Yang gently stroked the back of her hand with his thumb, feeling her subtle trembling. I want to ask you something. Shin Yiman quickly looked up, her eyes burning with intense passion. Ask me anything, and I'll tell you everything. Jin Yang gazed into her shimmering, watery eyes. Shin Yiman, do you really like me, or is it just because I'm a man? She almost shouted it out. I really like you. She grabbed his fingers tightly with her backhand, her strength surprising even Jin Yang. From the first time I saw you in the first year of high school, you were reading a book by the playground, and the sunlight was falling on your hair. I fell in love with you. Her eyes reddened, tears welled up but refused to fall. I know I'm not good enough for you. I come from an ordinary family, I'm not the prettiest, and I'm clumsy. I dare not presume to be your wife. But Jin Yang, could you let me be your concubine? She spoke the last 2 words very softly, yet with a do-or-die courage. I don't want wealth, all I want is to be by your side, to see you occasionally, and to be able to hold your hand like this, that's enough. I will work hard to earn money to support the family. If you are unhappy, I will kneel down to coax you. If you want children, I will. Jin Yang interrupted her. I agree. I got a beautiful wife and 1.88 million for free. No way, that's idiot. Shin Yiman was stunned, her lips slightly parted, as if she hadn't heard clearly. I said, I agree. Jin Yang repeated, pulling her even closer to him. From now on, you will be my woman. Tears finally rolled down her cheeks. Shin Yiman laughed and cried at the same time, throwing herself into his arms and hugging his waist tightly. Jin Yang could feel her body trembling, and the warmth of her shirt being quickly soaked with tears. He lifted her face, wiped away the hot tears with his fingertips, then lowered his head and kissed her trembling lips. Shin Yiman's body stiffened abruptly, then went limp with astonishing speed. Her hands, which had been wrapped around his waist, slid weakly to his shoulders, and she leaned into his arms as if she had melted away. Soft and moist, with the salty taste of tears and the aroma of tea. She awkwardly accepted his kiss. Jin Yang held her waist and could clearly feel her amazing curves. Her breathing became more and more rapid, her body temperature continued to rise, and she melted into a pool of spring water in his arms. Just when he wanted to take it a step further. A strong sense of weakness suddenly overwhelmed me. My vision blurred, my limbs felt weak, and even breathing became difficult. Damn it! This body actually failed at a time like this. Chapter 4, First Successful Bloom. Bite. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. Detection indicates that the host has engaged in deep intimate contact with a woman of suitable age. Kissing has been completed. Judgment, the host exhibits an intention to bear fruit, meeting the conditions for energy transfer. Transferring original world body data. Infusion. 10%. 50%. 100%. Transmission complete. Current stats: Constitution 70, Strength 75, Endurance 70, Speed 70. Currently in the world, men's various physical indicators range from 20 to 40, while women's range from 40 to 65. Blossoming and bearing fruit will continuously enhance various abilities. Keep it up, host. The feeling of weakness receded like a receding tide. Instead, there is a surging sense of power. Jean Yang suddenly opened his eyes and instinctively clenched his fist. The joints made a crisp cracking sound, and smooth, powerful lines appeared on the arm. This is what a man should be like. Jean Yang? Shen Yiman looked up with worry, tears still streaming down her face. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly gasped softly. Because Jean Yang picked her up in one go. It wasn't the strain of helping her up before, but an extremely easy horizontal embrace. Shen Yiman instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes wide open. Looking at his well-defined jawline and the slightly bulging veins on the side of his neck. Jean Yang, you seem to be. She couldn't quite put her finger on what had changed, but it just wasn't the same. The arms holding her were strong and powerful, the chest was broad and warm, and even his breathing became steady and imposing. Jean Yang placed her on the sofa and leaned down to look at her. Those always moist eyes were now filled with astonishment and an even deeper fascination. He curled the corners of his mouth and ran his thumb across her swollen lips. His voice was deep, carrying a kind of newly awakened wildness. Now we can continue. Shen Yiman blushed deeply, but bravely raised her arms, wrapped them around his neck, and offered herself to him. The sky outside the window was getting dark, and the lights in the living room were not on. Only the faint light outlined the figure on the sofa, accompanied by sobs. Finally, it turned into a satisfied sigh, melting into the deepening night. Shen Yiman never imagined that there could be such a strong and powerful man in the world. His strength is far greater than that of the most powerful woman in the world. It almost made her faint on the sofa. She knew she had chosen the right person to follow. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first successful flower bloom. Reward, 100,000 renminbi, plus 1 to all physical stats. You only need to complete 2 more flowering or fruiting cycles to gain the chance to return to your original world. Jean Yang found the mechanical voice incredibly pleasant to hear. She earned 100,000 so easily, and with her dowry of 1.88 million, that's a total of 1.98 million. Getting rich is just around the corner. Since all the beautiful women in this world crave the affection of men. Of course, this strong and handsome guy should serve him. He. Holding the exhausted Shen Yiman in his arms, he fell into a deep sleep. One night passed. The next morning, the two were still asleep. The sound of the key turning the lock was particularly clear in the apartment. Jean Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and Shen Yiman in his arms also woke up with a start. The two remained in the same position they had been in while sleeping in each other's arms the night before, covered only by a thin blanket. Mom? Shen Yiman's face turned pale, and she hurriedly sat up to look for her clothes. The living room door opened. A woman wearing a beige knit sweater and jeans stood in the doorway, carrying 2 shopping bags. His gaze fell on the young couple on the sofa who were hurriedly covering their bodies. She looks very young and has fair skin. Her eyebrows and eyes are 70% similar to Shen Yiman's, but she has a more mature charm. At that moment, her beautiful eyes widened, and the bag in her hand fell to the ground with a thud, scattering oranges all over the floor. Ah! Screams echoed through the apartment. Jean Yang's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this scene looks exactly like he ruined someone else's daughter and was caught in the act by the parents. Auntie, please let me explain. He quickly put on a t-shirt, trying to remain calm. Shen Yiman had already stood in front of him, her cheeks flushed but her tone firm. Mom, it was my own choice. Don't blame Jean Yang. The woman's gaze shifted between the two men, her expression changing from shock to confusion. Finally, his gaze settled on Jean Yang's face, and his eyes suddenly lit up. You're Jean Yang? The Jean Yang that Man had a crush on for 3 years? Now it was Jean Yang's turn to be stunned. Shen Yiman also froze, and stammered. Mom, how did you know? I saw all those photos in your room when I was cleaning. The woman walked over quickly, completely ignoring the two men's disheveled state. He grabbed Jean Yang's hand and looked him up and down. Wow, she looks even better in person than in photos. That figure, that face. She became increasingly agitated as she spoke, and her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Man has been talking about you since the first year of high school. She has a bunch of your photos saved on her phone and looks at them every night. I thought you would never have a chance in this lifetime. Caught off guard by this reversal, Jean Yang could only politely say, Auntie, I'm sorry, I lost control last night. I haven't given Man a proper status yet. What title do you want? The woman waved her hand forcefully, turned around, rummaged through the shopping bags on the ground, pulled out her wallet, took out a bank card, and stuffed it into Jean Yang's hand. Here's $1 million, my retirement money, take it. I beg you, please marry Man. She can be a concubine, or even just a bed warmer. Shen Yiman was extremely shy. Mom. Jean Yang looked at the bank card, then at the mother and daughter in front of him. Suddenly, I felt like this world was simply paradise. No need to pay a bride price, and you can get millions in dowry for free. The parents wished they could pack their daughter up and let him take her away. Auntie, I can't accept this money. He pushed the card back and said seriously. Now that I have this relationship with Man, I will naturally take responsibility. After I marry my legal wife, I will formally take her as my concubine. The woman's tears streamed down her face, and she hugged Jean Yang tightly. Good boy. It's Man's good fortune to be with you. After a long while, the woman wiped away her tears and said, Look at me, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shenwan, and I'm Man's mother. You two go wash up quickly, I'll make breakfast, and we can chat while we eat. Half an hour later, the three of them sat at the dining table in the living room. Jean Yang finally had the chance to take a closer look at his future mother-in-law. Shenwan is really very young. If you didn't know that she was Shen Yiman's mother, you would believe that she was only 25 or 26 years old. Her skin was delicate and smooth, and her black, wavy hair cascaded gently over her shoulders. The off-white knit sweater is full and flared out in a gentle curve. Her mature charm cinched at her waist, forming a slender figure. As she walked, the hem of her clothes swayed gently in the wind, revealing her waist dimples. Skinny jeans hugged her mature, rounded figure, and her legs were straight and long. She possesses a more mature woman's charm than Shen Yiman, yet still retains a youthful liveliness. Especially those eyes. She always looks shy when she looks at people, and habitually lowers her head slightly when she speaks. She doesn't seem like the mother of an 18-year-old girl at all. It's more like a flower that has never been watered. Such beauties are enough to make one's heart itch. Chapter 5: Sharing a Husband. Shenwan seemed to notice Jean Yang's gaze, and her face flushed slightly. Her voice was very soft. When I was 18, I went to the government lottery to do IVF. My family was poor back then, and no man was willing to marry me. Jean Yang's heart skipped a beat. No wonder she has a kind of innocent, naive charm. It really warms my heart. However, he cannot do anything that violates morality. Since he has already agreed to marry Shen Yiman, then Shenwan will be his future mother-in-law. He would never do anything immoral or scandalous. Just take a look and move on. Just then, Shenwan got up to make tea. Whether it was due to nervousness or the slippery floor, I tripped and fell forward. Careful! Jean Yang instinctively reached out to help. A soft, warm body fell into his arms. Shenwan's rounded breasts pressed right against his arm. That feel, soft and full. Even through the thin knit sweater, you can clearly feel that amazing curve. Jean Yang's body stiffened, and he instantly assessed the scale in his mind. It's bigger than Shen Yiman's. There's definitely an E. I'm so sorry. Shenwan jumped back as if she had been electrocuted, her face turning bright red. She hurriedly stood up straight, head down, not daring to look at him. The teapot wobbled on the table, spilling a few drops of water. Shen Yiman also stood up. Mom, are you all right? And nothing. Shenwan's voice trembled as she turned and walked towards the kitchen. I'll go check if the porridge is ready. Watching her flee in panic, Jean Yang took a deep breath and suppressed the surging impulse in his heart. But the lingering soft touch on her arm, and Shenwan's shy and flustered appearance just now. The contrast between that mature body and the girl's reaction. It's practically inciting crime. Damn it. I almost couldn't resist. Jean Yang, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Shen Yiman reached out and touched his forehead with concern. It's okay, it's just a little hot. Jean Yang picked up his teacup, took a sip, and changed the subject. By the way, Auntie, about the bride price. Shenwan peeked out from the kitchen, her face still flushed. We don't want any dowry. Really, as long as you're willing to marry Man, we don't want anything else. Shen Yiman added. Jean Yang, I told you I would give you everything, and I will never ask you to pay the bride price. After saying that, he took out his bank card from his bag. This is a dowry of 1.88 million. You can take it first. Although it's less than the government mandated 2 million, I promise I will make up the remaining 120,000 for you before we get married. Please don't dislike me, okay? As he took the thin card, Jean Yang couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Beautiful women and money are delivered to your doorstep, why would you refuse them? He lowered his head and kissed those soft, cherry red lips. Shin Yiman felt hot all over from the kiss and went limp in his arms. Silly girl, I promised to marry you, and I will definitely marry you. If the dowry isn't enough, we can earn it slowly, there's no rush. However, I need to go to the National Marriage Center first to be matched with a legal wife. Upon hearing this, Xinhuan brought breakfast out of the kitchen. Yes, I heard Man say that tomorrow is the last matching day, so we should hurry up and not be late. Shin Yiman echoed her sentiment. Jean Yang's wife must be an exceptional woman. I am already incredibly fortunate to be your concubine. No, they don't even get jealous of each other? You guys, don't think I'm a jerk? Jean Yang asked tentatively. Unexpectedly, Shin Yiman held his hand tightly and whispered a request. Jean Yang, I will not compete with your wife for your affections. I will behave myself and not cause trouble. Whenever you need me, I will be there for you immediately. I got full marks in both my courses, the study of polygamous family relationships and education on wife virtue, and I will do my duty as a concubine. I will get along well with all your wives and concubines from now on, and we will serve you together. Please, don't leave me. Her voice grew softer and softer, punctuated by sobs. Oh my God. Women in this world are actually willing to share husbands with other women. Are you still afraid of being abandoned? Outrageous. That's outrageous. His dad opened the door for him, and he's gone completely off the rails. Thinking of his ex-girlfriend Lan Shubi from the original world, she was always checking his phone or stalking him. He flies into a rage at the slightest sign of infidelity. He wasn't even given a chance to explain. After finally managing to appease him, she then presented various so-called evidence to prove that he didn't love her. To prove his love for her, he bought her a handbag with the money he had worked so hard to earn. But the other person didn't appreciate it at all and went around saying that he treated her badly. He even went out of his way to apologize and beg for forgiveness. At that time, those involved were blinded by their own interests and didn't see anything wrong with being a sycophant. Because he loves her and wants to give her the best. Little did he know that no one took him seriously at all, he wasn't even considered a backup option. Looking back now, I don't know how I got through those 8 years. Looking at the well-behaved and sensible Shin Yiman in front of him, Jean Yang couldn't help but kiss her again. Wife, don't worry, after I marry my legal wife, I will definitely marry you. The sound of him calling her wife made her feel all soft and sweet. With a soft eek, she buried herself even deeper into his embrace. Jean Yang, I believe in you, I love you. Jean Yang raised the corner of his mouth. I love you too. However, after I'm matched with my legal wife, I'll be going to report to Tsinghua or Peking University. Honey, do you want to come to Beijing with me, or stay here? Shin Yiman did not hesitate. I'll go with you. I can transfer to a university in Beijing, or I can stay there and take care of you. Xinhuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, let Man go with you. She's a great cook and she can clean the house, she'll definitely take good care of you. These two women are truly virtuous. Okay. I'll pick you up once I've settled down in Beijing. In the meantime, you should prepare the transfer paperwork. Shin Yiman nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. Seeing her daughter's happy expression, Xinhuan also smiled with relief. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Xinhuan welcomed in a beautiful woman, about the same age as Shin Yiman. Xinhuan greeted her. Qingxi, come in quickly. Qingxi stood at the door, somewhat awkwardly pushing up her gold-rimmed glasses. She was wearing a neat white shirt, with the top button fastened meticulously. Wearing a black fitted dress, she exudes a scholarly air. Jean Yang's gaze lingered on her. Beneath this beautiful woman's seemingly conservative attire lies an astonishing amount of wealth. The white shirt was stretched taut, revealing a full, curvaceous figure, yet her waist was incredibly slender. The fitted dress accentuated her rounded figure, and her long legs appeared even straighter under the black stockings. Her long, straight black hair fell over her shoulders, making her small face look even more delicate. The most wonderful thing was that behind those gold-rimmed glasses, a pair of clear eyes were timidly looking at him. With her small nose and mouth, she looks exactly like a refined and studious lady straight out of a comic book. Xinhuan introduced herself enthusiastically. Jin Yang, this is Man's cousin, Xin Xingxi, who is also a student at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Xingxi, this is Jin Yang, Man's boyfriend. Xin Xingxi's eyes widened instantly. Boyfriend? Is Jin Yang Xin Yiman's boyfriend? Xin Yiman was just an ordinary girl, yet she was able to date Jin Yang. Is it possible that she might date her crush? Chapter 6 I'm willing to have your child. Thinking of this, Xin Xingxi's face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head and quickly walked to the sofa. He sat down stiffly, his hands nervously clasped on his knees. He would occasionally glance at Jin Yang beside him. Jin Yang chuckled inwardly. The beautiful woman's shy demeanor was no different from that of female college students in the original world who blushed when they saw handsome men. However, here, her reaction seemed perfectly normal. Sister Xingxi, what brings you here? Xin Yiman asked curiously. Xin Xingxi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. My mom is forcing me to participate in the lottery again. She said I'm already 20, and if I don't have a child soon, it will be too late. Xinhuan sighed. Your mother is also anxious, because the probability of marrying a high-quality man is getting lower and lower these days. Even getting a spot through the lottery for IVF takes several years. If you go and draw lots now, you might be able to get pregnant by the time you graduate from university. Jin Yang raised an eyebrow. In the original world, most 20-year-old girls are still enjoying campus life and wouldn't worry about having children. Even a high-achieving student like Xin Xingxi has to worry about having children here. Xin Xingxi suddenly raised her head, her eyes behind her glasses flashing with determination. I don't want to have a child with a stranger. I want to become excellent so that I can pursue the person I truly like. As she said this, her gaze inadvertently swept over Jin Yang, then she quickly lowered her head, her ears turning bright red. Jin Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could this beautiful woman like him? After the meal, Xin Xingxi got up to go to the restroom. Jin Yang also made an excuse to tidy up his clothes and followed them. He wanted to see if this academically gifted and beautiful woman had a crush on him. Xin Xingxi stopped at the corner of the corridor. She clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Suddenly, she turned around and grabbed Jin Yang's wrist. Jin Yang, I've liked you for a long time. Her voice trembled, yet it carried a do-or-die courage. Ever since your speech as the freshman representative in our senior year of high school, I've... Ha! Really? Another beautiful woman was captivated by his handsomeness. The gentle and shy academic genius sister has never tried it. Jin Yang gently pressed Xin Xingxi against the wall, looking down at her panicked yet expectant eyes behind her glasses. Go on. Xin Xingxi was surprised that Jin Yang had subdued her so easily. Keep in mind that she is 170 centimeters tall. Although she was thin, she was much stronger than any man. He was often ridiculed by other girls because of this. But Jin Yang is even more energetic than her. Sure enough, the man she likes is so outstanding. Jin Yang, I'm willing to drop out of school to have your child. Xin Xingxi practically shouted it out. A dowry of 2.5 million, plus a Mercedes-Benz. I'm better at studying than Man, and I'll definitely make a lot of money to support you in the future. Jin Yang looked her over closely. Her face behind the gold-rimmed glasses was as delicate as a porcelain doll. One button on the collar of the white shirt popped off due to the movement, revealing a delicate collarbone. Conservative attire, on the contrary, arouses more curiosity, making one want to unbutton those buttons and see what kind of scenery is hidden inside. Didn't you just say you didn't want to have children? He lowered his voice, his breath brushing against her ear. Xin Xingxi trembled all over, her legs went weak. Jin Yang grabbed her slender waist to prevent her from falling. I mean I don't want to have a child with a stranger, but you're my dream man, and I'm willing to have a child with you. Xin Xingxi spoke softer and softer, almost burying her face in that softness. Jin Yang found it amusing to tease her, and then asked another question. What if I don't want to? Upon hearing this, Xin Xingxi's expression stiffened for a moment, then she forced a smile. Then it must be because I'm not good enough for you. Compared to Man, I am indeed inferior. She always openly expresses her affection for you, and has always sheltered you from the wind and rain and brought you warmth. And I only dare to steal glances at you. I'm so timid, there's no way you could ever be interested in me. But if you're willing to accept me, I'll give you everything I have. Her voice grew softer and softer, and her sobs grew louder and louder. Jean Yang's smile is harder to suppress than an AK. I never imagined it would feel so good to be secretly admired by a beautiful woman. But while we can joke around, we shouldn't hurt anyone's feelings. So he pulled Xinxingxi into his arms. The hot breath sprayed onto her lips. Would you be willing to be my concubine? Xinxingxi breathed in the air, which was mixed with a strong masculine scent, and was completely immersed in it. She couldn't believe that her dream man would marry her. I'm willing, but I don't deserve it. She couldn't wait to marry him. A kiss landed. Xinxingxi softened completely, and Jean Yang held her tightly in his arms. From now on, you will be my woman, just like Man. Jean Yang chuckled softly, his fingertips brushing against her burning cheeks. I have a surprise for you tonight, wait for me. Then, Jean Yang helped her stand up straight and left gracefully. Xinxingxi's brain went blank, and she stood there stunned for a long time. After she came to her senses, she noticed that Jean Yang's personality seemed to have changed. He used to be completely uninterested in women. Any woman who gets close to him will be ignored or verbally abused. Now, he not only dates Xin Yimin, but also accepts her advances. She became his second concubine. Could it be? He's not from Jinyang? The top student's brain is working at lightning speed. But in the end, it all comes down to how boys change a lot as they grow up. Perhaps it's because they've reached marriageable age that their attitude towards relationships has changed. This is a good thing for her. This is also a great thing for the country. After gathering her thoughts, Xinxingxi returned to the living room. Xin Yimin asked with concern. Xingxi, why have you been gone for so long? Are you not feeling well? Oh. No, I'm fine. Xinxingxi pushed up her glasses and secretly glanced at Jean Yang. Jean Yang sat down calmly, but in his heart he was comparing the differences between the two worlds. In the original world, which academically gifted and beautiful girl like Xinxingxi wasn't extremely arrogant? Let alone actively pursuing someone, even a normal pursuit requires a lot of effort. Someone as poor as him isn't even worthy of carrying her shoes. But here, they are vying for the title of concubine. Women in the original world demanded exorbitant dowries, but women here bring their own generous dowries and beg to be married. Jean Yang recalled Lan Shubi's mean face, and looking at the three beautiful women in front of him, he felt extremely ironic. Jean Yang, what are you thinking about? Xin Yimin leaned closer, her soft flesh inadvertently brushing against his arm. I'm thinking, some people really don't know how lucky they are. He said meaningfully, and reached out to put his arm around Xin Yimin's waist. Xinxingxi's gaze behind her glasses darkened as she watched this scene, but she quickly regained her fighting spirit. She was really looking forward to what surprise Jean Yang would give her tonight. To make it easier for Xin Yimin to take Jean Yang to the airport early the next morning, Jean Yang agreed to stay at their house that night. Night falls. It was quiet all around. As Jean Yang lay on Xin Yimin's bed, Xinxingxi's graceful figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Suddenly, a soft sob was heard. It sounds like Xinxingxi is crying. What's wrong with her? Jean Yang got up, gently opened the door, and walked into the living room. Xinxingxi, wearing a lace slip dress, was sitting on the sofa, covering her face and crying. Her attire here makes her look like a completely different person compared to her daytime appearance. There's a kind of beauty in a literary genius unleashing their true nature. What would she taste like? Chapter 7 Xinxingxi, who longs to be loved. Jean Yang approached, his voice magnetic. Why are you crying? Upon hearing the sound, Xinxingxi hurriedly got up and tried to run away. But he accidentally tripped over the carpet. Jean Yang caught her and helped her land on the sofa. Xinxingxi froze in Jean Yang's arms, and through her thin lace nightgown, she could clearly feel the burning heat emanating from the man. Her tears flowed even more freely. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. She tried to break free, but Jean Yang's arms were strong and powerful, holding her tightly in his embrace and preventing her from moving. Jean Yang looked down at her tear-filled face. Moonlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating her fair skin. Tears still clung to her eyelashes, like flowers glistening with morning dew. The slip dress was already loose, and now, due to the struggle, it slipped to one side, revealing a glimpse of her skin. Jean Yang's Adam's apple bobbed. Why are you crying? Xinxingxi bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. I thought you had forgotten me. She choked up, her voice barely audible. I have absolutely no presence in your world. She raised her tear-filled eyes, her gaze a mixture of shame and longing. I know I'm selfish, and I shouldn't have such thoughts. You are man's man, I should be happy for her. But last night, you were on this sofa. How I wish I could lie beneath you in her place. She realized she had let something slip and quickly turned her face away. That statement, left unsaid, left much to the imagination. Jean Yang reached out and pinched her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye, his tone teasing. How did you know about last night? Xin Xingxi's face turned as red as if it were about to bleed, and her voice trembled violently. I happened to see Auntie watching the security camera today, and I saw you and Man doing that in the video. Hey! I never expected my future mother-in-law to have this kind of taste. It seems they've been starving for too long and need to release their energy. He must gather some more learning materials for her tonight. Let her review it slowly later. He gently stroked Xin Xingxi's face and wiped away her tears with his thumb. Watching a video is nothing compared to experiencing it in person. I told you I would give you a surprise, but I had to wait until Man fell asleep first. I didn't expect you to be so impatient. Xin Xingxi's skin grew increasingly red, and her voice trembled as she spoke. I just like you too much. I'm willing to do anything for you. Could you give me just a little bit of your love? Just a little bit. She broke down in tears as she spoke. She slumped into Jean Yang's arms, as if she had used up all her courage. Jean Yang's heart was struck hard. In the original world, he had witnessed too much arrogance and scheming in women. Lan Shubi took his efforts for granted and trampled on his love. But here, in this world where there are more women than men, a woman of high status, so proud and unattainable, would so humbly beg for love. The contrast is too stark. Since that's the case, how could I let the beauty down? Moreover, the body in my arms is just too tempting. Her skin was firm and smooth, and her body was even more slender than Xin Yiman's. Even through the thin fabric, you can clearly feel its amazing size and elasticity. It wasn't very noticeable during the day when she was wearing a shirt, but now it seems to be a size bigger than Xin Yiman's. He can't escape. Perhaps there's an F? Her waist was incredibly thin, he could wrap his arm around it completely. The Xin family members all have S-shaped figures. Genes are truly amazing. This extreme contrast is simply the ultimate test of a man's rationality. Jean Yang no longer hesitated. He lowered his head and kissed Xin Xingxi's trembling lips, then laid her down on the sofa. It was the very place where he and Xin Yiman had made love last night. Xin Xingxi realized this, and her eyes became even more dreamy and shy. Jean Yang leaned down and whispered in her ear. Xingxing, relax and feel the love I give you. Outside the window, on the beach, small boats in the gale were being battered to pieces by wave after wave. Bite. Host flower detected +1. Current progress, flowered 2 times, fruited 0 times. One more flowering or fruiting cycle is needed to gain the chance to return to the original world. Reward disbursement, 200,000 renminbi has been deposited into the system account and can be withdrawn at any time. Physical enhancement, all physical stats +1. Special reward, obtained super kidney, basic kidney function increased by 50%, recovery ability enhanced, and stamina significantly improved. Jean Yang was overjoyed. Super kidney. This is simply a miracle worker for making flowers and fruits. And they're only one step away from returning to their original world. When the time comes, I'll take the money in this enhanced body back with me, and see if that scumbag Lan Shubi still dares to be arrogant. He looked down at Xin Xingxi in his arms. She was completely exhausted, slumped on the sofa, her eyes unfocused. Her whole body was flushed and covered in a light sweat, exuding a unique feminine fragrance. These two cousins each have their own unique charm. The next morning, Jean Yang was awakened by the aroma of breakfast. Stepping out of the room, I saw Xinwan already wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen. She wore a light pink knit sweater with white trousers today, and she looked radiant. Her eyes and brows were filled with a satisfied smile, and her skin looked even more hydrated and radiant. They must have secretly reviewed the materials last night. Upon seeing Jean Yang, her face flushed slightly, but her demeanor remained natural. Awake? Go wash up quickly, breakfast will be ready soon. Jean Yang raised an eyebrow. If Xin Xingxi hadn't let it slip, he would never have been able to connect the gentle beauty before him with the lustful woman behind the surveillance cameras. This ability to put on an act, women really do have a natural talent for it. Xin Xingxi came out of the guest room, pretending that nothing had happened, and remained as refined and shy as ever. However, a certain mark on his neck couldn't be hidden. She looked at Jean Yang, her eyes filled with tenderness after being satisfied. Shin Yiman also came out of the room, but did not say anything. He glanced at Shin Shingxi, his eyes darkening. The four sat down to eat, and the atmosphere was subtle. After breakfast, Shin Yiman prepared to drive Jin Young to the airport. Shin Shingxi quickly grabbed her luggage, climbed into the car, and sat down close to Jin Yang. I'm going back to school too, and it's on my way. Can you give me a ride, cousin? Behind the gold-rimmed glasses, a pair of gentle eyes pleaded with Shin Yiman. Although Shin Yiman was somewhat displeased, she couldn't show it. During the stalemate, Shinwan took out a bank card and stuffed it into Jin Yang's hand. She glanced at Jin Yang with reluctance, but quickly regained her composure. Xiao Yang, you should keep this million. You need to have some money on you when you're out and about. Be careful on the road, and call your aunt when you arrive. Jin Yang's lips curled up slightly. Although you can't experience the pleasures of a mature woman, her money is still very tempting. He decisively accepted the bank card and then grasped Shinwan's delicate hand. Okay, thank you, auntie. Go back, Man and Shingxi will take me there, don't worry. He made a point of including Shin Shingxi's name so that someone would take care of him when he arrived in Beijing. Shinwan felt the warmth from his palm, and her face instantly flushed pink. He quickly withdrew his hand and turned his face away. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist rushing up to him for comfort. Okay, then take care on your journey. I won't see you off. After saying that, he quickly turned around and went back into the house. She almost tripped over her own high heels. Looking at her graceful figure as if she were fleeing, Jin Yang found her somewhat adorable. Shin Yiman started the car, stepped on the gas, and sped off without saying a word. Jin Yang noticed that her eyes were red and she was clearly holding back tears. What's wrong with her? Something was off from the start of the day. Could it be that she knows about him and Shin Shingxi? Chapter 8 Serving Together. Man, what's wrong? Jin Yang turned to the side and gently stroked Shin Yiman's slightly trembling shoulder. The dampness from his fingertips made his heart tighten. This girl is really crying. When Shin Yiman was asked that question, it was as if the last string had finally snapped. Wah! She suddenly swerved the car sharply and slammed on the brakes, stopping in the emergency lane. When she turned around, her delicate little face was covered in tears. Her large, amber eyes were red and swollen, like those of a wronged fawn. I'm sorry. Jin Yang, I'm so sorry. She gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white, and her voice was choked with sobs, almost incoherent. I just said yesterday that I would get along well with all your wives and concubines. But last night, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw you and Sister Shingxi on the sofa. As she said this, tears streamed down her face again. I feel so sad. I know perfectly well that you don't belong to just me. I got a perfect score on the polygamy family relationships exam. But in reality, it's too difficult. Shin Yiman raised her hand and wiped her face haphazardly, her ample breasts rising and falling rapidly under her tight-fitting clothes as she sobbed. The undulating curve made Jin Yang's Adam's apple bob slightly, but he immediately forced himself to look away. Now is not the time to be distracted. Shin Yiman sniffed, trying to calm herself down. My mother talked to me this morning. She said that you will definitely take many concubines in the future, and it would be better to let Shingxi be a concubine than to let women from outside come in. At least we know each other well, so it's easier to get along. I understand the logic, but... She bit her lip, and tears fell again. I'm being too petty. Jin Yang, am I not worthy to be your concubine? I don't even have that much tolerance, will you look down on me? Shin Yiman became more and more upset as she spoke, and her face was covered in tears. That usually bright and beautiful face was now covered with tears, which gave it a kind of broken beauty. Jin Yang's heart softened. He unbuckled his seatbelt, leaned over, and gently wiped away her tears with his thumb. Fool. His voice was deep and gentle. The fact that you get jealous and sad shows that you care about me. If you really don't care at all about me being with other people, then I'll start to doubt whether you really like me. Shin Yiman was stunned, looking at him with teary eyes. Jin Yang cupped her face in his hands and said earnestly. You are very sincere and dare to express your true thoughts. What I need is a woman like you, who dares to love and hate, and is full of flesh and blood. Instead of being a wooden doll who only memorizes textbooks and suppresses his emotions. So. He leaned closer to her and gave her a light peck on the lips. You are not only worthy to be my concubine, but also a concubine that I like very much. Shin Yiman's tears welled up again. But this time, it was tears of joy. She suddenly threw herself into Jin Yang's arms and hugged his neck tightly. Jin Yang, I won't do that again. I will definitely try my best to get along well with the other sisters. As long as you don't mind me, I'm willing to change anything. In the back seat, Xinxi's face was already as red as a ripe shrimp. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, her voice barely audible. I'm sorry, man, last night It's also my fault for being too selfish and not considering your feelings. She raised her head, her cheeks still flushed, but her eyes were resolute. But I promise that I will get along well with you and with all the women in Jinyang from now on. Let's serve Jinyang together. Only when Jinyang is happy can we be happy. These words were spoken frankly and sincerely. Xin Yimin lifted her head from Jinyang's embrace and looked at her cousin in the rearview mirror. Their eyes met, and after a moment, Xin Yimin burst into laughter through her tears. Sister Qingxi, thank you. Jin Yang looked at the two cousins and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. He turned around and placed a kiss on each of their lips. All right, the matter is resolved. If we don't leave now, we'll miss our flight. Xin Yimin nodded vigorously and restarted the car. This time, a smile finally returned to her face. Jin Yang couldn't help but sigh. Women in this world really love men too much. When problems arise, they always blame themselves first. She would never shift the blame onto men. Instead, they fear that men will abandon them because of it. He. In the original world, he would have been devoured alive by those women long ago. The more I watch, the more I look forward to seeing Lan Shubi being trampled under his feet like a sycophant. Airport departure level. Xin Yimin parked the car and helped Jin Yang take his luggage down. Her eyes reddened again, but this time she held back her tears. Jin Yang, you must take good care of yourself in the capital. I will think of you every day. I'll get the transfer paperwork done as soon as possible and come find you there. As she spoke, she took out an exquisite lunchbox from her bag. These are rice balls I secretly made this morning. You can eat them on the way. Jin Yang took the still warm lunchbox and felt a warmth in his heart. Back in the original world, no one ever made him a lunchbox. Instead, he personally made egg pancakes for Lan Shubi to take out every morning. On one occasion, he learned from Lan Shubi's colleague that she would give pancakes to another male colleague every day. At that time, he thought Lan Shubi was trying to improve her interpersonal relationships, so he didn't think much of it. Now it seems she was a promiscuous woman. She's just a slut who seduces men everywhere. Then look at the well-behaved and diligent Xin Yimin in front of you. Lan Shubi is not even as good as one of her fingers. He ruffled Xin Yimin's hair. Okay, I'll wait for you. Then he looked at Xinxi. Xingxing, if you need anything in economy class, just have the flight attendant come find me. Xinxi nodded, her eyes filled with reluctance. She had wanted to sit in business class with Jin Yang, but unfortunately there was only one seat left. Adhering to the principle of men first, she chose to fly economy class. But Jin Yang's concern for her made her blush again. Then I'll go through security first. She glanced at Jin Yang, her eyes filled with reluctance and shyness. Xin Yimin watched her cousin leave, then suddenly stood on tiptoe and quickly kissed Jin Yang on the lips. I love you. After saying that, she ran back to the car without looking back, as if she was afraid that if she stayed even a second longer, she would be reluctant to leave. Jin Yang looked in the direction she left, smiled, and turned to walk into the airport. Being pampered by two beautiful women feels absolutely amazing. 1 hour later. Jin Yang sat in the spacious first-class cabin. As soon as he fastened his seatbelt, he smelled a faint perfume scent. It's not a strong commercial fragrance, but rather an elegant scent with citrus top notes and woody base notes. Before he could even look up, a gentle and magnetic voice came through, as soft as a feather brushing against his heart. Sir, are you from Jin Yang? He looked up. A beautiful flight attendant in a well-fitting uniform was standing next to his seat, her eyes shining. Jin Yang raised an eyebrow. Does this beautiful woman know him? And what's with that look in his eyes that's about to speak? Is it possible to encounter suitors even while taking a plane in this world? Chapter 9 Love at First Sight. His gaze swept casually over the flight attendant, and he was surprised to find that she was another beauty. The dark blue suit dress perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. The top was cut perfectly at the waist, accentuating her slender figure. Above the waist, there is a full curve that almost bursts out of the buttons. Judging by appearances, there is at least a D. Beneath the skirt, a pair of long, straight legs encased in flesh-colored stockings. She was wearing 5 centimeter black high heels. She looked older than both Shen Yimin and Shen Qingxi, around 25 or 26 years old. Her chestnut brown, wavy hair was styled into an elegant bun at the back of her head, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate features. What's most captivating are those eyes. Her eyes were slightly upturned, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. But his eyes were clear, and he was looking at Jean Yang with a smile. Jean Yang nodded. "What's up?" The flight attendant's smile deepened. She took an elegant envelope out of her uniform pocket and handed it to Jean Yang with both hands. "Someone asked me to give this to you on the flight." Jean Yang accepted the envelope. It has a thick texture and feels like high-quality cardboard. The envelope wasn't sealed, so he opened it and took a look. Inside was a black bank card. There was also a sticky note with a line of neat handwriting on it. "Jean Yang, nice to meet you. I have 3 million in my account, the PIN is 6/8, consider it a small gift. Please feel free to contact me if needed, Su Wanqing." Followed by a phone number. Jean Yang was stunned. Su Wanqing? Who is it? He searched through the original owner's memories but had no recollection of this name. Seeing his puzzled expression, the flight attendant chuckled and lowered her voice. "Ms. Su is a VIP customer of our airline and a first-class passenger on this flight. She specifically instructed me to personally deliver this gift to you." Jean Yang looked up at the flight attendant. "What does that Miss Su look like?" The flight attendant blinked, and the small beauty mark at the corner of her eye twitched slightly, adding a touch of charm. "Very beautiful, very elegant, looks to be in her early 30s. She said she was one of your future wife candidates." Goodness. Before even arriving in Beijing, future wife candidates were already delivering money to my door? And the gift was a whopping 3 million. How much do women in this world really want to get married? Seeing that Jean Yang didn't speak, the flight attendant added. "Miss Su also said that if you wish, she can arrange accommodation and all your living needs in Beijing. She said she would wait for you to contact her." After speaking, the flight attendant bowed slightly and prepared to leave. But before turning around, she suddenly looked back and smiled sweetly at Jean Yang. A fleeting, indescribable emotion flashed in those upturned phoenix eyes. "By the way, Mr. Jean Yang. My name is Lin Yue, and I am the chief flight attendant for this flight. Please press the call button anytime if you need anything during your journey. I will personally serve you." She emphasized the word personally. Then she turned gracefully, swaying in her high heels as she walked towards the front cabin. Jean Yang watched her departing figure. The rounded curves of her body, encased in uniform, swayed naturally with her steps, their perfect arc captivating the eye. Holding the heavy black bank card, Jean Yang leaned back in his spacious chair, his fingertips gently stroking the smooth surface of the card. 3 million. It was just sent out so easily. I didn't even get to see him. This woman named Su Wanqing is either rich beyond measure or determined to have him. Regardless of the type, it aroused his wariness while also stimulating his intense curiosity. Although Jean Yang is currently enjoying the privileges of this world, it doesn't mean he's willing to be a fool who can be manipulated and exploited at will. Even if the state provides a suitable wife, he himself must be satisfied with her. As for money, he looked down at the black card in his hand, a playful smile curving his lips. "If it's offered to you, don't refuse it. The more money you save, the more satisfying it is to slap Lan Shubi in the face back in the original world. Let's see if she still dares to look down on people." Jean Yang put the card into his inner pocket, adjusted his chair, and prepared to close his eyes and rest. The plane had entered the stratosphere, and outside the window was a sea of fluffy, white clouds, like cotton candy. The sunlight streamed in unobstructed, warm and pleasant. But as soon as I closed my eyes, I felt a faint urge to urinate. Yes, Shen Yimin gave him a lot of tea before boarding, and it's starting to take effect now. He unbuckled his seatbelt, got up, and walked toward the lavatory at the rear of the plane. There weren't many first-class passengers, and the corridor was quiet, with only the low, steady rumble of engines. As I passed by the economy class, I casually patted Shen Qingxi on the head. I made the beautiful lady shy again. He opened the door to the restroom that was marked unoccupied and went inside. However, as soon as the door closed, before it could be locked, a dark blue figure flashed out from behind the partition curtain. It carries that familiar, elegant fragrance scent, a blend of citrus and woody notes. Lin Yue. She had been waiting there for some time now, and was leaning against the sink with her hands behind her back on the counter. It made her already stunning curves even more breathtaking. Her chestnut brown, wavy hair was styled in a neat bun, and her makeup was exquisite and appropriate. But in those phoenix eyes, there shone a bold light that was completely different from the dignified uniform. She looked at Jean Yang, her red lips curving into an undisguised, predatory smile. "Mr. Jean Yang." Her voice was very low, like a feather scratching at the eardrum. "It seems we are destined to meet." Jean Yang raised an eyebrow and quickly glanced at the cramped space. "It's confirmed that it's just the two of them." His tone was calm, revealing no emotion. "Chief Flight Attendant Lin, is this the crew's new etiquette for treating guests?" Lin Yue burst out laughing, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye became even more vivid. "There are no new etiquettes." She took a small step forward, and the distance between them instantly shrank to the point where they could hear each other's breaths. "It was my own choice to see you." She looked up at him, her gaze intense. Inside, there surged the burning passion and desire unique to women of this world, which Jean Yang had gradually become familiar with over the past few days. But compared to Shen Yiman's shyness and Shin Qingxi's reserve, Lin Yue's gaze was more direct, more open, and even carried a wildness born from experience. She made no attempt to hide it. "I've been watching you since the moment you boarded the plane. Jean Yang, I know this is abrupt, but I don't want to miss this opportunity. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lin Yue, and I am 26 years old. I've been flying this route for 4 years and have met many men rich, powerful, good-looking, but none of them are you." She took a deep breath, and her full curves rose and fell with it, the buttons on her uniform seeming to be under tremendous pressure. "I fell in love with you at first sight." Chapter 10, blooming at 30,000 feet. Jean Yang didn't speak, but just looked at her quietly, signaling her to continue. The feeling of being confessed to so passionately by a beautiful woman, no matter how many times he experienced it, always soothed and calmed the resentment and inferiority he felt in his original world. Confidence and self-assurance grew ever stronger within him. Lin Yue's tone was very clear, even somewhat self-deprecating. "I know I can't compare to Miss Su, who gave you the black card. She looks like a real heiress. What am I? Just a flight attendant. I never dared to hope to be your wife, that's too far off." She moved closer again. At over 1.7 meters tall, she was only half a head shorter than Jean Yang in high heels. The warm breath almost touched Jean Yang's chin. "Could I be your concubine, or a fleeting affair?" Her voice finally trembled slightly, as a long-suppressed desire burst forth. "Experience what it feels like to be hugged by a man and to be needed by a man. I've lived for 26 years and tried everything, but this is the only thing I've lacked." She reached out and gently touched Jean Yang's arm with her fingertips. Even through the fabric of the shirt, you could feel the firm, smooth muscle lines beneath. Her eyes instantly brightened. The man before her was stronger and more powerful than any man she had ever seen. Those muscles are something most men can't have. She was certain that this was the perfect man she was looking for. He might even be the kind of high-quality man that you can't find another one like him in the whole country. Once this opportunity is gone, it's gone forever. She must catch her. "I'm willing to give you 2 million. Although it's not as much as Miss Su's, it's all the savings I've accumulated since I started working." She spoke faster, as if afraid of being rejected. "And another thing, from now on, as long as you fly with our airline, whether domestic or international, first class is all free. How about I serve you personally?" She spoke the last few words softly and slowly, filled with boundless imagination. In this small, enclosed space, a mature and beautiful flight attendant. He made a direct and passionate confession. In addition, there's a promise of 2 million in cash and lifetime free flights. Such an extreme temptation. Who could refuse that? He had always been quite interested in this charming flight attendant. Moreover, he had just obtained the Super Kidney Beginner and was looking for a place to test just how strong this enhanced power really was. In the airplane lavatory? At an altitude of 30,000 feet? Sound. It was quite exciting. A slow smile crept onto his lips. He revealed a smile that carried a hint of roguishness and a desire for conquest. With a click, he then locked the bathroom door completely. This action is already an answer. No further explanation is needed. Lin Yue's eyes instantly shone with an amazing light. Joy and nervousness mingled on her flushed cheeks. Jean Yang took a step forward, placing his hands on the wash basin on either side of her, trapping her in an even smaller space. I lowered my head and gently inhaled the fragrance of her hair. It is a clean, refreshing, and delicate fragrance that naturally emanates after careful care. Jean Yang's voice lowered. Lin Yue, remember what you said? Certainly. Lin Yue responded eagerly, her hands already wrapped around his neck, offering her red lips. This kiss was different from Shin Yiman's awkward sweetness, and also different from Shin Qingxi's shy tenderness. It possesses the boldness and skill of a mature woman, with a fiery passion that can ignite people almost instantly. Ha! This woman has read a lot of study materials. They may have practiced countless times in private. It seems they had been preparing for this day for a long time. Jean Yang likes proactive women. However, he prefers the feeling of being in control. He quickly took the initiative. His palm caressed her waist, which was tightly wrapped in her uniform, while his other hand reached behind her. The temperature in the confined space rose sharply. Outside the porthole, the sky was an unchanging blue with white clouds, serene and vast. Inside the window, however, a completely different storm was brewing. Lin Yue soon realized that even though she was mentally prepared, she had still greatly underestimated the handsome man's strength. He was incredibly strong, with powerful arms, and could lift her up with just one hand. What shocked her even more was his stamina. An hour later, she was exhausted and her eyes were filled with tears. She was about to slide down the sink when he caught her firmly. Jean Yang felt the still surging power within him and couldn't help but sigh. It's really good stuff. This is only the beginner level, yet it has such an effect. If it were to be upgraded to intermediate or advanced levels in the future, how many women's systems would be paralyzed? Lin Yue originally thought it was just a brief, slightly exciting pleasure. But they never expected their opponent to be so powerful, seemingly tireless. The recovery speed is also surprisingly fast. No. He's here again. Wait, let me catch my breath. Lin Yue's voice trembled, carrying a pleading tone. Her cheeks were flushed. A dreamy look in her eyes. The ends of her hair were slightly damp with sweat. The uniform was already in disarray. The breathtakingly fragmented beauty presented evoked a sense of conquest and accomplishment in Jean Yang. This is just the beginning. He chuckled softly, his voice hoarse with emotion. He kissed her again. About an hour later. The plane is about to land. Jean Yang considerately tidied up her disheveled uniform. Although some wrinkles are hard to smooth out, at least I can still go out in public. Lin Yue slowly calmed her heartbeat. The way he looked at Jean Yang had completely changed. It has become more complicated. There is intoxication. There is worship. And a hint of awe. How are you so strong? She couldn't understand how a man's body could be so powerful. This completely overturned her understanding. From childhood to adulthood, no man has ever been able to push her. Not to mention picking her up, or even using one hand. The man before me seemed to belong to another world. Jean Yang smiled and casually brushed it off. Born that way. I can't exactly tell her that I'm from another time. They must not be arrested as outcasts. That won't do. He was also planning to finish his mission quickly and go back to take revenge. I just came with Lin Yue twice, so that should count as 2 blooms. It blooms a total of 4 times. In other words, he can go back to his original world and show off right away. He turned on the tap and splashed cold water on his face to calm himself down quickly. As soon as he turned around, Lin Yue shoved a bank card into his hand. 2 million, keep it safe. Your seat will be reserved for your flight at any time. For her, having a beautiful memory with a man like Jean Yang made all these sacrifices seem insignificant. Although 2 million met the government's dowry requirements. However, she felt that she was not good enough for Jean Yang and could never be his wife. Perhaps, she wasn't even worthy of being a concubine. After all, she wasn't wealthy and didn't have a high level of education. She has no family connections and works as a flight attendant, so she can't often be by his side to take care of him. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and her eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. But he could only watch helplessly as a high-quality man left him. Jean Yang noticed the change in her emotions. He casually put the bank card into his pocket. He grabbed her 2 slender wrists and lifted them above her head. You little brat, are you mistaking me for a gigolo? Chapter 11 grants the first opportunity to return to the original world. Lin Yue was surprised by Jean Yang's reaction and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. So what do you mean? I just feel like I'm not good enough for you, that I don't deserve to stay by your side. Jean Yang's lips twitched slightly. Why do so many women in this world have a sense of inferiority? They are all so outstanding and beautiful. Xin Yimin is brave and hardworking. Xin Qingxi is intelligent and resolute. Lin Yuwei is unrestrained and free-spirited. If these women were in the original world, the men who would pursue them would line up all the way to France. Now I'm trembling with fear in his presence, afraid of not getting even a glance or a trace of his affection. These are truly two extreme worlds. Jin Yang lowered his head and placed a kiss on his lips, his voice soft yet incredibly magnetic. Listen, you little rascal, I want a concubine like you. Once I've found a wife, I'll formally marry you as my concubine. However, you have 2 concubines ahead of you. What do you think? These words almost brought tears to Lin Yuwei's eyes again. She had only asked for a fleeting encounter, but unexpectedly received a long-term, formal commitment. She nodded vigorously, took a step forward, hugged Jin Yang tightly again, and buried her face in his chest. Thank you for accepting my flaws and for giving me a proper status. You are truly the best man in the world. I will definitely serve you like a slave from now on. I will be good and won't cause you any trouble. I will also get along well with your other women. If you don't like my job as a flight attendant, I can quit right now. She didn't want to be absent from work for years because of her job. She wants to protect and stay by her husband's side. That was the outstanding man she had been searching for many years before finally meeting him. This kind of man is never short of women. She wasn't as outstanding as other women, and if they couldn't even provide basic companionship, she feared she would soon be abandoned. Jin Yang never expected that she would be willing to give up her job for him. Back in the original world, it was actually him who chose to work as a deliveryman, which offered more flexible hours, in order to take care of Lan Shubi's daily needs. Not only did Kellen Shubi not appreciate it, but he also often lost his temper, hitting and scolding him. They criticized him for not cooking delicious food, not mopping the floor shiny enough, and not ironing the clothes properly. Sometimes they not only curse him, but also insult his ancestors for 18 generations. This caused him to spend every day in self-blame and inferiority. They called it teaching him how to be a person. Who told him to be an orphan, without parents to raise him? Snort! This is pure PUA. He was really stupid. He was manipulated for 8 years without realizing it. Fortunately, this time travel helped him understand many things. The first point is, don't be a simp. I'm the main character. No one has the right to teach me how to be a person. Of course, he doesn't want others to be his lapdog. He believes in mutual consent. He knew that Lin Yuwei had put in a lot of effort to become a flight attendant. It would be immoral to let her give up her job so easily. Besides, he already has Xin Qingxi and Xin Yimin, and he'll have a legal wife in the future. They can all take care of him, and he doesn't need Lin Yuwei. Moreover, her profession will make it easier for him to travel in the future, and he won't be bored on the road. Fool, you don't need to quit your job. Your career is important too. Lin Yuwei burst into tears again. This time, I was moved. Wow, this is the first time someone has told me that career is important. I really enjoy being a flight attendant, and I love the feeling of flying in the sky. I love you, Jin Yang, you are my god. Oh. There's no need to idolize him. Ding. Host flower detected +1. Current progress, flowered 3 times, fruited 0 times. Received a prize of 300,000, all physical attributes increased by 1, and acquired the Sonda basic skill. Conditions met. Congratulations, host, you have been granted your first opportunity to return to your original world. Permission to stay, 1 minute. Should we return immediately? How do you define a single flowering? It clearly came twice just now. Tonzi, can you even do math? Replying to the host, blooming multiple times with the same woman only counts as 1 bloom. Zhao. Are you kidding me? Then what about all that effort I just put in? Does that mean the host is diligent? He wanted nothing more than to slap this damn system to death. Why didn't you say so sooner? What a waste of effort. However, with the added benefit of super kidneys, it wasn't too tiring. Fine, considering the decent experience Lin Yuwei provided, I'll forgive this lousy system. Tell me what other rules there are. Yes, host. The host can choose to return to a designated location in the original world. Time flows simultaneously in both worlds, so please be mindful of the time. The host can take money and the women who have already borne fruit back with them, but after the stay ends, these women will not remember what happened in the original world. Also, please be careful of your personal safety and belongings when returning to your original world. If you die, you will not be able to return to this world. Similarly, if you die in this world, you cannot return to the original world. Why do you make it sound like you're about to die? Is there some danger waiting for me in the original world? Then the host will have to go back and check to find out. Would you like to return to the original world now? Now. Just 1 minute. I haven't even planned how to get revenge yet. Let me think about it first. You may leave now. He was filled with a mixture of elation and worry. The good news is that I can finally go back. The worry is that there's only 1 minute, so there's not much you can do. He suppressed the urge to return immediately. We're still on the plane, it's not the right time. We need to wait until we land and find a safe and private place. Lin Yue noticed his momentary lapse in concentration. What's wrong? Jean Yang snapped out of his thoughts and patted her on the back. It's all right. Let me tidy up, it's time to go. If I'm gone too long, the other passengers will probably be looking for the purser. Lin Yue blushed and quickly tidied her hair and makeup in front of the mirror, trying her best to return to being the professional and capable flight attendant Lin. However, the alluring spring-like charm in her eyes and brows, thoroughly moistened, was difficult to completely conceal in a short time. The two left the restroom quietly, one after the other, a few minutes apart. As she passed Xinxiangxi's seat, she gave her a meaningful look. Speak using lip reading. Congratulations, you've gained another concubine. No wonder she was able to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. That's a really good brain. He also has a very broad mind. If he weren't not wealthy enough, he might have been a suitable match for a legal wife. Jean Yang raised an eyebrow at her, returned to his seat, fastened his seatbelt, and looked out the window. Beneath the clouds, the outline of Beijing was already faintly visible. Next, he will go to find a wife and enroll in university. But before that, he decided to go back to his original world to take revenge. A cold, expectant smile curled at the corners of his lips. With the system rewards and the money given by those beautiful women, I have a total of 5.48 million. That's enough for him to show off a little. And this super kidney, its quality is something Lan Shubi should be able to see. It's because she used to never let anyone touch her. He wanted to tell her that he didn't care. He has a better woman. We must bring Xinxiangxi back with us and personally demonstrate in front of her. They trampled her and the ugly Lin Yaozu under their feet. Chapter 12 1-minute countdown begins. The plane landed smoothly on the runway of Beijing International Airport. Outside the porthole, the afternoon sun cast a cold, metallic sheen on the massive terminal building. The captain's calm voice came over the loudspeaker. Passengers gradually unbuckled their seatbelts and got up to retrieve their luggage. Jean Yang, however, did not move. But his mind was racing with calculations. The opportunity to return to the original world is right in front of us. Only 1 minute. But he must use this minute wisely. Now that we can locate it, we need to choose a good place. Xinxiangxi dragged her carry-on suitcase and walked from the direction of economy class. The blush on her face had not completely faded. His gaze behind the gold-rimmed glasses met Jean Yang's briefly before disappearing. Full of shyness and anticipation. She stopped beside him and asked softly. Jean Yang, shall we get off the plane? He stood up and naturally took the small suitcase from her hand. He gently grasped her wrist with his other hand. We won't get off the plane yet, let us take you somewhere. Huh? Where to? Xinxiangxi was pulled along by him and subconsciously followed, feeling somewhat puzzled. The flight had arrived and passengers were disembarking, but they were walking in the opposite direction. Where are we going? Jean Yang didn't answer, he just held her hand. Go against the flow of people and walk quickly toward the rear of the plane. There was a relatively secluded restroom there, usually for the crew, but there shouldn't be anyone there at the moment. He planned to spend a minute here before going back to get his revenge. No one will notice anything amiss. Lin Yue was smiling as she saw off her guests at the end of the corridor when she saw Jean Yang pulling Xinxiangxi toward them, and her eyes flickered slightly. She then resumed her professional smile and winked at Jean Yang discreetly. She knew that if he was willing to have sex with her in the bathroom, he would definitely do the same with other women. After all, what woman wouldn't like such an outstanding man? Throughout the flight, she could see different female passengers giving Jean Yang flirty looks. Even Su Wanxing, who had asked her to deliver the message, would occasionally peek at him through the partition curtain. He simply ignored them all. In Lin Yue's eyes, he really is a good man with principles. He only cares about the women he likes, he won't even glance at other women who are irrelevant. She was smug about having hooked up with a high-quality man. I definitely have to show this off to my girlfriends. I watched them slip into the restroom door marked for staff use. Lin Yue tactfully placed a under repair sign in front of the door before leaving. This restroom is slightly larger than the guest restroom, but still limited in size. It was clean and tidy, with a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. Xinxingxi's face flushed red instantly, and she clutched the hem of her trench coat with both hands. She thought Jin Yang wanted to again. Although she didn't reject it, and even developed a taste for it after last night. That's incredibly audacious. And the location is wrong too. Jin Yang, we're on the plane, and there are people outside. Why don't we go to the hotel first? Seeing her flustered and shy appearance, Jin Yang found it amusing, but now was not the time to tease her. He placed his hands on Xinxingxi's shoulders, making her face him, his gaze becoming serious and earnest. Xingxing, listen to me. What happens next may be beyond your comprehension, but trust me, do as I say, okay? Xinxingxi's academic genius instantly snapped to attention. She realized that Jin Yang didn't want that, but rather that he needed her help with something very important. Although she didn't understand what was going to happen, she unconditionally trusted the man she loved. Yes, I believe you. Good. Jin Yang took a deep breath and called upon the system in his mind. System, lock onto Lan Shubi's current location. Teleport me and Xinxingxi there, precisely to her location. After much thought, the best place is none other than in front of my enemy. Ding. Scanning for the original world target. Scan complete. Target, Azure Silk. Location, Original World, Shenzhen, Caesars International Hotel, Top Floor Deluxe Suite 2103. Status, engaging in bedroom tutoring with Lin Yaozu. The target male is not in good condition, suspected to be aided by drugs. Confirm teleportation to these coordinates? Teleportation will begin in 10 seconds. Ha! Heaven is on his side. This is the time. What he wanted was the most despicable moment for that adulterous couple. He did not hesitate. Confirm. Preparing to teleport. Warning, your stay is limited to 1 minute. Please be mindful of the time. Transfer initiation. Immediately, a strong feeling of weightlessness and dizziness suddenly struck. When they felt a solid sensation under their feet again, the two slowly opened their eyes. What came into view was a completely unfamiliar environment. The soft, heavy dark red carpet and the ornate crystal chandelier emitted a warm, dim light. The air was filled with a strong smell of perfume, sweat, and an indescribable fishy odor. At this moment, they were standing in front of an enormous round bed. On the bed, someone is diligently catching up on their studies. However, the scene wasn't exactly pleasant. Lin Yaozu is short and stout with loose skin and acne scars all over his back. He looks like a terrible student. He can't solve any of the questions on the test. And the person who helped him solve the problem was Lan Shubi. She was wearing heavy makeup, her hair was disheveled, and she was impatiently urging Lin Yaozu to solve the problem quickly. Jin Yang was shocked by the scene. Zhao. He had expected it to be eye-catching, but he never imagined it would be this eye-catching. This is the woman he loved for 8 years, poured his heart and soul into, and even almost lost his life for. But now she's with another man, displaying a posture he's always fantasized about but never actually seen. Zhao. I must have been blind to have fallen for that ugly, pig-like woman. And that man was Lin Yaozu. The second young master of the Lin family, who drove a BMW, stole his fiancée and beat him into a vegetative state. The insults and pain I once felt have now transformed into anger and mockery. At this point, a virtual timer panel appears in the upper right corner. The bright red numbers began to jump. 059. 058. 057. The 1-minute countdown has begun. Jin Yang's heartbeat quickened slightly. It wasn't nervousness, it was excitement. The hunting season has begun. He cleared his throat and began speaking with great enthusiasm. Wow! Is this problem really that hard? Did you not study properly? The sound was like a thunderclap, striking the rolling waves of flesh. Who? Lin Yaozu was so frightened that he shuddered. The anxiety of not being able to solve the problem completely dissipated at this moment. He turned his head in horror. The obese body suddenly lost its balance and tumbled down in a sorry state. They frantically grabbed at the scattered clothes to cover themselves. The sound of the blue-green waves also came to an abrupt end. She suddenly opened her eyes and first saw Lin Yaozu rolling off the bed, her brows furrowing in displeasure. When I saw the tall, imposing man with a cold and stern face standing at the foot of the bed, Lan Shubi's eyes widened to their limit instantly, and her pupils contracted. The color drained from his face in an instant. It then turned a frightening pale white. Her voice trembled with fear. You, Jin Yang? What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be in a vegetative state? Chapter 13 The Amazing Gift. Lan Shubi couldn't believe that the person standing in front of her was her ex-fiancé, Jin Yang. On their wedding day, she clearly saw Lin Yaozu's bodyguard beat him until he was bleeding from the head and collapsed on the ground. I later heard that he was rushed to the hospital and became a vegetable. Even the medical expenses were raised by the orphanage. But now, how did this man, who should be lying unconscious in a hospital bed, end up here unharmed? He even looks taller and more handsome than before. How is this possible? Is it haunted? She felt a sense of dread, as if she had done something wrong. Jin Yang looked down at her disheveled appearance. A sense of pleasure swept through my heart. His tone was coldly mocking. What, are you surprised? He pulled the still somewhat dazed Xinxingxi forward a little. I heard my ex-fiancée is enjoying life here, so I came to visit her and, by the way, bring you a gift. Lan Shubi's mind was in complete chaos. Everyone knows how low the chances are for a person in a vegetative state to wake up. But not only did he wake up, he also became younger. My figure is even better than before. They even located this place precisely. This is all too bizarre. And this gift. Could he be referring to the woman in front of him? This woman was clearly well dressed and had an exceptional appearance and demeanor. She's much prettier than her. The two are on completely different levels. How could a young and beautiful woman be standing with Jin Yang, and so intimately at that? Could it be? A strange, distorted sense of pride and vanity suddenly emerged at an inopportune time. She quickly forced a haughty and pitying expression. TSK. Jin Yang, you really do love me to the core. She tossed her hair, even though it was messy and her makeup was smudged. Even though he's in a vegetative state, he still wants to wake up and come looking for me. Do you think you can make me regret it by just grabbing any woman to act in? She scoffed, her gaze sweeping over Xinxingxi with disdain. It's a pity, I no longer love you. I love Yaozu now. He's 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than you. See this hotel? See the bag and jewelry Yaozu bought for me? You could never give me these in your entire life. Get lost. I could never like you. Stop bothering me. The more she talked, the more she felt she occupied the moral and practical high ground. She guessed that Jin Yang must have woken up by sheer luck and then somehow found out that she was here. He brought along a woman he'd picked up from who knows where, intending to stage a scene to provoke her and win her back. How ridiculous. Childish. Jin Yang almost laughed in anger at her self-righteous remarks. This woman's thought process is as peculiar and selfish as ever. He was too lazy to waste any more words with her. Time was precious. He's about to start his performance. He lowered his head and kissed Xinxingxi's red lips fiercely. Xinxingxi was completely taken aback by this turn of events and stared in astonishment. But the warm touch on her lips and Jin Yang's undeniable strength softened her instantly. She quickly and obediently closed her eyes, responding awkwardly yet enthusiastically. The kiss was passionate, lingering, and full of possessiveness. Lan Shubi screamed in fright. Jin Yang, are you insane? Stop right there. You pervert. She thought that Jin Yang would at most just bring this woman in front of her to make a show of it. Unexpectedly, he passionately kissed another woman right in front of her. He used to not even have the courage to hold hands. Now, his kissing skills are so good. And the technique is so skillful. Could it be that she went to some kind of training course? After all, this kind of thing is something that only comes with practice. She had extensive experience in this area, and she was certain that this kid had practiced. And that pure and beautiful woman, she's so compliant. They didn't even struggle. No. Impossible. She was so angry that she trembled all over, and a secret jealousy even arose in her heart. But he's more stubborn than anyone else. Don't think you can provoke me like this. I don't love you anymore. No, I never loved you. There are tons of poor losers like you on the street who would want to be with you. You must have coerced or bribed this woman to make her act with you. She simply couldn't believe that a woman with such good qualities could truly love Jin Young. She was only attracted to his simply obsequious nature back then. He gave her all his money and treated her well before she reluctantly agreed to stay with him. But she never gave her heart. She felt from the bottom of her heart that he was not good enough for her. She'll always only ever be her lapdog. And this woman who was above her definitely wouldn't look down on him. She believes that all women are materialistic. A man without money is nothing. At this moment, Lin Yaozu finally managed to put on his pants in a flurry of activity. Although his legs went weak with fear, seeing that Jin Yang was alone gave him some courage back. Especially when he saw Jin Yang kissing that stunningly beautiful woman, his intense jealousy made him speak recklessly. Damn it! You're lucky I didn't kill you last time. And you still dare to act tough in front of me? Let me tell you, you're just a maggot at the bottom of society. You're only fit to kneel on the ground and lick the soles of my shoes forever. This woman is obviously acting. Her acting skills are quite good. How much for a night? But the next second, Lan Chubi and Lin Yaozu froze, their brains completely shutting down. After completing the initial hypothesis verification, Jin Yang decisively moved forward with the core argumentation. The derivation process was incredibly swift, with steps so seamless that it left a mental afterimage. That powerful logical reasoning, that solid theoretical foundation, that seemingly inexhaustible source of problem-solving inspiration. This was a world apart from Lin Yao's previous stumbling, slow, and stimulus-dependent way of thinking. Xin Xingxi's captivating voice drifted out at just the right moment. It pierced Lan Chubi's eardrums with a sharp pain. How is this possible? How could Jin Yang be so strong? That's ridiculously strong. They're stronger than humans. Compared to him, Lin Yaozu was simply a joke. No, it's not even a joke. It's just a defective product, a tadpole barely clinging to life. The arrogance and mockery on Lan Chubi's face had vanished, leaving only extreme shock and disbelief. Even a sliver of humanity's most primal desires stirred within me. Lin Yaozu was ashen-faced, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. A chill followed. Looking down, he was so shocked by the scene before him that he lost control of his bladder. A strong sense of inferiority and humiliation overwhelmed him instantly. Jin Yang felt incredibly pleased as he watched them die. But he felt it wasn't enough. He wanted them to know that Xin Xingxi was just one of his many women. He is already a high-quality man that many women are eager to marry. He's no longer the sycophant everyone could kick around. She's no longer someone a bitch like Lan Chubi could ever hope to be with. I glanced at the countdown. 0:35. There is still time. He pinched Xin Xingxi's delicate chin with one hand, turning her profile towards Lan Chubi. Xingxing, tell them, who are you to me? Xin Xingxi strained to focus her unfocused gaze, looking in the direction Jin Yang indicated. She answered haltingly in a soft, nasal voice, thick with desire. I am your concubine. Concubine? A single word struck Lan Chubi and Lin Yaozu hard on their already chaotic nerves. She's not my girlfriend. Not a lover. Not even his wife. Is she a concubine? Chapter 14, almost lost his life from being hit. What an ancient and insulting term. But the way this beautiful woman said it carried an overwhelming sense of obedience and belonging. Jin Yang sneered at Lan Chubi, and the process of argumentation and deduction became even faster. Did you hear that? She's my woman. My concubine. And she did it willingly. Lan Chubi screamed in despair, grabbed a pillow and threw it at the ground, the pillow landing softly on the carpet. Impossible. You're acting. It must be an act. You penniless wretch. Loser. With your pitiful fortune, you couldn't afford to marry a woman like this even if you spent it all. You think you can fool me with a concubine? You've been reading too many novels. Lin Yaozu finally regained some voice from the humiliation of incontinence and chimed in with a fierce but weak voice. You poor wretch. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. He took out his bank card and pointed it at Xin Xingxi. That woman, I'll pay double the price, get over here right now and serve me. Countdown, 0:20. Jin Yang's eyes turned cold. He chuckled and a thought crossed his mind. System, convert all 5.48 million into cash and bring it out. Ding. Redemption complete. The next second, Jin Yang suddenly swung his free hand into the air. Splash, 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 splash. A shower of crimson banknotes rained down from the sky. Not just a few sheets, not a stack. Instead, it's like a waterfall, like a torrential downpour. The brand new 100 yuan bills, exuding the fresh scent of ink, instantly filled the air above the entire room before fluttering down in a flurry. On the carpet, on the bed, on the sofa, on the crystal chandelier. Money is everywhere. A thick layer. The visual impact is off the charts. Jin Yang's voice was proud and imposing. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. I have 5.48 million here. In cash. Lan Shubi subconsciously reached out and caught a few banknotes that floated in front of her. It has a realistic feel and the serial number is clearly marked. It's true. So much money. She had never seen so much cash piled up together in her entire life. She was momentarily speechless. Lin Yaozu was also dumbfounded. Although he is the second young master of the Lin family, his monthly allowance is only about 1 million, and he often spends it all before the end of the month. Is this overwhelming amount of cash just being casually scattered like this? How could this poor boy from Jinyang possibly have so much money? Did they rob a bank? Lan Shubi looked at the room full of money, her heart pounding and her throat dry. 5 million, that's enough for her to buy countless designer bags. Although Lin Yaozu was rich, he wasn't particularly generous to her. Moreover, in that aspect of his life. This is completely different from what Jin Yang just showed. A thought frantically entered her mind. If she hadn't left Jin Yang back then, those 5 million would have been hers. Even the capable Jin Yang only serves her. But the intimate actions between Jin Yang and Xin Qingxi in front of her made her hysterical. She stiffened her neck, but her voice sounded weak. You must have stolen this money. It's illegal proceeds. I'm calling the police. I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail. Countdown, 0:15. Jin Yang stood tall and proud, his harsh words resounding with conviction. Lan Choubai, listen to me clearly. This money was earned legally by me. But I won't give you a single penny more. On the contrary, you have to return all the money I gave you before. 1 million, including principal and interest. I'll come back to you for it next time. If you can't come up with it, you can expect to go to jail. You despicable, selfish, materialistic, cowardly, and utterly ugly woman. Knowing you is the biggest setback of my life. Today is just the beginning. You'll regret this later. I'm going to repay you tenfold, 100-fold, for all the suffering I've endured over the past 8 years. You just wait. The words that had been pent up for so long were finally spoken. Now he only has one feeling. That's awesome. The feeling of relief is wonderful. The feeling of revenge is incomparably exhilarating. 008. In this moment of pure bliss, he decided to add fuel to the fire. He whispered to Xin Qingxi. Xingxing, just bear with it a little longer. After saying that, he solved the problem with the best answer. Xin Qingxi let out a scream and fainted. 003. Lan Shubi and Lin Yaozu were completely enraged. Lin Yaozu let out a frantic ah, and grabbed the tempered glass ashtray from the bedside table. With all his might, he slammed the hammer down hard on Jin Yang's head. You F me. Go to hell. 002. 001. Just as the ashtray was about to hit Jin Yang on the back of the head, at the critical moment. Midnight. Buzz. An invisible ripple flashed by. Jin Yang, the unconscious Xin Qingxi, and the millions of dollars in cash scattered throughout the room vanished in an instant. Clang. The heavy ashtray slammed onto the empty carpet with a dull thud, rolled a few times, and came to a stop. In the luxurious yet chaotic suite, only Lan Shubi and Lin Yaozu remained, dumbfounded. A deathly silence. A few seconds later. Ah! A ghost. Lan Shubi and Lin Yaozu's extremely shrill screams echoed in the hotel corridor. On the plane, in the staff restroom. Jin Yang held Xin Qingxi and stood steadily in place. The red countdown panel in the upper right corner disappeared quietly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have returned safely. Lan Shubi and Lin Yaozu from the original world fainted from fright after being exposed to the host. Host, you've got some impressive skills. Based on overall assessment, this return journey will earn a reward of 300,000 and a super kidney function boost. Next chance required, a total of 6 flowering or fruiting events. Currently, 3 flowering events, 0 fruiting events. May the host continue their efforts and begin their next journey home as soon as possible. Phew. That was close. I almost got hit. If you were hit hard by one of those tempered glass ashtrays, you might not survive. Fortunately, the timing was perfect. Next time I need to think of a safer and more efficient way to get revenge. I never expected to receive a reward for going back. Get revenge and make money at the same time, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Cool. However, this time travel was too short to convince them at all. Having money alone isn't enough. They also need status and power. After all, it was a world where power reigned supreme. But the original him in the other world was just a vegetable. He had no father, no mother, and no brothers or sisters. The medical expenses were all covered by money raised by the orphanage director. They were completely isolated and helpless. How can one achieve upward social mobility? Xinxingxi let out a soft moan in his arms, pulling him back to reality. Recalling how cooperative Xinxingxi had been just now, he couldn't help but lower his head and give her a deep kiss. You're awake? Her eyes were still somewhat dazed, her cheeks were flushed, and her body felt limp. She looked around, then looked up at Jin Yang and asked softly. How did I fall asleep? What just happened? Why do I feel it hurts so much down there? She indeed remembered nothing. But the sensations in the body are real. Jin Yang gently straightened her disheveled clothes. He looked at her confused yet dependent eyes and smiled. You suddenly got sleepy just now, it was so cute, I couldn't resist. Xinxingxi's face flushed red again, and she lowered her head shyly, feeling somewhat guilty at the same time. It's all my fault. I didn't serve you properly. I'm so useless. Jin Yang held her close, feeling the soft warmth of her body in his arms. No, you're amazing. Really? Recalling the terrified expressions on Lan Shubi and Lin Yaozu's faces just now, Xinxingxi's cooperation was definitely a factor. Although the time was short, the results were excellent. He could already imagine that the adulterous couple would be plunged into endless fear, suspicion, and chaos. Don't rush. Once he's accumulated enough attempts, he'll go back and have some fun with them. Now. He needs to get down to business first. To be matched with a legal wife. Chapter 15: Matching the Legal Wife. Night falls. The city of Beijing was outlined in a hazy, dreamlike manner by neon lights. It was rush hour, and the streets were very busy with traffic, causing some congestion. It took Jin Yang and Xinxingxi an hour to finally arrive at the National Marriage Center. A few lights were still dimly lit in the building, as if people were preparing to leave work. I glanced at my watch. There was still half an hour until 6 o'clock, which was plenty of time. Jin Yang took Xinxingxi's hand and pushed open the revolving glass door to go inside. The spacious hall was quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing on the polished marble floor. At the front desk, a woman in a dark gray uniform was bending down to organize documents. Hearing the door open, she muttered impatiently. Honestly, they're only arriving now, almost time to leave work. She didn't even look up, her tone curt. It's time to close for the day. Please come back tomorrow. Jin Yang didn't stop walking. He went straight to the front desk and tapped on the smooth surface. Are you rushing off to a date? Upon hearing this deep, magnetic male voice, the woman abruptly looked up. When her gaze fell on Jin Yang's face, all her dissatisfaction vanished instantly. What did she see? A face more like a sculpture than any sculpture itself. Deep-set eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a well-defined jawline. He was at least 1.8 meters tall and was wearing a simple white shirt and black trousers. But it couldn't hide the muscle lines beneath the fabric. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long, straight legs. He exudes a strong aura of masculinity. A long-lost feeling. It's as if she smelled that scent before. And the woman standing next to him. Even though she looked a little tired, her outstanding appearance, cool temperament, and beautiful figure under her well-fitting clothes still stood out. She is clearly a very high-quality woman. This woman was so meekly nestled against this man. His eyes were still full of dependence and admiration. As a woman herself, she knew that this was the look she gave to someone she truly liked. She has never been attracted to any man in her entire life. She worked at the Marriage Registration Center for 3 years, handling countless men's matching files and meeting all sorts of men. There are those from wealthy families but overweight, those with delicate features but frail health, and those with exceptional intelligence but not very practical skills. She always thought that the so-called high-quality men were only relative and would always have some kind of flaw. In fact, most women in this world are the same. Marrying is merely a way to gain social recognition and preferential treatment. She doesn't really like men who are full of flaws. But the man in front of me, completely different. His handsomeness is striking, with a wild and powerful quality. They are far superior to those so-called high-quality men. His physique completely overturned her perception. She had never seen a man's physique that so perfectly combined strength and beauty, as if every muscle contained explosive energy. The simple act of tapping the table was enough to captivate her. Most importantly, he already has a woman of that caliber by his side. He also needs to be matched with a legal wife. That woman was just a concubine. What does this tell us? This shows that he has no shortage of high-quality women pursuing him. In a world where there are far more women than men, and women are engaged in intense competition to the extreme, the value of this kind of man is simply immeasurable. She quickly stood up from behind her workstation, placed her hands together in front of her, bowed slightly, and spoke in a tone so gentle it was almost tender. "Hello, sir. Welcome to the National Marriage Center. I am Li Zilai, a staff member, and it is my pleasure to serve you." As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Jean Yang. "The more I look at it, the more I like it. The more I look at it, the drier my mouth feels. If you could catch the eye of a man like that, even if it was just to be a concubine, even if it was just a one-night stand." She suppressed the turbulent thoughts in her heart and tried her best to maintain a professional attitude, but the light in her eyes could not be hidden. "Sir, please have a seat here. Let me explain the process to you in detail." She led Jean Yang and Xingxingxi to the VIP reception area next door, then jogged over to pour some warm water, knelt at Jean Yang's feet, and offered it with both hands. "Sir, please have some water. Miss, please have some water." Their attitude was as respectful as if they were serving an ancient emperor. Jean Yang took the water glass and nodded slightly. "Thank you. I need to complete the matching process as soon as possible." Okay, no problem." Li Zilai nodded repeatedly and quickly returned to his workstation to operate the computer. "May I ask your name, sir?" "Jean Yang." "Yes, Mr. Jean Yang." Li Zilai entered her name into the system, and when she saw the basic information that popped up on the screen, she couldn't help but gasp. Jean Yang, 18 years old, an orphan, the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, has been admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities. Physical fitness assessment, S+ suspected abnormality, detailed testing required. Potential rating, SSS highest level. Special note, this property is a national-level protected site and has been allocated the right to reside in a detached villa in Beijing. Every message felt like a heavy hammer blow to Li Zilai's heart. No family ties, no need to deal with mother-in-law daughter-in-law relationships. They possess top-tier intelligence and a bright future. Body type S+? She had been working for 3 years and had never seen this rating before. Grade A is extremely rare. The SSS potential rating is a legendary level. No wonder the country has long regarded his genes as one of its most important strategic resources. Li Zilai's hands trembled slightly, and her heart was pounding so fast it felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, but her voice still carried an undisguised excitement. "Mr. Jean Yang, I have retrieved your information. Next, you will need to undergo a series of physical examinations and sample collection so that the national system can match you with the most suitable candidate for a legal wife. Are you available now?" Jean Yang put down his water glass. "Can. Okay, please come with me to the medical examination room." Li Zilai led the two through the hall and into the inner corridor. Her gaze kept drifting toward Xingxingxi, filled with inquiry and a hint of barely perceptible envy. "And this young lady is?" Jean Yang's answer was simple and direct. "Xingxingxi, my woman." Xingxingxi blushed and tightened her grip on Jean Yang's arm. Li Zilai's eyes darkened. Really? How could such a high-quality man not have women around him? But she quickly rallied. She was just a concubine, not the legal wife. As long as Jean Yang has a principal wife, it is legal for him to take as many concubines as he wants. With the abilities of his body, taking on 10 or 8 wouldn't be a problem. She still has a chance. The examination room was spacious and bright, with various instruments flashing cold light. Mr. Jin Yang, we need to collect your blood sample and measure your height, weight, body measurements, vision, hearing, and other basic data. Finally, Li Zilai paused, a blush rising to her cheeks, and lowered her voice. We also need to collect your sperm sample for motility and quality analysis. After she finished speaking, she secretly glanced at Jin Yang. Jin Yang remained calm. This is just a normal premarital medical checkup item, what's there to be ashamed of? When he worked as a food delivery driver, he climbed stairs every day and would exercise on the fitness equipment in the park whenever he had time. He was in very good health. Get it done, quick and easy. Okay, sir, let me draw your blood first. Li Zilai put on sterile gloves and skillfully took out the blood collection needle. Her fingers inadvertently touched Jin Yang's arm skin. The warm, firm touch made her fingertips tremble, and she accidentally pricked the wrong spot. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me and don't punish me. She immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Jin Yang frowned slightly as he looked at the small, bleeding wound. This woman, Asakusa. Chapter 16, The medical examination data is astounding. The division of labor in this world is quite strange. The civil servants who match people up for marriage even have the skill of drawing blood. It doesn't look very professional. However, considering Li Zilai's sincere apology, we might as well give her another chance. Calm down, make sure you're aiming correctly before you stab. Li Zilai never expected that the man in front of her was not only handsome, but also broad-minded. It's just too charming. But now is not the time to be infatuated, she needs to be professional. Finally, the blood draw was successfully completed. Next comes the basic measurements. Height, 185 centimeters. Li Zilai's hand trembled again as she took the record. This height was practically perfect for a man. Since the virus spread rampantly throughout the world, all men have not only become weaker, but their height has also gradually decreased. The average is only around 160. At 185 centimeters tall, he looks like a giant. Weight, 82 kilograms. Very healthy, definitely not just bloated. Other data made Li Zilai blush with embarrassment. Bust 110 centimeters, waist 78 centimeters, hip 36 centimeters, body fat percentage 14%. Every single statistic is unbelievably perfect, forming a standard inverted triangle shape, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and full, firm muscles. Xinxingxi, who was waiting quietly to the side, couldn't help but sigh. This man is perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And this perfect body has already had intimate contact with her. I have no regrets in this life. She vowed to protect him with her life. The inspection continues. Visual acuity, 5.0 in both eyes. Hearing, normal. Then a series of checks were carried out. In every single metric, the data far exceeded the standard values for normal men, and even surpassed the excellent levels for women. Looking at the astonishing data on the record sheet, Li Zilai felt his worldview being shattered and then reshaped. The person in front of me. Is he really a man? They must be the world's strongest special forces soldiers. That's terrifying. That's incredibly powerful. She struggled to suppress her shock and continued to complete the last and most private step, sperm sample collection. Li Zilai's face was already flushed, but she tried her best to maintain a professional tone. Mr. Jin Yang, the sample collection room is over here. You can operate it yourself, and if you need assistance, I can. Her voice grew softer and softer, and she lowered her head. The implication is clear enough. Perhaps it was already an explicit indication. Upon hearing this, Xinxingxi immediately raised her head. Although her body was still a little sore, she spoke eagerly. I can help you, Jin Yang. Although she could tolerate other women getting close to Jin Yang. But she still wanted to serve him as much as possible. Jin Yang patted Xinxingxi's hand to comfort her. You're tired. Go to the lounge next door and wait for me. Call Man and the others to let them know you're safe. Xinxingxi wanted to say something, but seeing Jin Yang's unquestionable gaze, she could only obediently nod and go to the lounge next door. Seeing this, Li Zilai felt slightly disappointed. If even the women around him can't touch him freely, then she has even less right. But at least, I managed to get some time alone. The data collection room was small and simply furnished. A comfortable sofa and a small refrigerator. The walls were also thoughtfully decorated with entertainment videos. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Li Zilai mustered his courage, raised his head, and looked directly into Jean Yang's eyes. Her eyes were filled with longing, humility, and a hint of desperate resolve. "Mr. Jean Yang, I know I am not good enough for you. I am of average appearance and have an ordinary position, but I really want to do something for you. I promise I will be very professional and careful." As she spoke, her fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her clothes. In a world where men are extremely scarce, she must seize every possible opportunity. Although she works a job that allows her to come into contact with many men, seemingly giving her an advantage, in reality, no man has ever accepted her. After all, the men who come here are all waiting for the state to match them with wives. He doesn't care about other women at all. Over time, Li Zilai lost hope and stopped actively seeking out men. But today, she encountered someone special. This reignited the fire of desire within her. Jean Yang looked at the blushing woman in front of him. She was about 24 or 25 years old, with delicate features. She wasn't stunning, but she was pleasing to the eye. Her figure, though encased in uniform, was quite well endowed, and it was undulating slightly with nervousness. He didn't dislike her straightforwardness. That's how the world works, the brave get to enjoy men first. It takes courage for her to even speak out. However, he no longer finds such relatively ordinary women appealing. He asked, "Your name is Li Zilai?" Li Zilai nodded quickly. "Ah. Yes, yes." Jean Yang raised an eyebrow. "That's an interesting name. Did your mother really want a son?" Li Zilai gave a bitter smile, his eyes dimming slightly. "Yes. My mom did IVF 3 times, and she had daughters every time. Our family is quite wealthy. My mother is a businesswoman. But she felt that no matter how much money a girl earns, it's not as important as marrying a good man. So, she forced my eldest sister to become a university teacher, my second sister to become a social worker, and I came here, all to increase my chances of meeting high-quality men." She paused, as if she had made a great decision, and continued. "Mr. Jean Yang, I know I am not good enough for you. But my eldest sister is very outstanding. She is a professor at a top university in Beijing and often travels all over the country to provide tutoring. She's very beautiful, has a great figure, and a gentle personality. She's definitely a good match for you. If you'd like, I can arrange for you to meet." Although she was not good enough for Jean Yang, she absolutely could not let such a good man end up with someone else. Jean Yang's heart stirred. "A university teacher in Beijing? Do you frequently travel to other places to provide tutoring?" He recalled his high school tutor, who was sent by the government and seemed to be a teacher at a university in Beijing. She was a woman of excellent figure and demeanor. At the time, he was extremely misogynistic and didn't pay attention to which school the woman went to, or even remember her name. Could they be the same person? If so, that seems interesting. So he agreed. "Okay, we can meet sometime." Li Zilai's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had received a great blessing. "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jean Yang. My older sister will be so happy to hear this." Jean Yang pointed to the data collector. "Now, help me." Li Zilai's eyes widened as if he had heard some earth-shattering news. He actually agreed. He was indeed unlike any other man she had ever met. Powerful, confident, yet not arrogant, and possessing an indescribable charm. "Ah, okay. I'll get right to you." Li Zilai was overjoyed. She turned around and carefully and quickly put on her gloves. Then he turned around and carefully knelt down. About 20 minutes later, Li Zilai came out with a sealed sample container. Her makeup was smudged, and her hair and uniform were a little messy. "Mr. Jean Yang, all data and samples have been collected. I will submit them to the National Matching System Center immediately. Most of the matching results will be available within 3 to 7 business days, at which time you will be notified to make your final selection." Jean Yang nodded. "New." Li Zilai followed closely behind until he escorted Jean Yang to the door of the lounge where Xinxingxi was waiting. Xinxingxi had finished her phone call. When she saw Jean Yang come out, she immediately went up and took his arm. Li Zilai tactfully stopped and bowed deeply. "Mr. Jean Yang, miss, please take your time." Watching Jean Yang and Xinxingxi walk away hand in hand, Li Zilai remained motionless for a long time. She didn't return to her workstation until the two figures had completely disappeared behind the revolving door. At this point, the higher-ups returned the medical examination report. Upon closer inspection, Li Zilai was so frightened that she fell to the ground. "That's impossible. Chapter 17 5 Female Thugs. Looking at Jean Yang's near-perfect medical examination report on the computer screen, especially the last item. His probability of being a Y chromosome is a staggering 60%. What does this mean? In other words, there is a very high chance that the child he has will be a boy. To put it more simply, 6 out of 10 are sons. This goes beyond just being described as high quality. This is a treasure. The nation know, it is the treasure that women all over the world dream of. She took out her phone, found a number saved as Big Sister, and quickly typed a message. Sis, I've met a gem of a man. Your happiness is about to begin. Send. But she suddenly realized she was celebrating too soon. Because the people above her knew the medical examination results before she did. Tonight, many people are destined to have trouble sleeping. Li Zilai decided to strike first. We cannot allow others to seize the initiative. The sun had already set when we came out of the marriage ceremony center. The evening breeze in Beijing carried a hint of early autumn coolness. Because the villa allocated by the state is not far away, they decided to walk over there, which would be a good opportunity for a stroll. Jean Yang then took Xinxi's hand. The streetlights cast a dim, yellowish glow, stretching their shadows long. Holding hands was something he had always wanted to try. Ironically, despite having been in an 8-year relationship, he had never actually held a woman's hand. We've never gone on dates and walks like this before. Zhao. These past 8 years have been wasted by that dog. It's really not worth it. Fortunately, fate gave him a chance to change his fate and gifted him several beautiful women. For example, there's Xinxi, a campus beauty standing next to me. Her well-behaved nature always makes people want to cherish her. He asked with concern. Are you tired? Xinxi shook her head, her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses shining brightly in the night. I'm not tired. I'm just a little hungry. As she spoke, her stomach growled at just the right moment, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Jean Yang chuckled and ruffled her hair. When we get to the villa, see what's in the refrigerator, and I'll make you something to eat. Xinxi looked up in surprise. Wow! Jean Yang, you're amazing. You can even cook? Jean Yang paused, recalling how he had taken cooking classes to appease Lan Shubi back then. A cold smile appeared on his lips, followed by a nonchalant reply. I learned some things to make a living. Xinxi was somewhat confused. Because she knew that Jean Yang had been taken care of by the villagers in turns since he was a child, and he didn't need to cook at all. Everyone was eager to give him the best, afraid that he would dislike it. So what exactly did he mean by for the sake of making a living? However, even if he can cook, we shouldn't let him do it. As a concubine, she would certainly fulfill her duties and take care of her husband's daily life. Jean Yang, I'll take care of all the housework from now on. You just need to do your own thing. I want to be a proper concubine. As she spoke, her face gradually turned red again. She really is a shy girl. Jean Yang was incredibly pleased. He actually hates doing housework the most. Isn't it better to lie down and watch videos, work out, or play games? Since someone offered to take on the contract, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Xinxi is truly a virtuous wife and loving mother. Xinxi was so pleased with the praise that she tiptoed and twirled around. This is the kind of praise women crave most. Just then, a quarrel broke out at the alleyway ahead. Interspersed with the sounds of women's shark shouts and shoving. Jean Yang frowned slightly, but did not stop walking. He's not one to meddle in other people's business. Especially in this world where there are more women than men and the rules are upside down, he prefers to observe first. The two drew closer. Deep in the alley, 5 tall and fit women cornered a petite woman against the wall. The dim streetlights flickered, creating an eerie atmosphere. 5 female thugs, all with wheat-colored skin. It's clearly the result of long-term outdoor sports or training. His skin glowed with a healthy sheen under the light, and his muscle lines were smooth and not exaggerated, exuding a supple yet powerful presence. They were all wearing tight-fitting sports vests and cargo pants, with heavy Doc Martens on their feet. Their hair is dyed in all sorts of outrageous colors. Fluorescent powder, electric blue, bright purple, rose gold, and blood rose red. They all had dreadlocks. Each of them wore an arrogant expression, with fierce eyes and a cigarette dangling from their lips. Despite their rebellious style, it's undeniable that they all have beautiful features. It's a kind of beauty that's wild and aggressive. He has a high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, and thin lips that, when pressed tightly together, exude a roguish charm. Her figure is simply amazing. Long-term training has given them broad and firm shoulders and backs, well-defined arm lines, and flat and powerful waists and abdomens. Beneath the tight vest, her full curves rose and fell violently with her excited breathing. It's not the soft, muscular kind, but rather a healthy, strong, and resilient kind. Her legs are long and straight, and even cargo pants can't hide their smooth silhouette. The girl surrounded by them was a completely different type. She looked to be 18 or 19 years old, wearing a simple white shirt and beige long skirt, with a light brown knitted cardigan over it. Her long, soft hair cascaded over her shoulders, with slightly curled ends. She has a small, delicate face and fair skin. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with fear and helplessness, and a few tears clung to her wet eyelashes. Her nose was delicate, and her lips were a pale pink, trembling slightly at the moment. She huddled in the corner, like a little white rabbit that had wandered into a pack of wolves. Her voice was choked with sobs. I really didn't steal from Aja. The pink-haired thug at the head of the group suddenly threw his cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it out with his boot. He stepped forward and poked the girl's shoulder with his finger. His tone was fierce. Fart. Ja hasn't he been answering our calls lately? Yesterday we went to see him, and he actually said he couldn't stand the five of us. He said we made him feel suffocated. The blue-haired thug next to him added with a sneer. He also said that he likes gentle and quiet girls, like you. Bailu, are you trying to monopolize Aja just because you and Aju are childhood sweethearts and you're good-looking? Let me tell you, men are born to be shared by women. You want to have them all to yourself? Dream on. The purple-haired thug scratched his head in frustration. That kid Ja, the five of us take turns spending time with him, supporting him, buying him luxury goods, and backing him up when he gets into trouble, and he actually dares to complain that we're a nuisance? If he weren't relatively obedient, I would have kicked him out long ago. The girl named Bailu shook her head frantically. No. Ja came to me on his own initiative. I'm not dating him. He said he was fed up with dealing with 5 people at the same time, he was tired, and he wanted a normal relationship. He also said that you don't love him at all, you just treat him as a toy, a trophy to show off. She became increasingly bold in her speech, even shouting out loud. It seems this little white rabbit isn't so easy to bully. The pink-haired thug flew into a rage and slapped her across the face. Snap. Shut up. The crisp sound of a slap was particularly jarring in the alley. Jean Yang felt annoyed by the women's screams. It seems there are abnormal women in this world too. His understanding of the world is still superficial. Chapter 18 now, who is the toy? 5 clear finger marks instantly appeared on Bailu's cheek. She was knocked to the side, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. The little white rabbit's eyes became bloodshot. The pink-haired thug grabbed Bailu by the collar, easily lifted her up, and slammed her against the wall as if he wanted to devour her. Women who have trained are much stronger than ordinary women. Bailu was no match for the thugs. The pink-haired thug spat and demanded an answer in a stern voice. Toys? Loot? Don't you even consider whether he's good enough for her? What right does a weak, sickly man with a disability in his right leg have to sit on equal footing with us? We provide him with food and clothing, and protect him from being harassed by other women. Shouldn't he serve us well in return? Bailu, let me tell you, men are just weaklings. They're just appendages controlled by women. They don't understand what love is at all. As long as you give them a little sweetness and a sense of security, they'll wag their tails and follow you around. You want to monopolize it? Fine, then you'd better have the ability to do so. As she spoke, she slapped him again. The thugs around them sneered, their eyes filled with contempt and mockery towards men. That look of disdain. An insulting tone. A condescending attitude. How familiar it is. Jean Yang stood in the shadows at the alley entrance, watching this scene, and couldn't help but clench his fists. I wasn't angry. It's a chill. It turns out that no matter which world you're in, no matter how reversed the male-to-female ratio is, there is always a group of people like this. They take it for granted that the other gender will be objectified, belittled, and instrumentalized. In the original world, a gold-digging woman like Lan Shubi would take his sacrifices for granted and trample his dignity into the ground. In this world, these female hooligans treat men as playthings, accessories, and things that can be fought over and discarded at will. They talk about protection, but it's really just possessiveness and a desire for control. They have no idea what respect is. They don't even understand what love is. Jean Yang's body began to tremble slightly. He's determined to handle this matter today. For no other reason than for the person I used to be. Xinxingxi noticed the change in his emotions and gripped his hand tightly with concern. Jean Yang, are you all right? Jean Yang gritted his teeth, led Xinxingxi to a safe place, and whispered. Wait for me here, don't come any closer. Before Xinxingxi could stop him, he walked towards the group of people. Just then, the pink-haired thug's slap was about to land again. Stop! Jean Yang's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly into the alley. He emerged from the shadows, the dim streetlights illuminating his angular face and tall, upright figure. The 5 female thugs turned their heads at the same time. When they saw who it was, they were all stunned. The next second, various frivolous whistles and mocking laughter rang out. Hey! Where did this handsome young man come from? The pink-haired thug released by Lu crossed his arms and looked Jean Yang up and down. His gaze was like that of someone evaluating a product. That face, TSK, much more attractive than Aja's. The blue-haired thug licked his lips, his gaze roaming brazenly over Jean Yang's body. That physique, my god, I've never seen such a muscular man. Is it real? Did he wear padding? The purple-haired thug walked over and reached out to touch Jean Yang. Let my older sister check if it's the real deal. Jean Yang stepped aside, his eyes turning cold. He cursed inwardly. Jiao! So this is what it feels like to be harassed. It's disgusting. I have to teach them a lesson today. Try touching her again? I guarantee you won't see the sun rise tomorrow. The thugs burst into laughter as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. They instantly lost interest in Bai Lu and instead found Jean Yang quite interesting. No man has ever dared to talk to them like that. Ha! Young man, are you threatening us? The pink-haired thug walked up to Jean Yang. She was nearly 1.8 meters tall and wearing Martin boots, so she was almost eye to eye with Jean Yang. She reached out to pinch Jean Yang's chin, but Jean Yang dodged her again. She wasn't annoyed instead, her smile became even more amused. She's quite stubborn. The older women like you just the way you are. Men can be a little weak, as long as they are obedient. Look at you, so pretty, why bother with other people's business? Why don't you play with the older sisters? As she spoke, she gave a wink to the people next to her. The other 4 thugs immediately surrounded Jean Yang, trapping him in the middle. The blue-haired thug said with a grin. That's right, handsome young man. Look at the 5 of us. We're all got great figures, good looks, and strength. If you come with us, we guarantee you won't be bullied by anyone. The blonde thug chimed in. You're so handsome, lots of women must want to possess you, right? Don't be afraid, we sisters will protect you. Men are supposed to be protected by women, aren't they? All you have to do is make the older women happy in bed, and you can have anything you want. The purple-haired thug was getting impatient and reached out to grab Jean Yang's arm. Why waste words with him? Take him back and discipline him slowly. With such delicate skin, you can tell she hasn't been with many women. Tonight, I'll show you what real serving means. Her hand hadn't even touched Jean Yang yet. Bang! A muffled thud. Jean Yang's fist slammed hard into the purple-haired thug's stomach. Ugh! The purple-haired thug screamed and curled up like a shrimp. He staggered back several steps, bumped into the wall, and curled up in pain, clutching his stomach. The alley fell silent instantly. The remaining 4 thugs stared dumbfounded at Jean Yang, then at their companion who had collapsed in agony. Jean Yang retorted sharply. I'll teach you a lesson right now. I'll teach you a lesson with my fists. He has martial arts skills provided by the system, although he's only at the beginner level, it's more than enough to deal with these women. The pink-haired thug was the first to react and flew into a rage. Damn it! You're so shameless. You even dare to lay a hand on me? Do you know what this girl does? This girl practices Sanda Chinese kickboxing. You're in for a world of trouble today. You think you're so tough? Don't come crying to your mom later. Sisters, beat him up. I'll take responsibility if he dies. 4 female thugs pounced on him at the same time. Their movements were swift and ruthless, they were clearly trained. The fist whistled through the air, striking Jean Yang's face, throat, eyes, and other vital points. If it were an ordinary man, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand even one punch. But Jin Yang just looked at them coldly. With the skill enhancement, the opponent's movements appear very slow to him, and their weaknesses become clearly visible. He sidestepped the pink-haired thug's straight punch. He used his left hand to block the blue-haired thug's whip kick. Take the opportunity to deliver a knee strike to the red-haired thug. He raised his hand and delivered a hard elbow strike to the blonde thug's ribs. Click. A slight cracking sound. The blonde thug screamed and fell to the ground. It's not over yet. Jin Yang ducked to avoid the pink-haired thug's sweeping leg, and then followed up with a low sweep. Bang! The pink-haired thug lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Jin Yang did not stop. Then he gave the blue-haired thug a whip punch. Boom! The blue-haired thug was thrown out and crashed into a trash can. Each strike hits a vital spot precisely, yet the force is controlled to avoid being fatal. Less than a minute. The arrogant and domineering female thugs who were just moments ago were now all lying on the ground. Some were groaning while clutching their stomachs, some were curled up with their heads in their hands, and some lay on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. Jin Yang dusted off his hands and uttered a casual remark. Now, who is the toy? Chapter 19, 5 Beautiful Female Bodyguards. Their gazes toward Jin Yang changed instantly. It was filled with horror, fear, and disbelief. A man. How could someone be so strong? His strength is so great. He's so fast. His skills are so exquisite. It completely overturned all their perceptions of men. It turns out that not all men in this world are weaklings. There are godlike beings who are 10 or 100 times stronger than them. Jin Yang approached them, stepping on each person's wrist as he passed by, his voice icy. Are men weaklings? Are men just appendages to be played with by women? Does a man only need to work hard to make a woman happy in bed? With each question he asked, he increased the pressure on his feet. The 5 female thugs were in so much pain that they were sweating profusely, but they dared not make a sound anymore. They realized they were no match for this man. The pink-haired thug led the way in begging for mercy. We're sorry, brother. We were wrong. We looked down on you. Please spare us. We'll never do it again. The others also scrambled to their feet, knelt down, and begged for mercy, their earlier arrogance completely gone. Indeed, truth lies within the range of cannon fire. You won't know who's right until you beat them up. Jin Yang's dissatisfaction lessened slightly as he watched them beg for mercy. However, he had some doubts. These women, or rather, young girls, were at most 18 or 19 years old, still in school. With such a good figure and looks, and good skills, how did she end up as a street thug bullying others? You all need to state your names. Which school are you from? He asked. They all started signing up. The pink-haired girl is named Qin Yun, she is 20 years old, and she is the eldest among them. The one with purple hair is named Ling Shuang, 19 years old, the older twin sister. The blue-haired one is named Ling Shui, 19 years old, and is the twin sister. The blonde girl's name is Yi Ling, and she is 18 years old. The red-haired girl is named Gu Wancheng, and she is 18 years old. But none of them were in school. Jin Yang pressed for an answer. Why don't you go to school? Qin Yun lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. We used to be on the provincial Sanda team. Last year, a new cheerleader joined the team. His name is Suja. He is quite handsome and has a gentle personality. All 5 of us like him. In order to pursue him, we stopped training properly and spent all our time revolving around him. Later, they even got into a fight on the training field over who would go on a date with him. The coach fired us. Her voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. We're not very educated, and we don't know anything except Sanda Chinese kickboxing. After being fired, I couldn't find a proper job, so I could only hang out on the streets, collect protection money, and occasionally settle disputes for others. We heard today that Suja has been getting close to this girl, so we wanted to give her a warning. Jin Yang was speechless after hearing this. Love struck. A love-struck person even zombies wouldn't eat. There are 5 here. For a man, she lost her future, her job, and became a street thug. Sad. Ridiculous. But, it's also a bit pitiful. He remembered himself from the original world. Because he didn't study hard, he went to work in a factory as a screwdriver after graduating from junior college. Later, the factory went bankrupt, and he couldn't even get screws made anymore, so he had to work as a food delivery driver. They work under the scorching sun every day, have to be subservient to others, and bow and scrape for a few dollars in delivery fees. He gave all the money he worked so hard to earn to his so-called girlfriend. In the end, it was all for nothing. If he hadn't traveled through time, his life might have ended like this. He looked down and carefully examined the 5 girls. Although their outfits are exaggerated, they all have good natural features. His wheat-colored skin is firm and healthy, and his muscle lines are smooth and powerful. It's not the kind of thinness achieved through starvation, but a healthy and vibrant physique. Her features are beautiful, and she exudes a wild vitality. Most importantly, they are indeed talented in martial arts. Those few moves just now, if it weren't for him having a system, an ordinary woman wouldn't have been able to get close to him at all. What a waste. That's such a waste. According to the rules of this world, strong women are usually selected by the country to become soldiers or professional athletes. They were then sent to protect men in need of protection, to safeguard the country's scarce male resources. The policy is good, but it hasn't been implemented well. Currently, women's behavior is still mainly constrained by their morality. They are instilled with the idea of protecting men through school education, family education, and government lectures. However, it's inevitable to encounter people like Qin Yun who haven't received much education and who belittle men. They are often the real culprits behind the elimination of men. Moreover, people with bad records like them, no matter how strong they are, will not be given important positions. But the reason they made mistakes was because they had not received a good education. A closed loop has been formed. After giving them a lecture, I found that they are good children who know their mistakes and can correct them. Moreover, he is still young and has a lot of potential to be explored. If you can't get a government job, then get a private job. After traveling back to his original world last time, Jin Yang made up his mind to transcend social classes. To transcend social classes, one needs not only money, but also power. Where does this power come from? Either go into business or go into politics. He wasn't very interested in politics. Going into business is definitely worth a try. He happened to meet some talented people today, and suddenly he had an idea to start a business. Start a bodyguard company to protect vulnerable men. Jin Yang remained silent for a moment before speaking. From today onwards, you will follow me. The 5 thugs looked up at the same time, staring at him blankly. I will set up a bodyguard company, and you can join us and receive training. On the condition that you must listen to me from now on. I will no longer be a street thug, no longer bully the weak, and no longer treat men as playthings. And also, dye that hideous hair back to black. Is it possible? The 5 girls stood there, stunned, unable to react for a long time. They never expected that the stern-faced man in front of them would be so magnanimous. Not only did they let them go, they also gave them jobs. This is my benefactor. A few seconds later, Qin Yun was the first to count out 3 times with a loud bang bang bang. Yes. I can. Big brother. No, boss. From now on, you are our leader. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. The other 4 also count out excitedly. Thank you for taking me in, boss. We will definitely change our ways. Boss, you're amazing. Please teach me. You are my god. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. Jin Yang nodded. Get up. From now on, you will be my personal bodyguards. Wait for me here tomorrow morning. He gave the address of the villa. The 5 girls quickly wrote it down, thanked each other profusely, and then helped each other up, limping away. In the alley, only Jin Yang, Xinxingxi, and Bai Lu, the girl who had been bullied, remained. Bai Lu was completely stunned. She huddled in the corner, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, tears still wet on her face, yet she had forgotten to cry. She looked at Jin Yang, her eyes shifting from fear to surprise, and finally to deep admiration and adoration. Thank you so much for saving me. She spoke softly, her voice still trembling. Jin Yang glanced at her. Go home early if you have nothing else to do. After saying that, he took Xinxingxi's hand and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Bai Lu mustered her courage and called out to him. Are you Jin Yang? Jin Yang paused in his steps. What, another infatuated girl has come knocking? Chapter 20 Luxury Villas. Bai Lu blushed, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers. I am a freshman at Tsinghua and Peking universities. My name is Bai Lu. I have seen your photo on the honor roll. You are this year's top scorer in the country, Jin Yang. I have always admired you. Her voice grew softer and softer, and her head drooped lower and lower. Even in the dim light, her flushed face was still undeniable. Jean Yang raised an eyebrow. Turns out they're alumni, or even fans. He. This has nothing to do with him, since it was the original owner of this body who took the college entrance exam, not him, a slacker who couldn't even get into university. He was still worried about how to get into the school. Although he has all of the original owner's memories. But it's still quite difficult for him, given his poor academic performance, to study. However, that is, after all, Tsinghua and Peking University, where the best students in the country are gathered. There might be many other academically gifted and beautiful girls like Xinqingxi and Bai Lu. That's something he's really looking forward to. Imagine that after he gets to school, he's surrounded by goddess-level beauties, all meek and submissive, willingly serving him. He can choose whichever one he likes. This feeling. What's the difference between this and being an emperor? He nodded. I am indeed from Jean Yang. However, it is getting late, you should go back now and be careful. Bai Lu was extremely satisfied after receiving confirmation. He immediately knelt on the ground to show his respect. That's wonderful. He really is Jean Yang's male god. Bai Lu will do her best to serve you from now on. Even if you wanted the stars in the sky, Bai Lu would take a rocket to pluck them for you. If you want Bai Lu to repay you with her body, Bai Lu can do it right now. Jean Yang's lips twitched, somewhat speechless. There are truly devoted women everywhere in this world. Pick up the stars sounds like something a bad girl would say. I don't know where she learned that. Offering yourself in return would be nice, but not now. It wasn't because she wasn't pretty enough, it was because she was just too hungry. I haven't eaten anything since I got off the plane. Having just used up so much energy, even the strongest body can't withstand it. He made a mental note of Bai Lu. It wouldn't be too late to develop a closer relationship with her later. He didn't reply, nodded, and pulled Xinqingxi away. Bai Lu stood there, watching Jean Yang's figure grow smaller and smaller as he walked further and further away. She gradually became obsessed with it. Jean Yang. Not only is he good at studying and handsome, but he's also so righteous. And such a broad mind. How wonderful it would be to be his woman. Just like the beautiful girl next to him, her happy appearance made her extremely envious. She decided to try her best to repay him. Based on the address provided by the government, Jean Yang and Xinqingxi arrived at a high-end villa area near Xishan in Beijing. The environment here is tranquil and the security is tight. Each villa occupies a large area and has its own garden and garage. The villa allocated to Jean Yang by the state is the one in the best location. 3 stories high, with a modern minimalist style. The entire building is white, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows that let in warm light from the interior. Unlocking the door with a fingerprint activates the motion sensor lights, illuminating the spacious living room. The space, with a ceiling height of nearly 6 meters, is adorned with an artistic crystal chandelier. The sofa set is imported from Italy, and a huge silver arowana swims in a wall-mounted built-in aquarium. The open kitchen is fully equipped with all kinds of top-notch kitchen utensils, and the refrigerator is filled with a wide variety of ingredients. A spiral staircase leads upstairs, covered with soft, thick carpet. Xinqingxi was somewhat stunned. What a big and beautiful villa. Although I knew that Jean Yang was a protected site that the country valued, I did not expect to receive such generous treatment. Jean Yang, on the other hand, remained quite calm. Moreover, he was certain that the country would only treat him better and better in the future. Although he didn't know the results of his medical examination yet, he knew he was stronger than any other man in the world. Such a special entity will not only attract the attention of the country, but will also be targeted by some people with ulterior motives. At best, they'll drain him dry. At worst, they'll slice him up for study. He must protect his personal safety. The sooner the plan to establish a bodyguard company is implemented, the better. He walked to the center of the living room and looked around. The villa was clearly meticulously decorated, with a simple yet grand style and complete facilities. There's even a private gym and a large indoor heated swimming pool. Jean Yang put his arm around Xinqingxi's waist. From now on, this will be our home in Beijing. Xinqingxi leaned against him, enjoying the luxurious feeling and the warmth emanating from the man beside her. Jean Yang, you're so kind, I really like you so much. Jean Yang was overjoyed to hear this sweet and coquettish confession. He had only ever heard other people's girlfriends flirt and confess their love to their boyfriends. He was so envious back then. Lan Shubi never said she liked him. He has always been the one who expresses his true feelings without any reservations. Since coming into this world, I've heard countless declarations of love every day. Shy, straightforward, subtle. There are all kinds. The women who said these things were all goddess-level figures. He finally understood how wonderful it felt for an emperor to have 3,000 beauties in his harem. However, he currently only has 3 concubines, which is still a long way from having 3,000 beauties. If only he could bring all his women to this palatial villa, and choose a different wife each day to eat, exercise, play games, and solve problems together. He. It's so exciting to even imagine. It seems he'll gradually bring all his wives over here. By the way, how is Man doing? He asked. Xinxingxi got up to prepare to cook, and replied. Man said that her transfer procedures are already underway and she will be able to come over as early as next week. Jin Yang nodded, his expression somewhat displeased. It will take a week. Is Xinxingxi the only woman this week? No, he needs to bloom 3 more times as soon as possible so he can go back and take revenge. Before that, he had to start his own business. While Xinxingxi was busy in the kitchen, Jin Yang walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. I took out my phone, and there were very few contacts in the list. One of the numbers, labeled Assistant Chen Tingting, was set by the original owner to reject all calls. Jin Yang raised an eyebrow, tapped his finger, and dialed the number. The other party answered immediately. Young Master Jin Yang? The woman's voice coming through the receiver was clear and crisp, yet tinged with disbelief. Her voice was like the gentle clinking of fine porcelain, or like a mountain stream dripping onto jade. It's so pleasant to the ear that just hearing the voice makes you imagine a capable and elegant career woman. But at this moment, the voice was filled with excitement, and even choked with emotion. Is that you, young Master Jin Yang? Did you really call me first? Am I dreaming? Don't you hate me the most? A barrage of questions came in quick succession, revealing both caution and ecstasy. Jin Yang sighed in exasperation and began to retrieve his memories of this assistant. After reading the memories, the corners of his mouth slowly turned up. This is the capable assistant he's been looking for. Chapter 21 Mixed Race Elite Assistant. The woman on the phone was named Chen Tingting, 24 years old, of mixed Chinese and Russian descent. Her mother was a Russian diplomat, and her father was a top lawyer in China. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and possesses exceptional intelligence. Fluent in 5 languages, she has consistently ranked at the top of her class since childhood. At the age of 18, he was accepted into an Ivy League MBA program. He then graduated with a master's degree in just 4 years. He received several high-paying offers from overseas, but then stayed in Russia to develop his career. At the same time, her looks are also top-tier. She has long, platinum blonde wavy hair with slightly curled ends. She has fair skin and deep-set, 3-dimensional features. Blue-gray eyes, a high nose bridge, and full lips. When she's not smiling, she's an aloof, icy beauty who keeps everyone at arm's length, but when she smiles, she has a stunning beauty like the first melting of snow. He is 1.72 meters tall and has maintained an excellent physique through years of fitness training. The business suit she wore looked like a tailor-made battle robe, perfectly outlining her S-shaped curves. Especially her legs, which, with the help of a fitted dress and high heels, are incredibly long, making her the epitome of leg beauty. A woman with such a perfect family background, looks, and abilities should have had a smooth and successful life, with suitors lining up from Moscow to Beijing. However, she has a fatal flaw. She's an ultimate looks-obsessed person and a die-hard fan of Jin Yang. About 8 years ago, when Jin Yang had not yet completely developed a dislike for women, he would occasionally appear to participate in competitions. After Chen Tingting accidentally saw a report about Jin Yang winning a competition, she became hopelessly fascinated. From that moment on, she became even more ambitious in her studies, ambitious in her appearance, and ambitious in her wealth. Years later, his wish finally came true. In order to get close to Jin Yang, she used all her family connections. Finally, she obtained intelligence that the government was going to arrange a personal assistant for Jin Yang. He decisively turned down a high-paying job offer from abroad and flew back to China overnight to attend the interview. Hard work pays off, and she was elected. Unfortunately, the original owner's misogyny had reached its peak at that time, and she deeply resented her ulterior motives in getting close to her. Not only did he never give her a kind look, but he also once coldly retorted, "If you follow me any further, I'll die." So frightened was Chen Tingting that she never dared to appear in front of him again. He could only handle all the trivial matters in Jin Yang remotely and silently. She was afraid of further upsetting her young master, Jin Yang. Recalling this, Jin Yang cursed the original owner of the body in his heart. What a waste! A woman of this caliber would be an amazing secretary that even a domineering CEO couldn't hire in the original world. You actually treat people like monsters? Screw your misogyny. He cleared his throat and spoke in as calm a tone as possible. It's me. Forget what I said before, I have something important to discuss with you now. As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled thump came from the other end of the phone. The familiar sound of kneeling was all too familiar to Jin Yang. However, this time it was a bit too loud. I'm afraid it might have broken the bell-shaped cover. Is it really necessary? Chen Tingting's excited, trembling voice came through the microphone. Young master, please speak. No matter what, Tingting will do it even at the cost of her life. You don't know, for the past 2 years I've been keeping an eye on the phone every day, just in case you need me and can't find me. If there are no more missions, I feel like my life has no meaning. Please, young master, grant Tingting a task. I beg you. Good heavens. This level of loyalty and dependence is absolutely off the charts. Just what I wanted. Jin Yang got straight to the point. I want to open a bodyguard company, and I need you to register and apply as a legal entity, using the fastest channel. You're the boss in the open, I'm behind the scenes, and everyone follows my orders. Any problems? Chen Tingting's voice was filled with surprise, which then turned into admiration and support. A bodyguard company? No problem. Absolutely no problem. Young master, you're finally willing to do something besides studying. Great. Don't worry, I'm familiar with all of these: company registration, procedures, framework setup, recruitment, and training. I worked on a security company merger during my internship on Wall Street. I guarantee I'll handle it flawlessly. She spoke rapidly, instantly displaying her professionalism. Fearing that Jin Yang might change his mind, she added, You don't need to worry about funding, Jin Yang interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for argument. I'll cover the funding. You only need to be responsible for execution. For strategic direction and major decisions, come to me. You are fully responsible for all other operations, management, and human resources. Since it's his own business, he'll definitely feel a sense of accomplishment if he uses his own money. Why would I need a woman to provide financial assistance? Chen Tingting's voice choked up again. It was accompanied by a loud thump-thump sound. This is kowtowing. Young master. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. To be able to serve the young master is a blessing that I, Chen Tingting, and our Chen family have accumulated over 8 generations. I swear to you, I will make the company one of the best in the country, no, in the world. I will never let you down. Even if it costs me my life, I will. Jin Yang was quite pleased to hear this. The loyalty was practically overflowing. Alright, just get the job done and get the framework up and running as soon as possible. I already have several reserve players here who need professional training. Chen Tingting's voice was resolute. Yes, young master. I'll take care of it immediately. After hanging up the phone, Jin Yang shook his head, but couldn't help but smile. It feels really good to be loyal to top talents without reservation. Especially when this talent is also a stunningly beautiful mixed-race woman. This feeling of exhilaration is doubled. Xinxiangxi's gentle voice came through. Jin Yang, dinner's ready. Jin Yang walked into the restaurant and his eyes lit up. 4 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table. Sweet and sour pork ribs have a bright red color, and steamed sea bass has tender flesh. The garlic-flavored broccoli was vibrant green and glistening with moisture, while the mapo tofu had an irresistible aroma. There was also a milky white fish head tofu soup. It looks fantastic and is piping hot. Jin Yang was somewhat surprised. Xinxiangxi looks like a studious goddess who never lifts a finger, but I never expected her to be such a good cook. You did all of this? Xinxiangxi nodded shyly and took off her apron. The eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses sparkled with anticipation. Yes, ever since junior high school, I've been thinking that it would be great if I could cook for you, Jin Yang, someday. So I've been taking cooking classes to practice my skills, and I never thought I'd actually achieve it today. Why don't you try it and see if it suits your taste? Her hands were clasped together nervously, like a student waiting for the teacher to grade their homework. Jin Yang was overjoyed. Have a look. That's the difference. In the original world, Lan Chubi would throw a tantrum if his cooking was even slightly salty. The goddess-level academic genius here practiced her cooking skills for many years just to cook a meal for him. She was even being careful, afraid he wouldn't like it. He picked up a piece of pork rib and put it in his mouth. It has a perfect balance of sweet and sour, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the cooking time is just right. He sincerely praised her, reached out and pulled Xinxingxi over, and kissed her on the lips. It's delicious. Thank you for your hard work, my Xingxing. The affectionate address made Xinxingxi's face turn bright red instantly, even her neck turned pink. The joy in her eyes was almost overflowing. It's not hard work. I'm willing to do anything as long as you like it. He used to say such cheesy things often, but Lan Shubi always ignored him. He never said it again. Now, he has become the recipient of these words. It's as if the whole world is pampering and spoiling them. He was genuinely curious about what other goddesses might be revolving around him in this world. Chapter 22 The Beautiful Bodyguard Team. Seeing that Jin Yang seemed a bit dazed, Xinxingxi assumed he was tired. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks and sat down next to Jin Yang. You must be exhausted today. Shall I feed you? Jin Yang frowned slightly. Tired? What did I do today? He had 2 major battles with Lin Yue on the plane, and then spent a minute traveling back in time frantically doing math problems. At the matchmaking center, Li Zilai helped him with a physical examination, and in a dark alley, he beat up Qin Yun and his gang of thugs. I do feel a little tired. But it's not to the point where you don't even have the energy to eat. He wanted to say that he had hands, but then he thought that enjoying the service of beautiful women was one of the perks of time travel. Why be so polite? So he leaned back comfortably. Okay, feed me. Xinxingxi was overjoyed. Carefully blowing on the broth to cool it down, the deboned fish meat, along with the rice and vegetables, was gently fed spoonful by spoonful to Jin Yang's mouth. Occasionally, if soup gets on the corner of his mouth, he will carefully wipe it off with a tissue. While enjoying the delicious food, Jin Yang admired Xinxingxi's exquisite face up close and felt her curvaceous figure. Cool. This is life. After dinner, the two snuggled up on the huge sofa in the living room and watched a movie. Xinxingxi nestled obediently in his arms, occasionally handing him fruit. While taking a bath, Xinxingxi blushed and offered to scrub his back, which Jin Yang readily accepted. As they slept in each other's arms that night, Jin Yang savored the soft, warm touch of the woman in his embrace and felt that the world was simply too wonderful. The next morning, Jin Yang was awakened by the arguing outside the villa. We're the boss's hand-picked bodyguards. Who are you? Get out of the way. On official business. Unauthorized personnel, step back. Anyone approaching the cordon will be treated as obstructing official duties. Oh ho! Wearing a uniform doesn't make you any better. Who are you trying to scare? We've actually fought alongside the boss. That's right. The boss said we had to come today. Protecting Mr. Jin Yang is our duty. Please leave immediately. Hey! I have such a bad temper. Jin Yang rubbed his temples. He didn't even need to look to know that it was the 5 female thugs he had taken in yesterday who had clashed with the bodyguards sent by the government. He is going to register at Tsinghua and Peking universities today, so the government is naturally very concerned about his personal safety. He had anticipated this outcome, which is why he sent Qin Yun and the others over. After all, your own people are different from those sent by the government. Loyalty levels differ. He got up, walked to the window, and pulled back a corner of the curtain. The area downstairs was indeed bustling with activity. Yesterday's 5 rainbow teams have completely changed their appearance today. Qin Yun had short, neat hair that reached her ears. Wearing a black tactical vest and cargo pants, with combat boots on his feet. His wheat-colored skin shone with a healthy glow in the morning light, and his features were striking with sharp eyes. She was the tallest and fullest of the 5, her tactical vest stretched taut with her impressive curves, yet her waist was incredibly thin, and her peach-shaped figure was still evident under her work pants. Ling Shuang and Ling Shui both have neat short black hair and identical delicate faces. One has eyes as cold as frost, while the other is as lively as snow. Wearing the same black outfit, she appeared more slender and flexible than Qin Yun, but her muscle lines were equally explosive. Yi Ling's short black hair is slightly wavy, adding a touch of playfulness. Her face was the sweetest among the 5, but her eyes were full of stubbornness at this moment. She has a powerful physique, but without the awkwardness of a muscle Barbie. Gu Wanqing's short black hair was a bit frizzy, making her look somewhat adorable. He has well-defined facial features and a clear jawline. The 5 people stood in a row, and although they were of slightly different heights, they all looked very dashing. A scene inexplicably flashed through Jin Yang's mind. These 5 female bodyguards were dressed in matching black, fitted uniforms. They lined up to kneel before him. I'm asking to experience a comfortable life once. Wow, this is getting a little addictive. Opposite them were 5 women dressed in standard black special operations uniforms. They were all around 1.8 meters tall, with broad shoulders, a slim waist, long legs, and upright postures like pine trees. His short hair was perfectly styled, his face was cold and dignified, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Just standing there, he exuded an aura of seasoned veterans. That was the aura of a true elite. Their combat prowess was clearly far superior to Qin Yun and the others. When these 5 people received the assignment, they had only seen file photos and a blurry video of a distant view. The boy in the photo is handsome, but his face is pale. The figure in the video was equally thin and vulnerable. For them, this was just a high-level routine escort mission. The goal is simply to protect a valuable national asset. There was no turmoil in my heart, only the absolute obedience of a soldier to orders. Until this moment. The villa gate opened, and Jin Yang appeared. The morning sunlight just brushed across his shoulders, outlining the broad and upright silhouette of his back. Beneath his casual attire, one could vaguely discern firm, well-defined muscle lines. He was very tall, with incredibly long legs. His casual standing posture exudes a sense of calm and strength. Look up. His features were deep and defined, with sharp, arched eyebrows that slanted upwards towards his temples. His nose bridge was high and straight like a mountain ridge, and his jawline was clear and sharp. And those eyes, brimming with sharp light. When their gaze swept over the scene, even those accustomed to gunfire felt their hearts skip a beat. The photos and videos failed to capture even a fraction of Jin Yang's majestic grandeur. He is not the fragile person they imagined at all. Almost simultaneously, subtle cracks appeared on the stern faces of the 5 female soldiers. His pupils contracted, and he gasped for breath. So, men can look like this? So, men can have this kind of aura? So, love at first sight really does exist in this world? In an instant, all their tasks and routines were forgotten. They only want to be loyal to him. At this moment, Qin Yun and his 4 companions knelt down on one knee, their voices booming. Boss! We're here! The 5 female soldiers snapped back to reality and immediately snapped to attention and saluted. They then knelt on one knee in unison. Mr. Jin Yang! We're here to protect you. Jin Yang nodded. He had gotten somewhat used to this kind of etiquette that required kneeling at the drop of a hat. His gaze swept calmly over the crowd, lingering briefly on the 5 female soldiers. He keenly noticed that these 5 female soldiers, who had just been so imposing and had such sharp eyes, were now. The intense gazes focused on him at this moment seemed somewhat different. He spoke, his voice clear and steady. Get up, all of you. Everyone stood up in response. He continued. Qin Yun, Ling Xuan, Ling Shui, Yi Ling, and Gu Wanshine, these 5 are the private bodyguards I hired yesterday. Qin Yun and his 4 companions immediately straightened their backs and glanced at the opposite side with a hint of smugness. The female soldiers' expressions remained stern, but their eyes held a complex look. There seems to be a hint of unspoken envy hidden within? Even a fleeting moment of jealousy? Jin Yang understood immediately, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. It seems that even these 5 elites could not escape the common fate. Things have become easier. Chapter 23. Everyone comes to pick up young Master Jin Yang. His gaze shifted to the female soldier who was the most aloof and had the most upright posture among the team leaders. And you 5 are the elites sent by the country to protect me. I have faith in your professional abilities. From now on, all 10 of you will be my bodyguard team. The female soldier leading the team tensed her jawline for a moment, her eyes filled with pleasure and loyalty. Mr. Jin Yang, please rest assured. I, Long Xiaoyun, swear by the honor and life of a soldier, that I will do everything in my power to protect your safety. I will brave mountains of knives and seas of fire. The other 4 female soldiers also expressed their support without hesitation. And me, Su Yan. I am Deng Bing. I am Zhao Xin. I am Mulan. Their upright posture seemed to silently declare. They are protecting not only a mission, but also the people they are willing to follow. As Jin Yang watched the 5 beautiful female soldiers who instantly submitted, his sense of satisfaction surged even higher. Okay. 5 more top-tier female bodyguards, each with unwavering loyalty. Since that's the case, then I'll accept it without hesitation, it'll make the best use of it. He showed a hint of approval on his face and then gave the order. You are experienced and stronger in combat. From now on, the training of Qin Yun and the other four will be your responsibility. Long Xiaoyun was surprised that they were given important positions so quickly, and immediately saluted again. Yes. We guarantee the mission will be accomplished. We will train them to the highest standards so they will be worthy of standing beside you. Qin Yun and his group of 5 were taken aback at first. They were just arguing, and suddenly he's their coach? Moreover, judging from the leader's demeanor, he already considers these soldiers as his own people. Since they're all on the same side, this isn't just simple training, it's our own people honing the reserve team. Qin Yun and the others responded loudly. Thanks, boss. We'll train like crazy, we absolutely won't let our boss down. Jin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Women in this world are indeed different. Not only is he excellent in every way, but he is also very loyal. Perhaps, she is only loyal to him? Well, that's fine too. He wants to expand his team and gain a better foothold in the world. They gained experience, money, and power. In this way, he can return to his original world and create his own world. At that moment, the sound of many car engines could be heard coming from the entrance of the villa area. Upon seeing this, the team of beautiful bodyguards immediately lined up and stood in front of Jin Yang. In the blink of an eye, several expensive cars parked in the small square in front of the villa. The car doors opened one after another. A middle-aged woman with an elegant and intellectual demeanor stepped out of the first black Audi A8. She is the director of the president's office at Tsinghua and Peking universities, and she came personally to pick up the top-scoring freshman. Two serious-looking female officials stepped out of the second Hongqi sedan. They were liaison officers sent by the Ministry of Education to handle Jin Yang's arrangements and support during his stay in Beijing. After the third, fourth, and fifth cars, many more cars came out, and the passengers were all elegantly dressed women. The group ranged in age from 20 to 40-something, all looking at Jin Yang with eager eyes, and they brought many gifts. These are all well-informed wealthy women or entrepreneurs who are constantly searching for information on high-quality men. Yesterday, she even spent a lot of money to buy Jin Yang's medical examination report, and today she wants to propose to this top-notch S-class man. Finally, a black Maybach sped up and came to a smooth stop. The car door opened, and the first thing to emerge was a pair of stunningly long legs encased in ultra-thin black stockings and pointed stiletto heels. Then, a stunning figure wearing a classic Chanel tweed suit skirt stepped out of the car. Platinum blonde wavy hair, icy lake gray eyes, and fair, delicate skin. With impeccable mixed-race features, tall stature, long legs, and a cool and capable demeanor. It was Chen Tingting. She spotted Jin Yang, who was surrounded by people, and her icy expression instantly melted. The small square was already packed with people. Everyone wanted to get close to Jin Yang, to talk to him, and to get him into their car. Jin Yang, the principal specifically asked me to pick you up. The car is ready. Mr. Jin Yang, please get in our car. We can keep you informed about the relevant procedures and arrangements along the way. Young Master Jin Yang. I am the daughter of the Li Group. Would you do me the honor of? Mr. Jin Yang, look here. My daughter is 18 years old. The scene became chaotic and noisy. Chen Dingding tried to squeeze next to Jin Yang, but was impatiently pushed away by a wealthy businesswoman eager to make a name for herself. Stop pushing. Don't you know about first come, first served? Wearing high heels, Chen Tingting was caught off guard and fell backward. Just when she thought she had fallen in front of everyone, a strong and powerful arm steadily wrapped around her waist and pulled her into a warm embrace. A refreshing masculine scent wafts over you. Chen Tingting looked up, still shaken, and met Jin Yang's eyes, which were inches away from hers. Her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Jin Yang steadied her, feeling. Yes, excellent. As you get closer, you can smell a faint, cool fragrance emanating from her. It smells a bit like cedar, with a hint of refreshing orange blossom. It wasn't like perfume, it was more like her natural body scent. Clean, crisp, and alluring. He recognized her as Chen Tingting, the assistant he had spoken to on the phone the previous night. Is this the taste of top business elites? Good. Be careful, are you all right? He asked casually. Chen Tingting steadied herself instantly and hurriedly straightened her clothes. Two blushes rose on her face, shattering her image of an ice queen and leaving only the flustered shyness of a young woman. I'm fine, thank you, young master. Her gaze towards Jin Yang was so intense it was almost burning. The surroundings fell silent for a moment. All eyes were on Jean Yang and Chen Tingting. The bodyguards were stunned, none of them were as agile as Jean Yang. He hurriedly stepped forward to separate the crowd. In an instant, the group of women started chattering and begging Jean Yang again. Jean Yang looked around and frowned. What kind of mess is this? He's going to school, not to the market. It was noisy and chaotic. Bother! Shut up, all of you! The cold voice frightened everyone into silence. The square fell silent instantly. I'll go in my assistant's car. Everyone else, disperse. If there is any more pushing and shoving, my bodyguard will teach her the rules. His cold gaze swept over the wealthy businesswoman who had just pushed someone, and the woman immediately shrank back in fright. The 10 beautiful bodyguards instantly locked onto their target, their eyes radiating a chilling aura. No one dared to cause any more trouble, and they all made way for each other. Jean Yang then got into Chen Tingting's car with satisfaction. Xin Xingxi quickly got into the car and stood protectively by Jean Yang's side. Chen Tingting never expected to be the only one favored among so many women, and she was almost moved to tears. She sniffed and quickly started the car, not daring to delay for even a second. The women who were rejected did not blame Jean Yang for being harsh with them. Instead, they reflected on whether they were not attractive enough. In the end, they all agreed that they had been too hasty and lost their composure, which frightened young Master Jean Yang. How can I scare away a top-tier, S-class man? They believed they deserved to die. They all got on the bus and rushed to the school to apologize to Jean Yang. The principal's office director felt a pang of anxiety when he didn't receive Jean Yang's call. She knew she'd get a terrible scolding from the principal when she got back. After all, the principal is a die-hard fan of Jean Yang. Chapter 24: The whole school welcomes. The cabin of the Maybach was filled with a cool and sophisticated fragrance. Jean Yang sat in the passenger seat, his gaze naturally falling on Chen Tingting, who was driving. She was extremely focused while driving, her blue-gray eyes fixed on the road ahead. Sure enough, those eyes were just like the ones I remembered. They were very memorable. Her platinum blonde hair was tied back with a simple pearl hair clip, revealing her beautifully shaped neck. The Chanel tweed suit skirt hugged her impeccably proportioned figure perfectly. Especially the upper body, the breathtaking full curves support the fabric to create elegant lines. The seatbelt diagonally crossed her, further emphasizing her breathtakingly voluptuous figure. Perhaps there is a.d. Chen Tingting's gentle report interrupted Jean Yang's thoughts. Young master, as you instructed, the bodyguard company's registration application has been submitted through the fast track, and all preliminary procedures are basically complete. Currently, all that is needed is for you, as the actual controller and investor, to sign and confirm, and Dragon Shield Security Consulting Company, Limited, can be officially established. Jean Yang nodded. Elites are elites, they are efficient in getting things done. The name Dragon Shield is also good, it's clearly a company that protects men. She paused, tilted her head slightly, glanced at Jean Yang quickly out of the corner of her eye, then quickly looked away, her ear tips turning slightly red. I have prepared drafts of the relevant company articles of association, equity structure, and initial operating plan. You can take a look at them tonight. Jean Yang hummed in agreement and tapped lightly on the leather armrest of the seat with his fingers. It will be done quickly. Come to the villa tonight with the documents, and we'll discuss it in detail. Yes, young master. Chen Tingting's voice instantly rose an octave, filled with overwhelming joy. Night. Let's go to young master Jean Yan's villa. This was something she never dared to dream of. It's actually happened. Happiness came so suddenly. Her heart pounded in her chest, and a mix of anticipation and fantasy flooded her mind uncontrollably. She quickly took a deep breath, forcing herself to focus on driving and not make any mistakes. Sitting in the back seat, Xin Xingxi quietly looked out the window with a gentle smile on her lips. She showed little emotional reaction to Chen Tingting's upcoming visit. She even started thinking about what tea and snacks to prepare for this colleague that evening. The car drove smoothly toward Tsinghua and Peking universities. From afar, you can see a sea of people at the school gate, colorful flags fluttering, and even a huge helium balloon carrying a banner rising into the air. All the slogans welcomed Jean Yang to enroll. It's just a bit too exaggerated. What do you mean by nation's #1 male actor, I'll love you forever? What about the saying, Jean Yang students, fly bravely? Teachers and classmates will always be with you. Get out of the way, everyone. Jean Yang, the face genius, is starting school today. What? Welcome, young master Jean Yang. A shining example of Tsinghua and Peking universities, a source of pride for men. This looks more like fangirling. What Jin Yang didn't know was that his fan club had already been quietly established. A long red carpet was laid out at the school gate, and on both sides of the carpet, people were kneeling densely. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed all women. Female teachers in uniform and female students brimming with youthful energy. There are probably several thousand people. It seems like the entire school has come. They knelt neatly on the ground, heads bowed, their posture extremely respectful. But as the convoy slowly approached, they couldn't help but secretly peek over. Those faces, which had initially held only curiosity, suddenly erupted with astonishing expressions. Surprise, shock, fascination, fanaticism. My God! That's Jin Yang? The photos don't even capture 1/10,000th of his handsomeness. Wow, so tall. And she has such a great figure. That aura is absolutely amazing. It's completely different from those boys. What should I do? I suddenly want to have a teacher-student relationship. Is that illegal? You're almost 30, how can you compare to these girls in their early 20s? Give up. I used to think that Zhou Ming was already quite handsome, but now compared to him, Zhou Ming looks like an underdeveloped bean sprout. Don't even mention Zhou Ming, who in the entire school, no, in the whole country can compare? I can't take it anymore, I'm going to faint. This is what a man should be like. That girl in the back seat looks like the school beauty, Xinxingxi. Yes. It's her. When did she get involved with the young master? The women whispered amongst themselves, their faces growing increasingly red. His eyes were glued to the Maybach's window, wishing he had X-ray vision so he could see the people inside clearly. Many girls who had previously harbored secret crushes on certain high-achieving boys at school now had their hearts completely captivated by that figure. In stark contrast to the girls' fervent admiration were some male students standing a little further away watching. They gathered in small groups of 2 or 3, their numbers few. Most of them are either thin or bloated, and their faces have a paleness that is overly protected. At this moment, their expressions were complicated. Curiosity and surprise are definitely present. But more than anything, it was a sour disdain and an indescribable jealousy. Why should he be able to make the entire school's teachers and students kneel down to greet him? TCH, so what if he's the top scorer? He's just a little smarter. A thin boy wearing glasses pursed his lips. He was considered good-looking for a man, wore expensive designer clothes, and had a watch worth hundreds of thousands on his wrist, indicating that he came from a wealthy family. His name is Zhou Ming, and his mother is a real estate developer. He got married last year to 2 sisters, and now he's just here at university to get a degree. Another slightly chubby boy chimed in. Exactly. What's the use of men reading so many books? In the end, they still have to go home and have children. His name is Li Rui. His family is in the jewelry business, and he is already a father of 1 child. Zhou Ming's tone became increasingly bitter. Don't let his strong appearance fool you, he might be weaker than us, he could be blown over by the wind. These girls are just naive and overreacting. I heard he had no parents, was an orphan, and was raised by the state. Besides being good at studying, what else do you have? Can you compare with us in terms of family background or wealth? But his eyes couldn't help but be fixed on the luxurious Maybach and the group of beautiful bodyguards that were beginning to gather around it. Zhou Ming's wives are good to him, but they would never make such a big fuss to send him to school, let alone arrange so many top-notch female bodyguards for him. Li Rui tried to save face by making a mature-sounding summary. We'll see. Once he gets a wife and children, things will be the same. Isn't a man's greatest value in providing superior genes? Exactly, let us see how long he can be so smug, Zhou Ming agreed. The Maybach came to a stop. The female bodyguard team quickly positioned themselves on both sides of the red carpet, separating the surging crowd with swift, decisive, and imposing movements. This spectacle immediately drew another round of amazement. The car door opened, and Jin Yang stepped out. The sunlight fell on him, as if gilding him with a layer of gold. Boom! The scene was as if a bomb had been dropped on it, instantly igniting everything. The women's screams, cheers, and cries blended together. Jin Yang! Look at me! I'd be willing to have your babies. Young master! Ah! I'd love to have 10 of them. So cool! I'm going to play this game. The originally orderly line of kneeling girls became somewhat agitated, their excitement barely contained. Just then, a woman wearing a champagne-colored satin suit skirt walked briskly out of the school gate. This woman is clearly not on the same level as the other women. Chapter 25. The principal personally knelt to welcome him. This woman looks to be about 35 years old, and she is still very charming. Her long, black hair was styled into a bun, revealing a smooth, full forehead and a bright, beautiful face. Her almond-shaped eyes were smiling, filled with admiration and affection for Jean Yang. The suit dress perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, exuding a mature charm. She is Xie Jingya, the president of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Xie Jingya walked straight to Jean Yang, lifted her skirt without hesitation, knelt on one knee with elegance and solemnity, and looked up at Jean Yang. The voice was filled with joy. Welcome to Tsinghua University, Jean Yang. I am President Xie Jingya. Your arrival is a great honor for Tsinghua and Peking universities. On behalf of all the faculty and students, I extend to you the warmest welcome and the highest respect. The female teachers behind her also bowed deeply once again. The scene left everyone around them stunned. The principal personally knelt to welcome them. This treatment is unheard of. I've never seen anything like it before. Jean Yang, on the other hand, was used to it. She's just a school principal, she's a woman too. She was probably a woman who fell in love with him. Jean Yang has now mastered the skill of knowing someone's intentions just by looking at their eyes. He's no longer the naive, sycophantic guy he used to be. However, one should remain humble, otherwise it is easy to get into trouble. He stepped forward, offered a slight helping hand, and spoke calmly. Principal Xie, please rise. All teachers and students, please rise. I'm just an ordinary freshman, there's no need for such a grand ceremony. I hope the principal and teachers will continue to guide me at school. His humility and composure ignited the hearts of many women. Xie Jingya's smile became even brighter. Jean Yang, you're too modest. You're no ordinary freshman, you're my idol. She almost let it slip. She couldn't let Jean Yang know that she was the leader of his fan club, the undisputed head of the fan group. If she were discovered, she wouldn't know where to put her face. A 35-year-old still wants to pursue an 18-year-old boy. It will definitely be criticized. Therefore, she could only act in secret, while maintaining the outward appearance of a dignified principal. You are the pride of Tsinghua and Peking universities, a national treasure. This is what we should do. This way, please. Let me show you around. Before she could finish speaking, another commotion erupted outside the school gate. The group of wealthy businesswomen and entrepreneurs who had just been making a ruckus in the villa area walked over in unison. They stood in two neat rows, each holding a gorgeous gift box, their expressions solemn. They stopped 5 meters away from Jean Yang, bowed in unison at a 90-degree angle, and their voices were loud and clear. Young Master Jean Yang. We were rude and disrespectful this morning and disturbed you. We have come here to apologize. Please forgive us. After speaking, they stepped forward one by one, placed their gifts at the front of the red carpet, and then quickly returned to the queue. The gifts were clearly very valuable, including antique paintings and calligraphy, jewelry, limited edition watches, property keys, and share transfer documents. The students and teachers watching were stunned, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. I'm not seeing things, am I? That's Mr. Li from Hongsheng Group. And there's Chairman Wang, the tech upstart. That's the daughter of Deputy Director Zhang from the Education Bureau. My God. They actually came all at once to apologize and offer gifts? This is incredible. Just who is young Master Jean Yang? He's terrifying. The male students who had been making sarcastic remarks were now completely silenced. They may be wealthy, but how could they possibly make so many prominent, usually arrogant and powerful women humble themselves and fawn over them like this? I never even dared to dream of it. What secrets does Jean Yang hold? Jean Yang's gaze swept calmly over the group of women and the gifts on the ground, his face expressionless. Take your things, I accept your apology, but this won't happen again. Remember, rules are very important. There was no angry rebuke, no ridicule, just a simple statement, yet it carried a condescending air of authority. The women, as if granted a pardon, bowed in unison once more. Thank you for your magnanimity, young master. We will remember it. Then he quickly stepped forward and carefully took back the gift. They respectfully retreated to a distance, but did not leave, clearly wanting to find another opportunity to show off. They originally came to steal him after seeing the medical examination report. I never expected Jean Yang himself to be so unique and powerful. Just for their magnanimous forgiveness just now, they should have something to learn from. Although he was only a freshman, experience told them that Jean Yang was destined to become a global figure. They are not people we can afford to offend. Their feelings for Jean Yang have evolved into admiration and adoration. Just then, a sweet, clear female voice blared from a loudspeaker, drowning out the noise in the room. Jean Yang. I like you. The crowd instinctively parted to create a passage. There was a girl wearing a white dress with long, flowing hair. Holding a large pink heart-shaped megaphone in both hands, her fair face flushed red, her eyes filled with determination. The students were in an uproar, discussing the matter animatedly. Wow! It's Bai Lu, the most beautiful girl in the music department. Isn't she always been aloof and ignores everyone? I heard that Suja, the cheerleader from the provincial Sanda team, has been pursuing her for 2 years without any success. Her mother seems to be a high-ranking official in the city's security department. Her family is extremely wealthy and powerful. The Bai family. One of the top families in Beijing. She actually confessed her feelings in public. Bai Lu's identity and background were quickly spread. She is not only a piano prodigy, but also a young lady from a prominent family. Bai Min, the mother, controls the allocation of male security resources in Beijing and is a powerful figure. In the original world, a girl like this would have always been someone that boys could only dream of, but now she's holding a megaphone and publicly declaring her love. Jean Yang looked at her, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. The pitiful little white rabbit in the alley yesterday seems to have disappeared, and has turned into a brave little warrior confessing his love. This contrast is quite interesting. Moreover, her mother's position might be very valuable to his fledgling bodyguard company. However, before Jean Yang could respond, another, more arrogant female voice rang out through another large golden loudspeaker, instantly drowning out Bai Lu's voice. Jean Yang. Look at me. I'm the one who's right for you. The crowd parted again, and a girl who looked like a walking jewelry display case stepped out. She is older than Bai Lu, about 25 years old, and has a typical face that has undergone plastic surgery. She was dressed head to toe in designer brands. The dress was the latest LV model, the bag was Chanel, and the high heels were Dior. There are also various brand-name jewelry pieces, in gold, silver, diamonds, and gemstones. She seemed afraid others wouldn't know she was very rich. This woman is Su Wanqing, the one who gave Jean Yang a 3 million yuan meeting gift. She raised her chin and shouted proudly through a megaphone. I am Su Wanqing, the Su Wanqing who gave you 3 million in pocket money last time. Do you remember me? My family is rolling in money. That 3 million is just an appetizer. As long as you're with me, your dowry will start at 100 million. From now on, you'll be able to walk around Beijing with your head held high. Compared to me, what is the little power that some self-righteous hypocrites have? It's all outdated. The students were in an uproar again, their gazes towards Su Wanqing filled with more fear and disdain. Chapter 26. Two beautiful women vie to confess their love. She's the eldest daughter of the Su family. I heard her family doesn't have a very good reputation. I know her family used to be involved in organized crime, but they went legit. Now they're cooperating with the government in biopharmaceuticals. They're nouveau riche, but they have a lot of money. I heard she has a terrible temper and used to bully people a lot at school. That's right. Now that he's graduated, he doesn't have a job, he's just staying at home sponging off his parents, and he's making things difficult for his subordinates every day. She actually gave Jean Yang 3 million? And she's going to give him a dowry of 100 million? It's so good to be rich. I also want to spend money so lavishly. Bai Lu's eyes reddened with anger at Su Wanqing's arrogant words. She was naturally gentle and not good at arguing. How could you say that? Liking someone isn't measured by money. I genuinely admire Jean Yang's talent and character. Su Wanqing scoffed, her words becoming increasingly sarcastic. Pa! Don't give me that crap. How much is it really worth? With your meager resources, what can you possibly compete with me? Your mother's little bit of power is nothing in the eyes of the Su family. If Jean Yang follows me, she can have anything she wants. Follow you? Are you waiting to starve together and pretend to be high and mighty? Bai Lu's eyes welled up with tears, and her hand holding the megaphone trembled. You're insulting me. Her pitiful appearance evoked sympathy from many, but intimidated by Su Wanqing's usual tyranny, no one dared to speak up in her defense. A little white rabbit and a domineering flower got into a public argument over Jean Yang, a scene that amazed everyone, whose eyes kept darting between Jean Yang and the two girls. Jean Yang rubbed his temples. It's certainly exciting to be fought over by beautiful women, but to argue like this, especially in this kind of setting, is a bit annoying. He winked at Qin Yun and Long Xiaoyun beside him. The two immediately understood. Qin Yun moved swiftly, cleverly placing himself between Bai Lu and Su Wanqing. Long Xiaoyun snatched the megaphone from Su Wanqing's hand in such a fast motion that bystanders barely saw it. Qin Yun's voice was cold and clear. Gentlemen, please be mindful of your behavior in this public place. Su Wanqing was stunned when her loudspeaker was taken away, and then she became furious. How dare you? But when he met Long Xiaoyun's cold and sharp gaze, he choked instantly. Bai Lu was also startled, and timidly shut her mouth, looking at Jean Yang. Jean Yang then spoke calmly. Today is my registration day, so let's not talk about personal matters. Thank you both for your kindness. Then he looked at Chen Tingting, who had been waiting quietly beside him. Tingting, make arrangements to schedule separate times to discuss this further. Chen Tingting immediately bowed. Yes, young master. With just one sentence, the argument was resolved, both sides were given a way out, and the speaker maintained control of the situation. The way everyone looked at Jean Yang changed. There was more than just fascination, there was also a deep sense of awe. This man not only has an amazing appearance and physique, but he also handles things with such composure and has a powerful aura. Principal Xie Jingya stepped forward at the right moment, smiling as she smoothed things over. All right, these are just little episodes in our youth. Jean Yang, please come with me. I'll show you around the campus first, and then we'll attend the opening ceremony. Jean Yang nodded, and surrounded by a group of beautiful bodyguards and personally led by Principal Su, he walked deeper into the nation's top university. He applied for a major in business administration at the business school. It seems that the original owner did not only want to escape, but may have also had the idea of making a name for himself through his own abilities. However, the method he chose was to completely shut himself off. Jean Yang is different. He wants them all. He wants a woman's admiration and submission. He wants his business and empire too. Acquire enough power and resources in this world, and then return to your original world. We will take back everything we have lost, 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Those who have looked down on, insulted, or betrayed him will pay the price. The opening ceremony was held in the magnificent auditorium. When Jean Yang stepped onto the stage as a representative of the new students, the audience below was a sea of black, almost entirely filled with the focus of female gazes. He didn't need any manuscripts, just standing there, he became the center of attention. His speech was brief and powerful, encouraging everyone to cherish their time, pursue excellence, and contribute their strength to the country and society. His voice, deep and resonant, filled the auditorium through the microphone, brimming with confidence and power. However, at least half of the girls in the audience didn't hear what he said at all. They simply stared intently at the radiant figure on the stage, their cheeks flushed and their hearts pounding. It's over. I'm completely smitten. I wonder what kind of girl he likes. Only a school beauty like Xinxingxi is good enough for him. Let's just forget about it. Even if I can't be the principal wife, I'd be willing to be a concubine or a maid. He looked at me. Did he just glance this way? Nonsense. They were clearly looking in my direction. At this time, the school's online forum was full of Jean Yang's handsome photos and videos of him speaking. The comments below are all about swooning over her. Occasionally, one or two men would make a sarcastic comment, but it was quickly drowned out by other comments. Jean Yang's speech ended amidst thunderous applause and screams. He nodded slightly and stepped down from the podium. Although this was his first time speaking publicly on such a large occasion, he was not nervous at all. Perhaps it was because the people around him gave him enough love after he came into this world that his confidence increased. Jean Yang was somewhat moved by the scenery and recalled things from the past. In the original world, he grew up in an orphanage and was bullied from a young age. Apart from the orphanage director, no one really cared about him. Later, he went to school, and because he was too handsome but physically weak, he was always isolated by other male classmates. Because he was poor, no girls wanted to hang out with him, and he was always criticized for his body odor, with people saying he was sick. He showers every day. Perhaps he suffers from poverty. Later, he met Lan Chubi and was captivated by her seductive eyes, completely becoming her devoted admirer. That was actually just her tactic of casting a wide net. She treats every handsome guy like this. Even those who aren't handsome but are rich are like this. In his lonely life, he also had a good brother, a brother who was truly devoted to him. That was his roommate from college, named Lu Su. They've been through so much together, they're closer than brothers. Later, he knelt before Lan Chubi, and Lu Su repeatedly advised him to break up with her. But at that time he was stubborn and did not see the truth, and even broke off relations with Lu Su because of it. From then on, they never contacted each other again. I wonder how Lu Su is doing now. If you want to go back to your original world and build your own business, you really won't be able to do without help. If only Lu Su were still here with me. His thoughts returned to the present. Lu Su wasn't beside him. Instead, a group of women were throwing him flirtatious glances. He sighed softly and prepared to leave. Under the close protection of a team of beautiful bodyguards, we passed through the crowded people outside the auditorium. Suddenly, a commotion broke out on the side of the crowd. Jin Yang! Die! A roar filled with resentment exploded out. With bloodshot eyes, Zhou Ming broke through the crowd and used all his strength to throw a large bucket of murky liquid at Jin Yang. Be careful, boss. Long Xiaoyun and Qin Yun lunged sideways. Is being too handsome also his fault? Chapter 27. Crash. A murky, sticky liquid, with a pungent, fishy odor, was splashed all over my face. The incident happened suddenly and at a very close distance. Even though Long Xiaoyun and Qin Yun reacted quickly, leaping to the left and right to block the attack, they shielded Jin Yang from most of the assault with their bodies. However, Jin Yang is 1.85 meters tall, and even though the two female bodyguards are tall, there is still some space between them. The cold, dirty water, mixed with unknown filth, splashed onto his black hair and one shoulder. The liquid spread, soaking a large portion of Xiong Qian's shirt. The soaked white shirt instantly became translucent, clinging tightly to the skin and outlining the clearly defined muscle contours beneath. Water droplets rolled down his sharply defined jawline, slid past his prominent Adam's apple, and disappeared into the deep cleavage of his slightly open collar. Hiss! A collective gasp filled the air, followed by barely suppressed gasps and screams. Ah! Young Master Jin Yang is soaking wet. Oh my god! This figure! I'm smitten. So handsome. Even more handsome when wet. But it hurts so much. Who was the bastard who did this? Bodyguard, quickly protect the young master. Don't let him catch a cold. The girls who were nearby rushed over to help Jin Yang wipe himself down, regardless of the consequences. The female bodyguards quickly stopped them. The scene became chaotic at one point. Principal Xie Jingya stumbled in the riot, her high heel slipped, and she fell to the ground. Her carefully styled suit was covered in dust, and her hair was a little disheveled. But she didn't care about herself at all. Instead, she anxiously shouted at the bodyguard. Quick! Get Jin Yang to change his clothes first. Don't let him catch a cold. Hurry! Jin Yang himself didn't think it was a big deal, but Qin Yun and Long Xiaoyun were in a worse situation. Qin Yun, in particular, was almost entirely drenched in that bucket of dirty water of unknown composition. Her black tactical vest was completely soaked, clinging tightly to her athletic body. Beneath it lies tan skin, a defined six-pack, and a stunningly full figure. Every alluring detail is laid bare. Water droplets dripped down her short hair, slid across her face, flowed down her slender neck, and gathered in the deep cleavage. The cargo pants were also mostly wet, clinging tightly to the legs and outlining the powerful thighs and rounded shape. This is a beauty full of vitality. Jin Yang's gaze swept over them, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. I had noticed before that Qin Yun had a good figure and was beautiful. It became even more obvious when she was wet. Even the fitness influencers of the original world probably couldn't develop such a perfect physique that combines strength and beauty. Receive. He's determined to take this concubine as his own. But now is not the time to think about that. Boss. Are you all right? Qin Yun wiped the water off her face and immediately looked at Jin Yang, her eyes filled with worry and self-blame. It's all right. Jin Yang shook his head, his eyes turning cold, and looked toward the source of the commotion. At this moment, the twins Ling Shuang and Ling Shui grabbed the perpetrator's arms tightly from both sides, lifted him up like a chick, and slammed him hard onto the ground in front of Jin Yang. Ling Shui kicked the other person in the back of the knee. Kneel down. Ah! The man screamed and fell to his knees. She raised her head, revealing a face distorted by jealousy and resentment. It was Zhou Ming, who had been making sarcastic remarks earlier. His eyes were bloodshot, like a gambler who had lost everything, and he stared intently at Jin Yang, roaring in a hoarse voice. Jean Yang. You vixen. You monster. Why don't you just die? Fox spirit? Evildoer? Me? Jean Yang pointed to himself and raised an eyebrow in confusion. In the original world, this is usually a line a woman uses to scold a mistress who stole her man. Unexpectedly, here, he, a man, was insulted by another man using such words. The absurdity is tinged with an extreme irony. The surroundings fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at the deranged Zhou Ming. Jean Yang tugged at the wet shirt clinging to his body, his tone calm and even, yet carrying a chill. Who did I seduce? Explain yourself. Zhou Ming was so excited that he spat out words and pointed at Jean Yang with a trembling finger. You're still pretending. You're making such a big fuss about getting into school, aren't you just trying to show off and seduce women? Not content with hooking up with the school beauty Xinxingxi, he also seduced Bai Lu, whose family is an official, and that nouveau riche Su Wancheng. He became more and more agitated as he spoke, tears and snot streaming down his face, his voice trembling with sobs. My 2 wives are completely infatuated with you after seeing your photos and videos on the school forum. They immediately came to the school and made a scene. They insisted on getting a divorce. They said they wanted to pursue you. To pursue their so-called true love. 8 years. I've loved them for 8 years. I love them so much. I've given them everything. Because you appeared. They all changed. It's all your fault. All your fault, you vixen who attracts all sorts of suitors. Zhou Ming roared, as if he wanted to pour out all his resentment and humiliation. Jean Yang twitched his lips speechlessly. Good heavens! Is being too handsome also his fault? Is it his fault that he's too charming? Sure enough, human nature, no matter the world or the male-to-female ratio, has a fundamentally similar logic. Everyone began to refute Zhou Ming. Bullshit! What does this have to do with the young master? It's your wife's business. That's right. Jean Yang didn't do anything, he just enrolled normally. It's your wife who changed her mind. Senior Zhou Ming, I used to think you were quite handsome, but now compared to young master Jean Yang, the difference is too big. I've started to like young master Jean Yang now too. I'm sorry, Senior Zhou Ming. Even if you're married, you have the right to pursue true love. What right do you have to stop me? This is control. This is PUA. Why are they even boxing now? Jean Yang found himself becoming more and more interested in the people of this world. The ugliness of human nature is fully exposed. Principal Xie Jingya had been helped up, her face was ashen, and she pointed at Zhou Ming, her voice stern. Zhou Ming. You openly attacked your classmate and used foul language, causing an extremely negative impact on the school. I am now officially informing you that you are expelled. Pack your things and leave Tsinghua and Peking universities immediately. Zhou Ming was startled upon hearing this. My wife is gone, and my studies are ruined too. His life seems to be over. However, he still wanted Jean Yang to be buried with him. We'll die together. Jean Yang looked at Zhou Ming's desperate appearance, but felt nothing. He even felt a little amused. Wife? Sorry, he has principles, he wouldn't do something so unethical. However, Zhou Ming's logic is very familiar to him. Both involved years of emotional and financial investment. Both were ruthlessly abandoned by women. The feeling is the same, the sky is falling, the earth is collapsing, and life is hopeless. However, he chose to blame his poverty for the mistake. Zhou Ming chose to attack the better man. Essentially, it all stems from the fact that when the weak encounter injustice, they are unable to vent their anger on the real wrongdoer, and instead turn their anger towards an imaginary enemy who is easier to reach. How similar they are. How tragic. But later he realized that he shouldn't blame himself. Blame it on that scumbag Lan Chubi. Clearly, Zhou Ming is still stubbornly clinging to his misconceptions. He wanted to help him. Consider it a helping hand to your past self. Chapter 28, Not Interested in Married Women. Jean Yang first quelled the situation and spoke to the principal. Principal Xia, let's talk about the expulsion later. I need to deal with the main problem first. A light shone in Xie Jingya's eyes, a light of admiration for Jean Yang's composure and calmness. An 18-year-old boy was able to grasp the main issue in the chaos after being attacked, instead of acting impulsively. She asked herself honestly, and even after being a principal for several years, she couldn't do it. She nodded repeatedly and stepped aside. Jean Yang looked at Zhou Ming, his eyes not showing disdain, but rather a complex understanding. You're saying that your wife changed her mind and wants a divorce because of me? Then let me ask you, before I came along, were your two wives truly devoted to you? Did they marry you because of you as a person, or because of your family background and your money? Or is it simply because she's reached a certain age and wants to find a decent man to complete her mission? Zhou Ming was stunned, his mouth agape, but he couldn't answer. When they were children, the two sisters came from ordinary families. While his Zhou family was wealthy, his mother was a real estate developer. The twins' mother often took them to visit the Zhou family and play with Zhou Ming. Over time, Zhou Ming grew fond of the two sisters. So later, even though they couldn't afford a dowry of 2 million yuan each, Zhou Ming insisted on marrying them. After getting married, they enjoyed a comfortable life and began to change. She always criticizes him for not being strong enough, not being romantic enough, and not being as good as so-and-so's husband. Thinking about it this way, it seems that they didn't truly love him. Jin Yang watched Zhou Ming's changing expression, sneered, and uttered words that were like daggers to the heart. You know it in your heart. They may never have truly loved you. My appearance was just an excuse for them to leave, the last straw that broke the camel's back. To blame the failure of your marriage on someone who was better than you is the most incompetent thing you can do. Being abandoned because you're not rich enough, powerful enough, or charming enough isn't your fault. It's the fault of those women who only value external conditions and whose hearts aren't pure. In that case, divorce is a relief for you. Being with two women who don't love you, constantly doubting and torturing yourself, who are you trying to impress with your madness? Are you trying to move yourself? These words shocked Zhou Ming, as if he had been struck by lightning. The women around him who had been criticizing Zhou Ming fell silent. Yes. If it wasn't true love from the start, then leaving might be a good thing for both of them. The real tragedy is clinging on and tormenting each other. The madness and resentment in Zhou Ming's eyes gradually faded, replaced by confusion, pain, and finally, endless regret. He remembered the bucket of filthy water he had just used, and the vicious curses he had uttered. Then look at Jin Yang, who remains calm and powerful even after being splashed with water, and who has enlightened him with a single word. Zhou Ming's lips trembled. I. Jin Yang could tell from his expression that he had been persuaded, and gestured for Ling Shuang and Ling Xue to release him. Zhou Ming immediately kowtowed 3 times to Jin Yang, his forehead instantly turning red and swollen. Brother Jin Yang. I was wrong. I'm not human. I was blinded by jealousy. You're right, it's those two women's fault, not yours. I want to become as powerful as you. Please take me as your subordinate. I'm willing to do anything for you. Just please teach me how to become a man as charming as you. Zhou Ming raised his head, his eyes filled with longing and humble pleading. Jin Yang looked at Zhou Ming kneeling on the ground, and his heart stirred slightly. In the original world, his best friend Lu Su once tried to pull him back from his most sycophantic point, to bring him to his senses, and to fight alongside him. Unfortunately, he didn't listen at that time. Lu Su's whereabouts are now unknown, while Zhou Ming, who is standing in front of him, comes from a wealthy family and has received a good education. However, he is weak-willed, overprotected, and lacks experience and true self-confidence. Perhaps, we could give it a try? He definitely needs manpower right now. In the early stages of starting a business, in addition to top elites like Chen Tingting, it is also necessary to have some insiders who can run errands, get things done, and have certain backgrounds and resources. However, I don't accept younger brothers casually. It will be tested. Jin Yang's tone was indifferent. I can give you a chance. But my team doesn't take in trash, cowards, or idiots who can't control their emotions and only know how to take their anger out on others. This whole thing started because of you. I'm giving you a day to handle it properly. If you can do it, then come talk to me. If you can't, don't ever show your face in front of me again. Jin Yang didn't want to deal with other people's messy family affairs himself. This is a good opportunity to see if Zhou Ming has the potential to become his assistant. Zhou Ming was overjoyed and kowtowed repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, brother. I will definitely do a good job. I definitely will. At this moment, following Jin Yang's earlier signal, Long Xiaoyun brought back the two sisters who wanted a divorce. The two women looked to be in their early 20s, and their appearances were about 6 or 7 parts alike. They were both quite pretty and charming. Upon seeing Jin Yang, their eyes suddenly lit up with an alarming brightness, completely ignoring their husbands who were standing beside them with tears streaming down their faces. Young Master Jin Yang. We truly love you. Zhou Ming doesn't understand us at all. We're not happy at all with him. Please look at us. We're willing to get a divorce. We'll follow you cleanly and without any problems. We'll be your concubine or your maid. We're definitely better at serving people than Xinxingxi. The two of them spoke back and forth, eagerly expressing their feelings. Their eyes were burning with passion and greed, as if Jin Yan was the only springboard for them to rise in social class. As Jin Yang looked at them, the image of Lan Shubi's fawning face towards Lin Yaozu in the BMW flashed through his mind. That's how it is without any regrets or remorse, they can trample on those who once gave their all for better material things without hesitation. His fists were slightly clenched at his sides. Shut up. Jin Yang's voice was as cold as ice. The twin sisters immediately fell silent, looking at him with some fear. First, I have no interest in married women, that's my principle. Secondly, Xinxingxi has only ever had me in her heart. As for you, you know exactly what's in your hearts. The sisters turned pale and wanted to explain, but they were too scared to speak. Jin Yang was resolute. I don't want impure feelings. Take your likes and get out of my sight. After he finished speaking, he gestured to the female bodyguards. Xin Yun and the others immediately stepped forward and threw the two of them out. As Zhou Ming watched the scene, the last bit of lingering affection he had for his wife vanished, replaced by a strange sense of relief and gratitude. Brother Jin Yang is right, a woman like that isn't worth it. He bowed deeply to Jin Yang once more, then got up and resolutely went to deal with the mess he had left behind. The farce has temporarily come to an end. Surrounded by the crowd, Jin Yang was taken to the lounge attached to the principal's office, where he changed into a well-fitting, high-end casual outfit that Xie Jingya had prepared in advance. In the mirror, there was another handsome and composed young master from Jin Yang. He captivated a large number of women. Chapter 29. Yet another woman who wants to bloom. As night fell, the villas in Xishan were brightly lit. Wearing an apron, Xinxingxi was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, already demonstrating her excellent qualities as a concubine. The doorbell rang, and Jin Yan opened the door. Standing outside the door was Chen Tingting, who had dressed up carefully. She changed out of her smart daytime suit and into a champagne-colored silk shirt paired with a black fitted skirt. Her platinum blonde hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and her cool, beautiful features appeared much softer in the warm light of the villa. But the light that burst forth from those gray-blue eyes the moment they saw Jin Yang almost set him ablaze. She knelt down to pay her respects, her voice trembling slightly. Good evening, young master. As Chen Tingting stepped into the villa, she took a deep breath. The air was filled with the faint aroma of food. There's also an aggressive, masculine aura about him. Her heart skipped a beat, and her legs went weak. But her elite upbringing allowed her to quickly regain her composure. She came today on important business. In the restaurant, she opened her elegant briefcase, took out a thick stack of documents, and began her professional and clear report. Young master, all the company's registration documents are complete. This is where you need to sign. I have prepared 3 versions of the initial operation plan, each with a different focus. Please take a look. The funding account has been set up as you requested, and the initial 5 million in startup capital has been secured. In addition, this is a preliminary bodyguard rotation and training schedule based on your course arrangements. Jin Yang listened attentively while quickly browsing the documents, signing his name where necessary. Decisive and efficient, and completely trustworthy. Chen Tingting looked at his focused profile and the strong, fluent handwriting as he signed, and her heart was filled with emotion. This man not only possesses a godlike appearance and physique, but also a business acumen and decisiveness that surpasses hers. After the report, she handed over a class schedule. Young master, this is your course schedule for this semester. If you find going to school too troublesome, I can arrange for top-notch private tutors to come to your home to teach you. Jin Yang interrupted her and put the timetable away. No need. I will go to school. Chen Tingting was taken aback. But she fears that attacks like today's will happen again. There might be even more extreme people in the school. Jin Yang's lips curled into a playful smile, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Is going to school too much trouble? Unsafe? No. For him, that place was the most fertile garden. So many beautiful, talented, and high-quality flowers who admire him. If we don't go, how will the flowers bloom? How can it bear fruit if it doesn't flower? If he doesn't complete the mission quickly, how can he accumulate more wealth and gain more time to return? He also wants to go back to the original world and send the despicable couple, Lan Shubi and Lin Yaozu, to the 18th level of hell. I also want to start my own business. Just pick me up from school on time every day, Jean Yang instructed. Yes, young master. Chen Tingting immediately replied, though she was puzzled, she did not question it. At this moment, Xin Xingxi came out carrying a plate of dishes and smiled gently. Jean Yang, dinner's ready. Sister Tingting is here too? Let's eat together. Dinner was plentiful. Xin Xingxi's culinary skills are as excellent as ever. During the meal, she naturally sat down next to Jean Yang, serving him dishes and soup. She would occasionally whisper a reminder to him to be careful of the heat, her eyes overflowing with tenderness and affection. Chen Tingting sat opposite, dining quietly and elegantly, but her gaze kept drifting involuntarily towards Jean Yang and Xin Xingxi. The bittersweet envy in my heart grew wildly like vines. She also wanted to be like Xin Xingxi, to take care of him legitimately, to be close to him, and to be needed by him. She had been dreaming of marrying him for many years. Even if it's just being a concubine. She was willing to do anything as long as she could get his occasional pity. She knew that she would never be the rightful wife. The woman chosen as the principal wife by the state must be the most outstanding in terms of family background, appearance, ability, and genes. Although her family is well off, her profession is not comparable to that of entrepreneurs or government officials. She was just a lowly assistant. An assistant with no status who has been neglected by the young master for many years. But recently, the young master suddenly gave her a task. Does this mean that she has been noticed to some extent? Could she possibly hope to become a concubine? After dinner, Xin Xingxi cleared the dishes and went to the kitchen. Chen Tingting made an excuse to go to the restroom to touch up her makeup. Standing in the spacious and bright guest restroom, she carefully touched up her lipstick in front of the mirror, making her full lips even more moist and alluring. She then took out a small bottle of perfume from her handbag and lightly sprayed it behind her ears and on her wrists. That was her special choice. The top notes are refreshing orange blossom and bergamot, while the middle and base notes are cedar and a hint of musk. Its coolness carries a hint of allure. It's said that this flavor is most effective at stimulating male hormones. I don't know if it's true or not. She looked at her slightly flushed cheeks in the mirror, took a deep breath, and cheered herself up. Okay. This is a rare opportunity. Grab it. She adjusted the collar of her silk shirt, making her alluring curves subtly visible, then turned around and abruptly pulled open the bathroom door. She crashed headfirst into a broad embrace. The familiar, cool masculine scent instantly enveloped her. Jean Yang was already standing outside the restroom door at some point. He had clearly just taken a shower. His black hair was still damp. He was wearing dark loungewear, the collar casually open, revealing a muscular physique. She had a refreshing scent. He looked down at Chen Tingting, whose small face was raised in alarm. Her gray-blue eyes resembled those of a startled fawn, and her red lips were slightly parted. The fullness beneath the silk shirt heaved violently with tension. And there was that deliberate yet alluring cool fragrance emanating from her. Jean Yang's gaze deepened. He's no innocent young man. The smell, the look in his eyes, the posture. I recognized her eyes. She was yet another woman who wanted to bloom. Good. He was worried that he hadn't met today's flowering target yet. Chen Tingting's heart was pounding in her chest, her mind went blank, and she stammered. Young master. I didn't mean to. She never expected that Jean Yang would appear outside the guest restroom. Could it be that he came here specifically to find her? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, and her breathing became more rapid. Jean Yang remained silent. He simply wrapped his arm around her and lifted her up in his arms. Ah! Chen Tingting was startled and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Jean Yang picked her up, turned around, and strode towards his bedroom on the second floor. With steady steps and a clear goal. Everyone here is an adult, and Chen Tingting immediately realized what was about to happen. Her body softened, and she gently buried herself in his warm neck. At the corner of the stairs, Xin Xingxi came out carrying a plate of washed fruit and saw Jean Yang carrying Chen Tingting upstairs. She paused for a moment, then a gentle yet knowing smile appeared on her face. She gently placed the fruit plate on the coffee table in the living room, turned around, and quietly walked to her guest room, carefully closing the door behind her. Well, the young master shouldn't need her help tonight. Jean Yang closed the master bedroom door with his foot, making a soft click sound. Tonight's night is long and passionate. Chapter 30. Everything I have is yours. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, falling on the messy bed in the master bedroom. Jean Yang opened his eyes and felt the warmth in his arms. Chen Tingting curled up in his arms, her platinum blonde hair spread out on the pillow. Her cold, beautiful face was flushed with satisfaction as she slept soundly. Last night, this icy elite completely melted, revealing astonishing enthusiasm and awkwardness. Hey! She usually seems so aloof, but I never expected her to be so shy in that area. She fainted before his super kidneys could even function at full capacity. It seems I need to practice more. Ding! Host flower detected +1. Reward, 1 million renminbi has been deposited into the system account. Reward, all physical stats +1. Current progress, flowered 4 times, fruited 0 times. 2 more blooms or fruits are needed to gain the chance to return to the original world. Next return time, 10 minutes. Jin Yang's eyes lit up. 10 minutes. It's 10 times more than before. That's enough for him to do more. He decided to go find Lu Su, the only brother who truly cared for him in the original world. With his help, they can begin to establish their business empire in the original world more quickly. However, I'm a bit short on funds right now. The initial investment in establishing the bodyguard company was 5 million yuan. After various previous expenses, the total amount remaining in the system account and personal account was only about 1.78 million yuan. We still need to work hard to make flowers bloom and work hard to earn money. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Tingting in his arms stirred and slowly opened her eyes. When she met Jin Yang's handsome face and recalled the passion of last night, her face flushed red. Her voice was still a little hoarse as she struggled to sit up. Good morning, young master. I should go prepare breakfast for you. Jin Yang held her down, his fingers brushing against her disheveled golden hair. No rush. Let's get down to business first. He looked at her, his tone calm yet earnest. Once I've found a proper wife, I'll formally marry you and make you my concubine, how about that? Chen Tingting froze. Those usually calm and wise gray blue eyes were wide open now, as if they had heard some unbelievable tale. A few seconds later, tears welled up without warning. It wasn't sobbing, but a torrent of tears that slid down her delicate cheeks and soaked the pillow. Her voice was trembling uncontrollably. Young master. What? Are you telling the truth? Would you take me as your wife? Jin Yang raised an eyebrow. You don't want to? Chen Tingting suddenly threw herself into Jin Yang's arms. Yes. I do. I've been dreaming of being your woman, sob. I've been thinking about it for many years. She looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, and poured out her emotions. Young master, I first met you 8 years ago when you gave your acceptance speech at the provincial mathematics competition. You were only 10 years old then, but your temperament was so outstanding. I have never seen any boy like you. I went crazy after that. I studied like crazy, skipped grades, got into top universities, and went to Ivy League schools. Everyone says I'm a genius, a master of the scroll, but they don't know that I just want to be worthy of you. I learned 5 languages because I heard you might go abroad for further studies. I pursued an MBA in business management with the idea that one day I could create an industry for you. I work out to stay in shape so that when you see me, at least you won't find me an eyesore, sob. She sobbed, but stubbornly continued talking. 2 years ago, I knew the country was selecting an assistant for you, so I used all my family's connections, gave up $1 million annual offer from Wall Street, and flew back overnight. My hands were shaking during the interview. I was so happy when I was finally selected that I couldn't sleep for 3 days. But you hate women getting close to you. The first thing you said to me was, if you follow me again, I'll die. At this point, her tears flowed even more freely. From then on, I dared not appear in front of you again, and could only handle all your trivial matters remotely. I wait by the phone and in the email every day, hoping that one day you will need me, even if it is just a little bit. These past 2 years, I've been living like a walking corpse. What's the use of career success? What's the use of having a lot of money? I don't even deserve to stand by your side, sob. She gripped Jin Yang's arm tightly, afraid of losing him again. But now, you not only let me get close, but also entrust me with the most important cause, and are willing to give me a title. Young master, I, Chen Tingting, hereby swear, for the rest of my life, I will only be loyal to you. My life is yours, my talent is yours, everything I have is yours. I'm willing to do anything for you, as long as you don't mind. Upon hearing this heart-wrenching confession, Jin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, like a volcanic eruption. In the original world, what kind of existence would a woman of Chen Tingting's caliber be? That was the goddess from the clouds who wouldn't even give him a second glance when he was delivering food. He may never have the chance to say a single word to her in his entire life. Oh, it's not impossible. He can also say something to her when the food arrives. Hello, your takeout has arrived. Please leave a good review, thank you. Then he rolled his eyes at him in return. But what about now? This mixed-race elite, a graduate of a top university, fluent in 5 languages, and capable of wielding influence on Wall Street. She was kneeling in his arms, crying and recounting her years of unrequited love, vowing to give him everything. This extreme contrast, this sense of conquest that brings a flower from the clouds down to earth and makes her willingly submit. Cool. That was fucking awesome. Jin Yang curled his lips into a smile, wiped away her tears with his thumb, and spoke with a hint of mockery. Okay, stop crying. Your makeup is ruined. Chen Tingting stopped crying and started laughing. She wiped her face shyly, but still clung tightly to him. The two got up, washed up, and arrived at the restaurant, where Xinxingxi had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The fried egg is golden brown, the bacon is crispy and fragrant, the salad is fresh, and there is also warm milk and freshly squeezed juice. Xinxingxi wore an apron, and her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses were as gentle as water. Jin Yang, Sister Tingting, dinner's ready. Jin Yang walked over and casually ruffled her hair. Thank you for your hard work, Xingxing. But don't forget, you're also a top student from Tsinghua or Peking University, a genius in finance and investment. It's such a waste for you to be my babysitter all the time. Xinxingxi was stunned for a moment, then knelt down, looked up at him, her eyes filled with emotion. She thought that Jin Yang would ignore her after he had another woman. She was prepared to dedicate her life to this cause. But to my surprise, Jin Yang not only didn't ignore her, but also cared about her. Jin Yang, are you concerned about my studies? I'm so happy. Don't worry, I'll work hard. I definitely won't let it interfere with my studies. Jin Yang helped her up. I might need your help with my career in the future. Your expertise is a perfect match. Xinxingxi's eyes lit up instantly. Really? I can help you? That's great. I'll do everything in my power to help you. Look, that's the difference. In the original world, Lan Shubi knew that he worked hard delivering food, but she would only complain that he earned little and was unambitious. The women here are all desperately trying to improve themselves, just so they can be worthy of him and help him. Now, with 2 elites by his side, Xinxingxi and Chen Tingting, he is sure to achieve great things and realize upward social mobility. Chapter 31, Let the Weak Duck Stand Up Straight. During breakfast, Chen Tingting had already reverted to her professional demeanor as an elite assistant, opening her tablet to report on the schedule. Young master, today is your first day of formal classes. There are 2 long classes in the morning, Fundamentals of Macroeconomics and Advanced Mathematics. In the afternoon, it's Principles of Management. At 7 p.m., I had arranged to have dinner with Ms. Bai Lu and her mother, Ms. Bai Min, at the Kempinski Hotel. Jin Yang nodded. These university courses are exactly the knowledge he needs to learn to start his business now, which makes him no longer hate going to school. Indeed, having a goal is what gives you motivation. He used to not know why he had to study, and he wasn't interested in subjects like Chinese, math, or English, so he simply stopped learning them. I finished my associate degree in a daze, and didn't learn anything of substance. Now that another opportunity has presented itself, he decides to give it a try. As for Bai Lu, that little girl is quite cute, it would be good to keep her. However, what he was really interested in was her mother Bai Min's position. He had Chen Tingting investigate Bai Min, who is the director of the Beijing Municipal Bureau of Male Security Resources Allocation. If the collaboration is successful, his company will gain official endorsement and access to high-quality talent, making its startup much smoother. After the meal, the team of beautiful bodyguards arrived on time. The Maybach escorting Jin Yang drove towards Tsinghua and Peking universities. As soon as the car arrived at the school gate, a huge crowd of people appeared again. Thousands of girls knelt on both sides of the road, holding homemade signs, their eyes filled with fervor. They were all dressed very lightly and had beautiful makeup on. Good morning, young master Jin Yang. Young master looks so handsome today. Young master, look at me. I can warm the bed. Jin Yang frowned. Once or twice is novel, but doing this every day becomes harassment. He did indeed need to choose a suitable partner from among them, but things couldn't be rushed. He rolled down the car window. Disperse. From now on, no one is allowed to kneel and greet people at the school gate. I'm here to study, not to ascend the throne. The entire room fell silent. The girls looked at each other, somewhat at a loss, but dared not disobey. After all, they all wanted to win Jean Yang's favor. They all stood up and silently retreated to a distance. But those gazes remained fixed on the car. A new thread was immediately posted on the school forum. Young Master Jean Yang has decreed that from now on, no one is allowed to kneel and greet students at the school gate. Violators will be expelled. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd and knelt down in front of the car with a thud. It wasn't a fanatical girl, but Zhou Ming. His eyes were still red, but his gaze held a newfound clarity and determination. Brother Jean Yang, I've taken care of everything as you instructed. I've divorced them, the assets have been divided, and we're even. I also sincerely apologized to the principal and wrote a 10,000-word self-criticism. The principal gave me a disciplinary warning and placed me on probation, which I am willing to accept. Big brother, do you think I handled it well? Please take me as your underling. I don't want money or power, I just want to learn from you how to be a real man. Jean Yang sized him up. To be able to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, one's IQ must be quite high. My family is in the real estate business, so I have resources and connections. Although I made a foolish mistake yesterday, I know I was able to correct it and have the courage to cut ties with the past and step out of my comfort zone. He is a promising talent. Jean Yang said calmly. Get up. From now on, work for me. But remember, I don't support idlers or stupid people in my team. Zhou Ming was overjoyed and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, brother. I will definitely not let you down. Jean Yang thought for a moment and then gave further instructions. Your first task is to tell all the boys in the school. Instead of fighting for the crown, it's better to build up your physique. Women are naturally drawn to strength. If you don't want to be a weakling, stand up for yourself. From today onwards, male students from Tsinghua and Peking universities are forbidden from fighting among themselves. Focus on self-improvement. Anyone who ruins their future by fighting over women will be taught a lesson by myself. Hearing this, Zhou Ming was filled with excitement and responded loudly. Yes, brother. I'll go and deliver the message right away. Of the 100 boys in the whole school, 60 were in Zhou Ming's clique. People generally listen to what he says. As for the remaining 40, they were older boys. Although he couldn't directly make them obey, he believed that the boys wouldn't dare to say no, relying on the authority of brother Jean Yang. So, he went off to carry out his mission with full confidence. Jean Yang watched his retreating figure as he ran away, pondering to himself. Men in this world are too passive overall. Physically weak, genetically weak, and lacking exercise. They really should be protected, or they will be plundered. But being overprotected can cause one to lose their fighting spirit and become weaker and weaker. He hates the word weak. The label of weakling has always been attached to him and can't be removed. Now, he is not weak. He wanted to make the weak men of this world stand up and be used by him to create his own world. His bodyguard company alone cannot achieve this goal. He wants to change these men from the very beginning. Although he could have more children to change the future, that would take time. Why not start now, gather these outstanding male students from prestigious universities, and cultivate them into your own team? After all, the business empire he wanted to build couldn't rely on women alone. University courses begin. It was a novel experience for Jean Yang. In his original world, he would either sleep or play on his phone in college classes, and the teachers would turn a blind eye. Here, he sat in the first row, and all eyes in the classroom of hundreds were on him. The female students looked on with infatuation, while the male students had complicated expressions. The female professor on the podium was about 40 years old and had an intellectual air about her. However, he would occasionally drift off during the lecture, his eyes wandering towards Jean Yang, his cheeks slightly flushed. Jean Yang was speechless. He really just wanted to come and learn something. Oh well, you'll get used to it. He listened attentively to the lessons and discovered that the original owner's memories and comprehension were still intact, so the courses were not difficult for him. Furthermore, by combining his social experience from the original world with the rules of this world, he can generate many new ideas. At the end of the day's classes, Jean Yang had gained a lot. Evening, a private room on the top floor of the Kempinski Hotel. When Jean Yang arrived, Bai Lu and Bai Min were already there. Through the door, you could vaguely hear the conversation inside. Bai Lu's voice carried a hint of coquettishness. Mommy, please stop nagging. I know I was too impulsive that day, but I just couldn't control myself when I saw young Master Jin Yang. Bai Min's voice was serious, yet tinged with helplessness. Can't control yourself? Where's your ladylike manners? Did they get eaten by a dog? What have I been teaching you? You're so loud and boisterous, what good guy would like you? You need to be gentle, considerate, and speak softly. I'm usually very introverted. I finally managed to be extroverted for once, but it turned out to be introverted for life. I never expected Su Wanqing to confront me in public. Bai Min sighed. Competition is fine, but it must be fair and aboveboard. Most importantly, it must be genuine. Back then, Bai Lu muttered softly. You were so sincere back then, but you still couldn't win over that guy. In the end, you had to go through IVF to have me. Jin Yang, standing outside the door, raised an eyebrow. It turns out that Director Bai has such a past. Chapter 32. It's not good to flirt and run away. Bai Min raised her voice slightly in rebuttal. That's different. Back then, he was a true prodigy, so it's normal for him to have high standards. But this Jin Yang is just a top scholar, right? He's a bit handsome and has a good physique, so why are so many high-quality girls fighting over him? Mommy! You've never met him in person. He's really different. What's the difference? I've been in charge of male security for so many years, what kind of high-quality men haven't I seen? I'm going to have a good look at him later and see what kind of magic he has. Jin Yang pushed open the door and entered at the opportune moment. The private room fell silent instantly. Bai Min raised her head, her gaze sweeping over like lightning. Jin Yang was dressed in a simple black shirt and trousers today, with an upright posture and a calm demeanor. When those eyes looked over, they were deep and sharp, carrying a sense of control far beyond their years. Bai Min's heart skipped a beat. This demeanor is certainly not that of an ordinary 18-year-old. But she didn't show it on her face, maintaining an official smile as she stood up. Jin Yang, I've heard so much about you. I am Bai Min, Bai Lu's mother. Jin Yang shook hands with a moderate force, his posture neither humble nor arrogant. Director Bai, it's a pleasure to meet you. The three of them sat down, and the dishes were served one after another. Bai Min's seemingly casual conversation was actually a test of Jin Yang's knowledge, manner of speaking, and vision. Jin Yang responded calmly. From the international economic situation to domestic policy guidance. From technological development to humanistic reflection. Talking fluently and engagingly. He possesses both the vigor of youth and the composure and insight beyond his years. Bai Min became increasingly alarmed as she listened. This doesn't look like a college freshman at all. This is clearly an elite who has been working in society for many years. But she still maintained her airs. Jin Yang is indeed outstanding. However, our Lulu has also been carefully nurtured since childhood. She has a grade 10 piano certificate, excellent academic performance, and a respectable family background. Her marriage should not be rushed. The implication is, you may be a good man, but if you want to marry my daughter, you'll have to see if I agree. Jin Yang smiled. He picked up a napkin, wiped his hands, and snapped his fingers. The door to the private room opened, and Chen Tingting walked in with a folder, which she respectfully handed to Jin Yang. Jin Yang pushed the folder in front of Bai Min. Director Bai, the main reason I've invited you today is not for personal matters, but for official business. Business? What kind of official business can a college student discuss with a high-ranking official? Bai Min opened the folder with a puzzled look, her eyes scanning the file titles. Letter of intent for strategic cooperation between Dragon Shield Security Consulting Company, Limited and Beijing Municipal Bureau of Mail Security Resources Allocation. She looked up sharply. You want to cooperate with me? Jin Yang leaned forward slightly, exuding his full aura. To be precise, they complement each other. You are responsible for the allocation of official mail security resources and policy formulation, while I am responsible for the implementation of market-oriented and professional security services. The government needs efficient implementers, and I need official endorsement and talent channels. It's a win-win situation. Bai Min quickly flipped through the documents, becoming increasingly shocked with each reading. The letter of intent is clear in its terms, responsibilities, and benefits, and even takes into account policy risks and contingency plans. This is entirely the work of a seasoned businessman. Even if it wasn't written by Jin Yang, it was written by one of the capable people around him. She put down the documents, re-examined Jin Yang, and her eyes changed completely. You had this all planned out in advance? Jean Yang spoke in a flat tone. Just going with the flow. In this world, men need protection, but what they need even more is dignified and professional protection. Instead of being kept as fragile pets. What I want to change is not just the situation of a few men, but the living conditions of the entire male population. Bai Min remains silent for a long time. She has met too many high-quality men. They enjoy privileges, yet they are also trapped in those privileges. They either accept being kept in captivity with a clear conscience, or they struggle to break free but are powerless to do so. Men like Jean Yang are strong, have clear goals, mature business acumen, and even dare to discuss cooperation with government officials. A once-in-a-century event. She let out a long breath and solemnly signed her name on the letter of intent. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, Mr. Jean. It's a pleasure working with you, Director Bai. Bai Lu watched in stunned silence. So, the deal is done? Not only did her mother not object, she even signed the papers voluntarily? As far as she knew, her mother was a very picky person. Many people tried to curry favor with her and cooperate with her, but she rejected them all. Jean Yang secured her cooperation with just a few words. Could it be that her mother has come to approve of Jean Yang? Towards the end of the dinner, Bai Min suddenly looked at her daughter, her tone much gentler. Lulu, didn't you say you wanted to take Jean Yang to the movies? Let's go tonight. Bai Lu froze, her cute little mouth agape in an O shape. Ha? Mom, when did I? Bai Min patted her daughter's hand, interrupting her. You're always free, right? Jean Yang, are you free tonight? Bai Lu blushed instantly and looked timidly at Jean Yang. Jean Yang smiled. Okay. He also quite liked Bai Lu. Simple, sincere, and from a good family. Maintaining a good relationship will be necessary for future collaborations. Moreover, the flowering indicator is still 2 times short. Half an hour later, in a VIP box at a top-tier cinema in the city center. Jean Yang booked the entire venue. On the giant screen, light and shadow flowed, playing a romance film. But the 2 people in the private room weren't really interested in the movie. Bai Lu nervously twisted her fingers, secretly glancing at Jean Yang's profile. The screen light shone on his face, highlighting his sharp features and making him look so handsome he seemed unreal. She mustered her courage, slowly moved closer, and whispered. Jean Yang, thank you for coming today. And thank you for not being angry with my mother. Jean Yang turned to look at her, his eyes tender. Your mother is just concerned about you, why should I be angry? Bai Lu bit her lip, then suddenly reached out and gently grasped Jean Yang's hand. Jean Yang, I really like you. It's not just a passing fancy, it's serious. You saved me in the alley that day, and I swore to repay you. Her palms were slightly damp and trembling. Jean Yang gripped her hand tightly and asked in a low voice. So, how are you going to repay me? Bai Lu took a deep breath and made up her mind. She straddled his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, closed her eyes, and kissed him with trembling hands. Raw yet passionate. The male and female leads on screen are kissing, while the same scene unfolds simultaneously in the private room. Bai Lu repaid the man she fell in love with at first sight in a clumsy but sincere way. In the darkness, Jean Yang curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. The light and shadow on the screen flickered on their faces, reflecting the triumphant smile in Jean Yang's eyes. This shy little rabbit actually attacked someone on its own initiative. Hee, this is really interesting. After a few proactive kisses, Bai Lu suddenly pulled away, panting slightly. Jean Yang chuckled softly. It seems the little rabbit's attack skills are still immature. He gripped the little white rabbit by the back of her neck with his large hands, leaving her nowhere to escape. His voice was deep. Little rabbit, it's not good to flirt and then run away. Chapter 33. The flowers bloom in the cinema. Jean Yang used his other hand to support Bai Lu's waist, pressing her even closer to him. His kiss, 100 times more passionate and aggressive than before, landed, leaving the little white rabbit completely mesmerized. Meanwhile, 5 exciting 5D movies were shown in cinemas. As we all know, 5D movies can make people feel like they are there in many ways, including visual, auditory, and tactile. At the same time, it is very energy-consuming. Bai Lu was so exhausted by the end of the movie that she collapsed. Jean Yang found the movie very interesting and didn't feel tired at all. Ding! Host flower detected +1. Reward, 2 million renminbi has been deposited into the system account. Reward, all physical stats +1. Current stats: Constitution 75, Strength 80, Endurance 75, Speed 75. Current progress: flowered 5 times, fruited 0 times. One more flowering or fruiting cycle is needed to gain the chance to return to the original world. Next return time: 10 minutes. The system notification sounded in Jean Yang's mind as he carried the unconscious Bai Lu out of the movie theater box. Night had fallen, and the Maybach drove smoothly through the streets of Beijing. The little white rabbit in her arms was sleeping soundly, with a satisfied smile on her lips. Jean Yang glanced down at her, and that feeling of satisfaction welled up inside him again. The sweet and soft white rabbit has a wonderful taste. Especially her shy and bashful appearance makes one want to cherish her dearly. He had never even seen a woman as beautiful, rich, and successful as her before. But what about now? Not only did the rich and beautiful woman take the initiative to throw herself into his arms, but even her powerful mother actively tried to match them up. The rules of this world really spoil men rotten. That's perfect, he's a man. It's better to be born well than to do well. No wonder people always say that some people's starting point is the ending point for most people. After dropping Bai Lu off, he returned to his villa. Xin Xingxi finished washing up early. Chen Tingting quickly changed into a suit as well. Excellent people deserve more rewards. Jean Yang would certainly not be stingy. The night was long. The next morning, at the West Mountain Villa, Xin Xingxi prepared breakfast. She wore her hair in a low ponytail today, and her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses were gentle and focused. She looked beautiful in her pretty dress. Such a virtuous wife and loving mother would be the dream marriage partner of countless men in the original world. But here, she was just one of many women in Jinyang, and she felt incredibly happy about it. Family members, breakfast is ready. Jean Yang happened to come down the stairs. Chen Tingting followed them downstairs. She had changed into a formal suit, looking very proper, and had regained her usual elite demeanor. Xin Xingxi served them porridge. They also specially brought Chen Tingting a bowl of bird's nest soup. Sister Tingting, this is nutritious, try it and see if you like it. Chen Tingting was very happy. She felt that this place was already her home, and it was very warm. From now on, she will get along well with everyone. So she handed Xin Xingxi a bottle of health-preserving tea. This was originally meant for her to drink, because she was usually quite tired from work and needed to take care of her health. Xingxing, this is for you. Xin Xingxi accepted it and expressed her gratitude. Jean Yang felt quite pleased to see that his two women got along well. In the original world, which wife could tolerate her husband bringing another woman home for the night? It's likely that things would have already turned upside down. But here, everyone gets along well. Good. That's great. I love the feeling of a complete family together. This made up for the lack of love he had experienced since childhood. After breakfast, Chen Tingting quickly regained her composure and turned on her tablet. Young master, this is today's itinerary. I have 2 long classes in the morning. I have lunch with Ms. Su Wanqing and her mother, Ms. Su Nimu, at the Emperor Hotel. I have no classes in the afternoon. Jean Yang picked up the milk, took a sip, and raised an eyebrow slightly. He wasn't really interested in Su Wanqing's surgically enhanced face, but her mother Su Nimu's profession was quite interesting. A former underworld boss, now a white-collar entrepreneur in the biopharmaceutical industry. The biopharmaceutical industry is promising. If a drug could be developed to improve male physique, it would be an absolutely revolutionary business opportunity in the world. Moreover, Su Nimu's connections in both fields will greatly benefit his upcoming business empire. This cooperation must be discussed. The entrance to Tsinghua and Peking universities. As expected, there wasn't a huge, kneeling crowd to welcome them today. The girls stood in 2s and 3s at a distance, each dressed in light and attractive clothes, with exquisite makeup, their eyes eagerly watching the approaching Maybach. They are still looking for opportunities. But when Jean Yang got off the train, no one dared to rush forward again. Only. Click clack clack. Countless camera shutters clicked simultaneously. At least a few dozen girls were taking pictures of Jean Yang with professional SLR cameras. The spectacle was comparable to that of a top celebrity out on the street. Jean Yang remained silent. Seriously, can't these guys just shut up for a bit? Although he is indeed very handsome. Xin Xingxi's phone vibrated at just the right moment, and she blushed as she took it out to take a look. What's wrong? Jean Yang asked. Xin Xingxi answered softly. It was a forum link sent by my best friend. The campus forum is full of your photos. They took so many, and each one has over 10,000 likes. She turned her phone screen towards Jean Yang. Sure enough, the top-rated posts on the Tsinghua and Peking University internal forums were all about Jean Yang. Breaking news. Analysis of young master Jean Yang's OOTD outfit, thought, and talk. The young master's profile is killer. I'm smitten. Even breathing is so cool. It's almost unfair. Click on it to see a high-definition 9-grid image, with tricky angles and perfect lighting. The comments below were even more outrageous. Ah, that collarbone. I'm dead. Wow, those muscles are so defined. Is this body even real? Could the young master's long legs kick me right into his heart? Saved. I have material for tonight's dream. Hey upstairs, can I borrow your phone to talk? Jean Yang's lips twitched as he watched. In the original world, a poor loser like him wouldn't even have the right to be secretly photographed. Quite a few criminals have asked him to help them take photos secretly. Of course, he refused. Now, he's become a top influencer on campus. He reached out and took Xinxingxi's phone, his finger swiping across the screen until it stopped on a photo of him looking out the window. He is indeed quite handsome. It's not that he's narcissistic, it's that he's very confident in his good looks. But why are there so many photos of him on Xinxingxi's phone? He leaned down and whispered in Xinxingxi's ear. Why save photos when you can see the real person every day? What's not in the photos, you can get at night, can't you? The warm breath sprayed on her earlobe, and Xinxingxi's face instantly turned red, her whole body going limp. She playfully punched him, but her eyes were full of sweetness. Jean Yang, you're so annoying. Xinxingxi covered her mouth and chuckled, feeling that her young master's skills in flirting with girls were improving day by day. Jean Yang returned the phone to Xinxingxi, his gaze sweeping over the girls holding cameras in the distance. This campus forum gave him an idea. Perhaps I can use it to do something later. Chapter 34. You're going to be the boss. The morning classes passed peacefully. The classroom was still packed. The female professor would still occasionally drift off and steal glances at Jean Yang during her lectures, but at least no one did anything as foolish as splashing water on him anymore. Many boys would even kneel before him. It seems Zhou Ming did a pretty good job. The bell rang, and Jean Yang packed up his books to leave. Zhou Ming ran over from the back row, his face beaming with excitement. Big brother. I've relayed everything you asked me to. Many brothers say you're right, and they also want to become stronger. Jean Yang patted him on the shoulder. Well done. Keep an eye on them, and if anyone fights over a woman again, take them down. Yes. Jean Yang walked towards the restroom. As soon as I stepped into the men's restroom, the door slammed shut. 10 boys surrounded the exit and blocked it. The leading boy was burly, estimated to be 175 centimeters tall. This height is considered tall for a man in this world. His muscles were slightly defined, his complexion was healthy, and his eyes held a hint of arrogance. He stood in stark contrast to the thin, pale boys around him. The burly young man crossed his arms, looked Jean Yang up and down, and spoke in an unfriendly tone. You are Jean Yang? Do you know Lao Tzu? Jean Yang glanced at him, shook his head slightly, and looked completely indifferent. The boy started shouting. My name is Li Kuangyao. Kuang is in arrogant, and Yao is in swaggering and domineering. I heard you're pretty arrogant, huh? Walking all over the place at school like you own the place? Jean Yang raised an eyebrow but remained silent. It seems Zhou Ming didn't manage to convince all the boys. These are the fish that slipped through the net. Li Kuangyao approached Jean Yang, his eyes fierce. I'm the strongest of all the 100 boys in the school, and I've always been the boss. He married 4 wives and had 6 children. The government provides him with a monthly subsidy of 3 million yuan, and he also hands over all of his wives' salaries. He said this with his chin slightly raised, exuding a sense of superiority. And you? An 18-year-old kid who doesn't even have a wife, what makes you so arrogant? The surrounding underlings chimed in. That's right. Our Yao Ge is the real man. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'll acknowledge brother Yao as your boss. Keep a low profile at school from now on, and listen to Yao Ge. Jean Yang couldn't help but laugh at Li Kuangyao I'm so awesome attitude. That's it? Boss? He's definitely physically stronger than the average guy, but compared to him, he currently has all his physical stats above 75, plus the added bonus of his Sanda Chinese kickboxing skills. If it really came down to it, he could beat Li Kuangyao so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. However, he had an appointment later and didn't have time to waste with these kids. Jin Yang returned lazily. Sure, if you want to be the boss, then be it. I don't mind. He was just being perfunctory, but to everyone's surprise, Li Kuangyao's face instantly darkened upon hearing it. He felt insulted. You fucking look down on me? In a world where the number of wives and children determines one's worth, Li Kuangyao, with 4 wives and 6 children, is undoubtedly a man among men and a true success story. How dare this guy, who hasn't even gotten married yet, treat him so casually? Li Kuangyao waved his hand. Teach him a lesson. Several henchmen immediately pulled out water guns from behind their backs? And a wash basin? Jin Yang almost burst out laughing when he saw these weapons. Good heavens, how is this fighting style any different from those women in the original world who pull hair, splash water, and launch sneak attacks? A weak duck is a weak duck. They don't even dare to use their fists in a fight. Sure enough, no matter which world you're in, the way the weak fight is pretty much the same. Equally inefficient and ineffective. The water gun sprayed out a murky liquid. Sizzle. Jin Yang easily dodged to the side, then grabbed the underling's wrist and twisted it. Ah! The younger brother screamed and let go, the water gun falling to the ground. Another boy who rushed over carrying a wash basin was kicked in the knee. I wished him a happy new year right away. In less than 10 seconds, all 9 henchmen were lying on the ground groaning. TCH. They really are a bunch of weaklings. They're not even as good as women. Li Kuanyao's expression changed repeatedly. He could tell that Jin Yang's skills far surpassed his own. But his pitiful pride forced him to bite the bullet and charge forward. I'll fight you to the death. Die. The fist slammed into Jin Yang with a whooshing sound. Jin Yang initially wanted to take him down, but then he thought it would be a good opportunity to test just how strong this strongest boy in the whole school really was. So he held back a little and exchanged a few blows with Li Kuangyao. Li Kuangyao became increasingly arrogant as the fight progressed. Ha ha. That's all there is to it. Kid, kneel down and beg for mercy now, and I might spare you. He hadn't finished speaking. Jin Yang was annoyed. He punched Li Kuangyao in the stomach. Well. Li Kuangyao hunched over, his eyes bulging. Immediately afterwards, Jin Yang elbowed him in the chin, then pushed him to the ground. Bang! 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 Fists rained down on him. Li Kuangyao was terrified and begged for mercy, covering his head. Stop hitting me. I give up. I give up. Jin Yang stopped, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him up. Li Kuanyao's face was bruised and swollen, with tears and snot streaming down his face. He was no longer the arrogant man he had been moments before. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. This Jin Yang is just too strong. Li Kuangyao was physically stronger than the average boy since childhood, and he never lost a fight. After marrying 4 wives, he was treated like royalty. He always thought he was the pinnacle of manhood. But now, Jin Yang's fist was terrifyingly heavy. The speed was so fast that he couldn't even see it clearly. And that gaze cold, sharp, carrying a sense of oppression he had never seen in a man before. Is she really 18? Is he really a young, unmarried man without children? Li Kuangyao began to question the meaning of life. Boss, I was wrong, I'll never do it again. He said, trembling. But Jin Yang laughed. No, you didn't understand. He patted Li Kuanyao's swollen cheek. You're still the boss. You're definitely going to be the boss. Li Kuangyao was stunned. The henchmen around him were also dumbfounded. Jin Yang looked around, his voice firm. Li Kuangyao, your physique and skills are both excellent. You are among the best in this world. But are you satisfied? 4 wives, 6 children, and a monthly allowance of 3 million, is that all? His contempt was undisguised. If that's all there is to it, then you'll just be a slightly stronger weak duck your whole life. Li Kuanyao's face turned bright red, but he was powerless to refute. Jin Yang continued. I want you to be the boss, not so you can act like a tyrant, but so you can be a role model. From today onwards, I will lead all the boys in the school to exercise every day, to improve their physical fitness, to practice combat skills, and to build their courage. I want boys from Tsinghua and Peking universities who are no longer fragile and weak, but real men who can stand tall and be upright. Jin Yang stared into Li Kuanyao's eyes. If you do well, I'll personally teach you even better skills, and there will be a reward. If it's not done well. He smiled, but didn't finish his sentence. But the chill in that smile sent a shiver down Li Kuanyao's spine. Chapter 35. Surrounded by Su family bodyguards. The next second, Li Kuanyao knelt down and kowtowed. Brother Jin Yang. I will definitely do it. I will definitely lead the brothers to become stronger. His voice trembled with excitement. Over the years, he may have seemed successful, but he was actually empty inside. What good are having many wives and children? They are nothing more than reproductive tools in this distorted world. He was never truly respected. Women respect his reproductive value, while men envy his benefits and benefits. But what Jin Yang just said. The words real man were deeply imprinted on his heart. So, men can live like this? The henchmen around him all knelt down. We'd love to. They looked at Jin Yang with burning eyes. This boy, younger than them yet incredibly powerful, gave them a path they had never imagined. Jin Yang nodded. Get up. I'll have Zhou Ming discuss the specific plan with you later. He turned and left the restroom. Behind him, Li Kuanyao and a group of boys kowtowed to see him off. From this moment on, all 100 male students from Tsinghua and Peking universities have turned their hearts to their homeland. Jin Yang is the true leader in their hearts. Emperor Hotel. As soon as the Maybach arrived at the entrance, it was stopped by 8 female bodyguards in black. This commotion is ill-intentioned. Who is such a kind person that they have 8 bodyguards blocking their guests? He had arranged for the entire group of beautiful female bodyguards in Jinyang to go for training, leaving him alone at this moment. I thought there was no danger in coming to discuss cooperation. I never expected the Su family to be so arrogant. But it doesn't matter, these are all trivial matters for him. The female bodyguard at the head of the group remained expressionless. Mr. Jin Yang? Our boss would like to have a chat with you first. Want to chat? It's not just a simple chat, is it? Jin Yang got off the bus and glanced at them. She's physically okay, but she's nowhere near as good as Long Xiaoyun and the others. He said calmly. Lead the way. The female bodyguards exchanged glances and then walked around him toward the small garden on the side of the hotel. As soon as they entered the deserted corner, the 8 people instantly dispersed, forming an encirclement. The female bodyguard leader said coldly. Mr. Jin Yang, please forgive me. Our boss said that since you're not giving the Su family any face, we have to teach you a lesson. Jin Yang sighed. Did Su Nimu send you? Did she tell you who I am? The female bodyguards were taken aback. All they knew was that they wanted to teach a boy named Jin Yang a lesson. He was supposedly a college student and quite handsome. Now it seems. That height, that physique, that presence. In what way do they resemble ordinary college students? The female bodyguard leader gritted her teeth. We're just doing this for money, sisters, let's get started. But no one moved. The 8 female bodyguards all had their eyes glued to Jin Yang. Because he's so handsome and stylish. Those muscle definition. That look in his eyes. Start? They couldn't bear to part with it. At that moment, Sunimu's angry roar came through the earphones. What are you doing? If you don't take action now, they'll all be fired. Blacklisted from the underworld. The female bodyguards' expressions changed. Most of them are retired athletes or veterans, and it's not easy for them to find a good job. They can't afford to lose this job. The female bodyguard leader forced herself to rush forward. I'm sorry. Jin Yang sighed. He didn't want to fight or show off, but some people insisted he do it. Jin Yang dodged her straight punch by turning to the side, and then grabbed her wrist and pulled and pushed her. The female bodyguard leader staggered backward and bumped into the wall. Seeing this, the other 7 gritted their teeth and pounced together. 1 minute later. All 8 female bodyguards were rolling on the ground, writhing in pain. Jin Yang casually straightened his cuffs and sighed. Oh dear, what a pity. You guys are quite skilled, but you followed the wrong people. My bodyguard company, Dragon Shield, is hiring. The pay is double what you're getting now, the training resources are top-notch, and there are bonuses for good performance. If you're interested, come work for my company after you finish this order. These are such promising talents we can't let them fall into the hands of the Su family. It's a good opportunity to recruit them to strengthen our team. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the top floor of the hotel. On the ground, the female bodyguard leader struggled to sit up, her eyes shining as she looked at Jean Yang's back. Double the treatment. Top-notch training. What a handsome boss. What have they done to deserve this? During their time with the Su family, they were forced to do many bad things, and their consciences were already aching. Now that such a powerful person has extended an olive branch to them, they need to seize the opportunity. The female bodyguard leader gritted her teeth. Sisters, resign. Go to Dragon Shield. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The other bodyguards answered in unison. I agree. Inside the penthouse suite on the top floor, several Su family servants in work uniforms were busy running around. Some were serving tea and water, some were setting out fruit platters, and some were adjusting the room temperature. A plump, middle-aged woman adorned with gold and silver jewelry sat leisurely on the sofa. She is Su Nimu. In her early 50s, excessive plastic surgery has left her face stiff like a mask, with two shrewd little eyes embedded under her swollen eyelids. He wore a thick gold chain around his neck and 8 gemstone rings on his 10 fingers. The tight-fitting cheongsam accentuated layers of fat, making it look like a Michelin tire adorned with gold and silver. After giving the order, Su Nimu took off her headphones. She was absolutely certain that her bodyguards would teach Jean Yang a lesson he wouldn't tolerate. She took a sip of red wine and said calmly to Su Wanqing, "Daughter, just wait and see. That brat will be beaten half to death and come kneeling to see his mother in a moment. I'll make sure he doesn't accept your confession. I'll show him what happens when you offend the Su family." Su Wanqing, however, looked worried. She had only meant to complain to her mother that Jean Yang hadn't agreed to her confession on the spot. After all, she had been waited on hand and foot since childhood, and her family always indulged her. She gets whatever she wants. But now he has been defeated by an 18-year-old boy. This gave her a great sense of frustration. But she genuinely likes Jean Yang. She might complain a bit, but she won't actually do anything to him. I was thinking of confessing my feelings again in a couple of days. Unexpectedly, her impatient mother found out and insisted on teaching Jean Yang a lesson. No matter how she tried to dissuade her, her mother insisted on doing so. They claimed they couldn't let their daughter be insulted. Actually, she was afraid of disgracing the Su family. Su Wanqing had no choice but to obediently follow. Suddenly, the metal door of the private room was kicked open. Bang! The force was so great that the entire door flew through and slammed into the wall. Ah! Su Wanqing screamed in fright. The servants were also frightened and hid away. Jean Yang walked slowly through the swirling dust. As expected of someone who has seen a lot, Su Nimu was not intimidated at all. She squinted, looking Jean Yang up and down, a flash of amazement in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by arrogance. You are Jean Yang? You've got some skills, aren't you? You can take down 8 of my bodyguards. But kid, don't get cocky. You weren't even born when I was in the underworld. She swayed her bulky, obese body as she walked over, each step causing the ground to shake. It's your good fortune that my daughter has taken a liking to you. How dare you refuse? How dare you disrespect the Su family? Today, I'll personally teach you what rules are. Chapter 36, Giving the Boss a Throw. Su Wanqing was so anxious that she kept stamping her feet. Mom! Don't hit him. I like him. Su Nimu stared wide-eyed. Like my ass. This kind of ungrateful brat needs to be beaten into submission first. Jean Yang looked at the moving mountain of gold in front of him and rubbed his temples helplessly. This collaboration is quite difficult to negotiate. But he doesn't want to give up the lucrative field of biopharmaceuticals. According to the information Chen Tingting investigated, Suze is doing very well in this industry and is currently the most promising company in China. If we can control their resources, the plan to make the weak duck stand up will only become smoother and smoother. His career will also grow as a result. This cooperation, though difficult, must be discussed. Jean Yang spoke calmly. Mr. Su, don't get agitated. I'm here today to discuss business. Su Nimu glanced at him disdainfully, spitting as she spoke. Business? Bah! You think you're qualified to talk business with me? If you can dodge one of my punches today, you can discuss any business with me. But if I beat you to death, don't complain. Her large body suddenly accelerated, crashing into Jean Yang like an out-of-control truck. Her aura was somewhat like that of a female gangster boss. That's just his temper, he comes at you without warning. I wonder what her expression will be when she gets beaten down. Jean Yang dodged to the side, then grabbed her thick arm and threw her over his shoulder. Boom! The mountain of meat, weighing over 200 pounds, crashed onto the carpet, shaking the entire private room. I must say, this weight is really tough to handle. If his strength hadn't increased now, he probably wouldn't have been able to even throw her. Su Wanqing screamed in fright and ran over to help Su Nimu. Mom! Are you all right? Su Nimu was dazed and confused after being thrown and struggled to get up. Jean Yang didn't give her a chance. He stepped on her back and grounded hard. Su Nimu spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Jean Yang's voice was icy cold. Can't we have a proper talk now? Su Nimu lay on the ground, in great pain. My mind is a complete mess. She's been in the underworld for 30 years, rising from a street girl to a big boss. What kind of ruthless people hasn't she seen? I've been in more fights than I've eaten salt. I can count the number of times I've lost on one hand. And we won't lose badly. But today, he was knocked out by a man in one move. This is unbelievable. Her weight is definitely top-notch. Even the strongest woman might not be able to budge her, let alone a naturally weak man. But this Jean Yang is incredibly powerful. The speed is ridiculously fast. Before she could even react to what was happening, she felt like she had been thrown on the ground like trash. 2 ribs were broken off and pierced into his lungs. Pain. It hurt so much. This was a pain she had never felt before. It was even more painful than when she gave birth. She struggled to turn her head and look at the man who was causing her pain. His eyes were cold and ruthless. He looked at her as if she were a pile of garbage. This doesn't look like an 18-year-old college student. He's clearly a god of death. Terrifyingly strong. She was no match for him at all. No wonder someone as proud as Su Wanqing could fall for him. Su Nimu chickened out. She knew that discretion was the better part of valor. We can talk. Mr. Jean, please be merciful and let me go. I can agree to any business deal. Jean Yang released his foot. Su Nimu struggled to get up, clutching her ribs, and gasped for fresh air. She was relieved that the other person didn't continue to beat her. Otherwise, she would have died here today. Anyone who's been through this knows that she has to keep the big boss in front of her happy right now, or she'll never have an easy time in the future. She pushed her daughter in front of Jean Yang. Boss Jean, my daughter is yours. She'll be your concubine or your maid. I just beg you to give me a way to live. Her only asset right now is her daughter. Su Wanqing looked at her mother, feeling both anxious and angry. Mom! How could you push me away? Am I not your most beloved baby anymore? Even though she was very willing to be Jean Yang's woman, she still felt uncomfortable being betrayed by her own mother. Su Nimu waved her plump hand and advised. Wan Wan, of course Mom loves you the most, but right now we have to survive. Please help me. Although Su Wanqing had never been involved in the underworld, she knew a little about the rules of the underworld thanks to her mother's influence. That is indeed the reality. If they cannot satisfy Jean Yang, the Su family will likely suffer a great calamity. All she could do was offer herself up. She clutched the hem of her dress, walked to Jean Yang's side, and lowered her head meekly, completely losing her usual arrogance. Jean Yang twitched his lips and stepped aside. Is this really an attempt to make him happy, or to disgust him? He felt disgusted just looking at Su Wanqing's fake face. It's best to stay away. He casually summoned Chen Tingting. Chen Tingting immediately handed over a contract. Jean Yang sat down, got straight to the point, and spoke calmly. Mr. Su, Su's biopharmaceutical has a solid foundation, especially in the fields of nerve repair and cell activity, where it has accumulated patents. But the bottlenecks are also obvious. There is a lack of disruptive research directions, and the high-end market is monopolized by a few research institutes with state-owned enterprise backgrounds. Moreover, both the legitimate and criminal worlds have consumed a lot of your energy and profits. Su Nimu became increasingly alarmed as she listened. The other party actually found out so much about her in such a short time. Who exactly is this Jean Yang? Jean Yang abruptly changed the subject, his gaze sharpening. So, I'm not here to steal your job, I'm here to offer you a ladder. My requirements can be summarized in 3 points. Then it points to the first part of the contract. First, Dragon Shield Security Consulting will become Su's exclusive strategic security partner. The safety of all your production bases, R&D centers, logistics channels, and even senior personnel will be taken over by my people. Those small fry in the market, including the relationships you had to deal with before, will no longer be a problem for you. My team will be the strongest shield in this industry. Sunimu's eyes lit up. She knows all too well how much security costs and compromises with distribution channels can drag down a company. If we can get this level of protection, the money and trouble saved are secondary. The key is that we can focus on research and development and expansion without any distractions. Moreover, she believed that with Jin Yang's martial prowess, the subordinates he trained must also be very capable. Jin Yang moved his finger to the second part. Second, collaborative research and development. I will provide the Su family with a globally unique research direction, male physique and gene enhancement. Sunimu suddenly raised her head, forgetting even the pain, her voice trembling with excitement. What? How is this possible? Research in the field of male genetics is a global challenge, progress is slow, and there have been no results for many years. Jin Yang interrupted her, his tone indifferent. That's because you lack the most core and perfect research samples and directional guidance. He leaned forward. And I can be that sample, and provide a preliminary feasible theoretical direction. Everyone present was shocked. What did they hear? Someone actually wanted to use themselves as a sample? Chapter 37, Taking Over the Su Group. Looking at Jin Yang's physique, which was much taller than that of an average man, Sunimu recalled his strength and speed just now. I have made a clear judgment in my mind. He is a genetically mutated individual. Moreover, this mutation is very rare, making it very suitable as a research sample. She now understood why Jin Yang had sought cooperation with the Su family. Because he is a walking specimen. Even if he doesn't study himself, others will capture him and study him. During her time in the underworld, she witnessed many unscrupulous people kidnapping high-quality men for experimental research. Although she was involved in organized crime, she was very humane and despised such behavior. But when Jin Yang took the initiative to give her a chance, things were different. The wise approach is to cooperate and seize the initiative. Seeing Sunimu's thoughtful expression, Jin Yang knew that things were probably settled. He took a sip of red wine and continued. I'm granting the exclusive license to the Su family. You, Mr. Su, know better than I do what that means. Upon hearing this, Sunimu's breathing became even more rapid, and her mind raced with calculations. This isn't just any ordinary license, it's an exclusive license? This is not just a mountain of gold and silver, it is the key that will enable her Su family to leap into the world's top biopharmaceutical giant. Its underlying value is immeasurable. The immense surprise and shock almost made her dizzy. This isn't a negotiation. It's like the god of wealth has brought her money. More importantly, after the cooperation, Su Wanqing will have more contact with Jin Yang, greatly increasing the possibility of her marrying into the family. Marrying a high-quality man is something that the Su family has dreamed of for generations. It was all worth the beating I just got. Her voice trembled as she asked impatiently. And what's the third point? Jin Yang's lips curled slightly as he closed the contract, his eyes resolute. Third, I need 51% of the shares of the Su family as a sign of sincerity for a deep partnership. These words stunned everyone in the Su family. If they agree to this, the Su family will have to change masters. They all looked at Sunimu. Without a moment's hesitation, Sunimu grabbed the pen Shen Tingting handed her and signed the equity transfer agreement and strategic cooperation agreement. They didn't even glance at the specific financial terms. President Jin. From today onwards, the Su Corporation belongs to you. Let us create a better future together under your leadership. Sunimu's face was filled with admiration and ambition. Don't even mention 51%, I'd be willing to give you 100%. Investing the future of the Su family in you is the wisest decision I, Sunimu, have ever made in my life. Her words came from the bottom of her heart. Having witnessed Jin Yang's skills and aura, and understanding the leverage he held, Sunimu knew exactly what was going on. This is not a loss at all, it's like hooking up with an unprecedentedly powerful ally. This is a golden opportunity for the Su group to achieve great things. This is a golden opportunity for the Su family to integrate excellent genes. What did she have to hesitate about? No. There's absolutely no need to hesitate. Just go for it. Jin Yang looked at the undisguised fervor and determination in her eyes and nodded. No wonder she was once a big sister, she has courage and ambition. It's a pleasure working with you, Mr. Su. Shen Tingting will handle the specific details. He got up to leave. Su Nimu quickly called out to him. President Jean. Please wait. She shoved the still-dazed Su Wanqing over to her face plastered with a fawning smile. My daughter Wanqing is deeply in love with you. Do you think it would be possible for her to stay by your side, even if it's just to serve you tea and water or learn something? It would be a token of our Su family's goodwill. Su Wanqing also looked at Jean Yang with anticipation. Although the face was fake, the infatuation in her eyes was real. Jean Yang frowned. Was this really a genuine expression of affection? They really have no idea how they feel about themselves. Even if he reluctantly accepted her, he was afraid that her implants would be squeezed out during tutoring. There are plenty of naturally beautiful women waiting for him to choose from, why make things difficult for himself? Being a concubine is out of the question. Perhaps it could be used for something else? According to what he knew, Su Wanqing was spoiled and domineering, a good-for-nothing, sponging off her parents at home, and spending money like water. I don't know what it's for. He paused for a moment, then spoke. Starting tomorrow, you will join Su's as a junior employee. Get rid of all your bad habits, and we'll talk about the rest later. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and she was extremely unwilling. She was pampered since childhood and used to being a young lady. She had never worked a single day. No one would accept being suddenly asked to start from the bottom. But it was a request made by the man she liked, and she was willing to give it a try. I understand. Jean Yang knew she was unwilling, but at least she had the courage to try, so he could still try to help her out. He grunted in agreement and turned to leave. Despite her severe injuries, Su Nimu respectfully saw him off at the door. In the evening, Jean Yang wanted to wander around by himself to relax, so he asked Chen Tingting to go back to the company first. He's been very busy these past few days, which has put him under some pressure. However, he is very good at regulating his emotions and quickly puts the pressure to the back of his mind. He's relatively free tonight, so he plans to visit his company. This was his first time visiting his own company. The 3-story modern building occupies a large area and has complete facilities. When he entered the lobby, the receptionist was a young woman with a high ponytail, who was tidying up documents with her head down. The receptionist looked up and her eyes lit up the moment she saw Jean Yang. Hello, do you have an appointment? I've come to see Chen Tingting, Jean Yang said. Mr. Chen is in a meeting. Would you like me to inform him? Jean Yang waved his hand, took out his phone and sent a text message to Chen Tingting. The gist of it was that she should finish her meeting first, and he could go in and look around by himself. Soon, the receptionist received a notification to welcome Jean Yang. Jean Yang dismissed the receptionist and wandered around on his own. He was taken aback by this turn. The first floor houses the reception area and basic training ground, complete with sandbags, boxing gloves, and protective gear. The second floor is a professional training area, with simulated urban warfare scenarios, a shooting range, and a tactical obstacle course. The third floor houses offices, a medical room, and even a small laboratory with various testing equipment. To his even greater surprise, there was another floor underground. That was a comprehensive training ground simulating actual combat. Lighting, sound effects, and smoke can all simulate a realistic environment. Jean Yang stood at the edge of the training field, looking at the 10 beautiful female bodyguards practicing inside, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Chen Tingting managed to arrange everything so perfectly in such a short time. This mixed-race elite assistant is a real gem. At this moment, Chen Tingting came running over, slightly out of breath. Young master. She changed into a black training outfit, her platinum blonde hair tied into a high ponytail, and her gray-blue eyes sparkled under the lights. Are you satisfied with the company? She asked cautiously. Jean Yang turned around and pulled her into his arms. Satisfy. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Tonight, I'll reward you properly. Spend time with Qingqing. Chen Tingting's face instantly turned red, and she went limp in his arms. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the training field. Jean Yang frowned, released Chen Tingting, and walked outside. A group of people were gathered in the garden outside the company gate. The leader was a man in his early 20s, dressed casually, with a shifty-looking face. He was followed by a dozen or so women dressed as thugs. The man saw Jean Yang and screamed. You're the one who stole my girlfriends? Jean Yang narrowed his eyes. Girlfriends? Chapter 38. You stole my girlfriends? Jean Yang squinted at the nonchalant man in the garden. He was probably in his early 20s and at most 1.6 meters tall. He was as thin as a bamboo pole, and it looked like a gust of wind could blow him into the sky. His face was pale, and he had that listless look, like someone who had been hiding in a basement for years and couldn't see the light of day. His eyes darted around, revealing a guilty conscience and a hint of bluffing. He has shifty eyes and doesn't look like a good person at all. What's most eye-catching are his shoes. His left foot is a regular sneaker, but his right foot is a specially made thick-soled orthotic shoe. He always leans to the left when standing, and when walking, it's even more obvious that his right leg is weak and he limps. With that build. That's the kind of aura she has. Just look at her appearance. Surprisingly, a group of attractive female thugs were following them? And he also has girlfriends? Jean Yang was somewhat unsure. Could this person also have a special constitution? If he was able to travel through time, then maybe others have too. We need to test him first. Jean Yang spoke, his tone calm. Who are you? Who are your girlfriends? Upon hearing this, the man screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I'm Su Zhe, a cheerleader for the provincial Sanda team. Bai Lu, Xin Yun, Ling Xuan, Ling Shui, Yi Ling, Gu Wanchang. They were all my women before. I've been pursuing Bai Lu for 2 years. Xin Yun and the other 4 girls used to fawn over me every day in the team. If I said east, they wouldn't dare go west. And now? They've all come running to you. And they still consider you their boss? Su Zhe became more and more excited as he spoke, spittle flying everywhere. Bai Lu confessed her feelings to you in front of the whole school. Xin Yun and the others won't even answer my calls. They eventually found out they're all working as bodyguards at your lousy company. So what if you're tall and handsome? What's so great about that? I refuse to accept this. I'll duel you today and take them back. Jean Yang almost burst out laughing after hearing this. He remembered. When they rescued Bai Lu in the alley, the group of girls got into a fight because of this Aja. At that time, he thought that this Aja was as handsome as him. So this is the guy in front of me. It's incredibly ugly. The weakest of the weak. Those women must be blind to like this stuff. A mere cheerleader bewitched 5 legitimate Sanda fighters, causing them to lose their futures and become street thugs. He can then continue to gain a group of female thugs to back him up. It seems this ugly thing does have some tricks up its sleeve. In the original world, he had seen many PUA masters who specifically targeted naive and easily deceived boys, swindling them out of money and sex. It has to be said that Lan Shubi's PUA techniques really seem like she's been trained. He could be easily fooled and completely subdued with just a few words. But at least those people will try to present themselves in a certain way. But what about Su Zhe in front of me? You must be as thin as a bamboo pole, as ugly as a human being, and as healthy as someone with a limp. That's it? How could he possibly fool so many women? Are women in this world a little too easy to fool in some ways? However, this guy actually said that Jean Yang stole his girlfriends. Jean Yang cannot accept this at all. It seems there's one more person to teach a lesson today. Jean Yang's lips twitched. What kind of day is this? One villain after another comes to provoke us, like NPCs. But it doesn't matter, he has plenty of time and means to deal with this garbage. He raised his hand, signaling Su Zhe to shut up. First of all, I didn't steal anything from you. They are all independent individuals with their own right to choose. They chose to leave you and come to me, that was their own decision. Jean Yang paused, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt. Secondly, you say they are your women? Have you ever thought about why they left you? He deliberately dragged out his words. They just avoided a pile of shit. As soon as he finished speaking, the garden fell into a deathly silence. Su Zhe's face turned white in an instant, then red in a flash, and finally turned a deep liver color. He was so angry that he was trembling all over, and his finger pointing at Jean Yang was shaking. His already unbalanced body staggered even further. You fucking called me shit? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? The group of female thugs behind him also erupted in anger, shouting and cursing. What the hell did you say? How dare you insult our brother Zhe? Looks decent enough, but has such a vicious tongue. Bullying the weak, huh? Zhe isn't in good health, and you're still insulting him like this. Are you even a man? Xin Yun and the others are blind. They ended up with someone as rude as you. Jean Yang listened to this series of accusations, but instead of getting angry, he found the drama increasingly interesting. He crossed his arms and watched the group of people with an air of nonchalance. In the past, if he dared to speak to others like that, even if he was in the right, he would be forced to apologize. Who told him to be a poor, powerless food delivery man? But what about now? He calls someone shit, leaving the other person helplessly enraged. Even if the other party wanted to beat him up, they couldn't beat him. You can only accept it if you don't like it. This feeling. Wow, that feels so good. He looked at the group of female thugs who were standing up for Suja and asked with amusement. Why are you all willing to follow him and protect him? A female thug with dyed green hair puffed out her chest and shouted. Because Zhe is pitiful. His family is on welfare and relies on government assistance. I was sickly and disabled since childhood, and I was always bullied. We can't stand it. We have to protect him. Another blonde man chimed in, his tone surprisingly carrying a hint of admiration. Anju is very devoted. He's wholeheartedly devoted to the women he likes, and he'll take the initiative to take care of us and show concern for us. He truly loves us. Jean Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Puff. The laughter was particularly jarring in the quiet garden. Suja and the female thugs were all stunned. Jean Yang laughed and shook his head, tears welling up in his eyes. Faithful? Ha ha ha. Focused on a group, huh? You guys probably have some misunderstanding about what devotion means. Is this what you call being devoted? This is called being devoted to getting something for free. His smile vanished, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. You say he loves you? Has he married any of you? Has he given you any official status? Has he had any children with you? The female thugs paused, then looked at each other in bewilderment. No. Suja has indeed not married or had children with any of them. But they still defended him. The green-haired man stubbornly retorted. He didn't marry us, but he promised to give each of us a home. He said he'd marry us and have a bunch of kids with us once he's better off. She became increasingly insecure as she spoke, and her voice grew much softer. Jean Yang was laughing so hard he was bent over, clutching his stomach and shaking his shoulders. Ha 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 ha. Scam. Isn't this a classic scam tactic? Chapter 39 The Goddesses Support Me. Drawing a cake to satisfy hunger. Bounced checks. A promising future. He was very familiar with these words in his original world. Lan Shubi often made empty promises to him. I'll go on a date with you if you buy me this bag. I'll marry you once you've saved up 80,000. You only need to deliver food for another 3 years before you can marry me. You're only 30,000 yuan short. Just try a little harder. You'll definitely be able to marry me. And what was the result? He saved up money for 8 years and gave it all to her, only to be told in return, you can't even afford an 880,000 yuan dowry. What's the point of getting married? Suja in front of me can't even draw a pie properly. There are actually people who believe this? Jean Yang wiped away the tears of laughter, straightened up, and looked at the group of female thugs, speaking slowly and deliberately. He doesn't love you at all. He loves the sense of security you give him, the money you spend on him, and the embellishments you put on for him. He's a con artist who cheats you out of your sincerity, your money, and your youth. In his eyes, you are not lovers at all, but tools, ATMs, and bodyguards. Suja screamed, his voice distorted with fear. Its body was contorted, like a zombie going on a rampage. You're talking nonsense. You're just jealous. Jealous that so many women like me. Jealous that they're good to me. The female thugs were also enraged by Jean Yang's words and began to shout and curse. Bullshit. You're just as sour grapes. You're incompetent, so you slander Brother Zhe. We're happy to do it. It's none of your business. Looking at their stubborn and unrepentant expressions, Jean Yang suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Most of the time, sincerity doesn't earn sincerity. In return, it only becomes a joke. He uttered a few words in a low voice. I don't care about you guys. I have very high standards when it comes to choosing people. I don't just pick up any trash. The green-haired female thug sneered. Keep bragging. You? How many women can you possibly have? Maybe 1 or 2 at most. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a clear, urgent female voice came from the direction of the company entrance. Young master. Everyone turned to look. Chen Tingting walked over quickly. Her platinum blonde hair swayed gently in the evening breeze, and her gray-blue eyes were filled with worry. She wore a well-tailored champagne-colored silk blouse and a black-fitted skirt. The high heels made a crisp sound as they tapped the ground. Those uniquely mixed race features, that face that exudes both cold beauty and tenderness, that enviable figure. Instantly, all the female thugs in the garden shut their mouths. His eyes were wide open. This woman is so beautiful. Compared to them, they are nothing but dirt chickens and clay dogs. Chen Tingting walked straight to Jin Yang's side and carefully checked his body. Young master, are you alright? Were you bullied? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have answered the phone. I'm sorry to have left you here alone with this huge pile of shit. Wow. This little girl can actually swear. Jin Yang glanced at Chen Tingting and a smirk played on his lips. No, she was just wearing a black training outfit and had her hair in a high ponytail. How did she manage to dress so beautifully and even get her hair done in the blink of an eye? Ha ha. This thoughtful assistant is here to support him. She really is a virtuous concubine. Jin Yang was secretly pleased and patted the back of her hand. I'm fine, don't worry, they can't hurt me at all. Chen Tingting finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew, of course, that Jin Yang was very skilled and that the other party definitely couldn't win. But there were many of them, and each of them could verbally abuse Jin Yang until his face was covered in spittle. Even if Jin Yang could debate with a group of women, he shouldn't be left to fight alone. She's a good girl, she never swears or curses. But today, she couldn't stand others hurting her man, so she went all out. She straightened her back and said haughtily, "Listen up, all of you. I am Chen Tingting, the CEO of Long Dun Group. Moreover, I am one of the women of Jin Yang." She pronounced the word one of very clearly, as if afraid the person opposite her might not have heard her. The female thugs were shocked and whispered amongst themselves. They never expected that the president of a company was just one of the women in front of this handsome, tall man. Could it be that he has many women? Suja's face turned pale, and he was furious. He led the provocation. Humph. Keep bragging. I bet you only have this one woman. A blonde female thug chimed in. That's right, Brotherja has a group of us women protecting him, so why don't you bring a few more of us? As soon as she finished speaking, another gentle and clear female voice rang out. Jin Yang. Xinxingxi parked her car on the side of the road and got out. Today she was wearing a beige knitted dress, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses were clear and gentle. With a slender and graceful figure and a scholarly air, she is clearly a highly educated goddess. She jogged over and naturally took Jin Yang's other arm, her cheeks slightly flushed. My training course is over, and I've come to pick you up. Who are these people? The garden fell silent once again. The female thugs looked at Chen Tingting, then at Xinxingxi, their mouths opening and closing, but no sound came out. These two women, one a cold and aloof elite, the other a gentle and academically gifted, are both figures that the two women can only dream of. But now, they are holding Jin Yang on either side, their eyes overflowing with love and dependence. Suja was also stunned, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. How is this possible? On what grounds? Why are all the women around Jin Yang so beautiful and elegant? And all his women are these low-class thugs? Bai Lu, the rich heiress he wanted to pursue, didn't even like him. He muttered to himself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're definitely putting on a show. Jin Yang yawned, not wanting to pay him any attention. Such people don't even realize they're about to die. Even in death, he still had a stubborn mouth to hold on to. How noisy! At that moment, a series of crisp, clear female voices came from inside the company gate. Boss! Young Master Jin Yang! Boss! We're here! Young Master! Xin Yun, Ling Xuan, Ling Shui, Yi Ling, and Gu Wancheng were the first to rush out. They had just finished training, wearing matching black training vests and overalls, and were still slightly sweaty. Their wheat-colored skin still glowed with a healthy sheen in the night, their muscle lines were smooth and powerful, and their figures were all incredibly hot. Their features were either heroic, delicate, or sweet, but at this moment their eyes were all sharp as knives, staring intently at Su Jia. Immediately afterwards, 5 female soldiers, Long Xiaoyan, Su Yan, Deng Bing, Zhao Exayan, and Wu Lan, also ran out. They were also wearing training uniforms, their postures were as upright as pine trees, their eyes were cold and stern, and they exuded a fierce aura of someone who had been through many battles. 10 women stood behind Jin Yang. That aura, that presence, completely overwhelmed the person on the other side, making it hard for them to breathe. This is no longer a comparison. This is a dimensional reduction attack. Chapter 40: Learning during a video call. The female thugs looked at Shin Yun and her friends, then at themselves. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. Suja's eyes lit up instantly when he saw Shin Yun and his group of 5, as if he had caught the culprits. He pointed at them, his voice shrill. Shin Yun. Ling Xuan. You still recognize me? I'm Suja. You're Zhe. How could you do this? You've forgotten about me just because you're with this man? You used to treat me so well. And now? You're blind to my good fortune. You're just a snob. You're no longer good girls. Jin Yang frowned. Here comes the PUA again. Did they manage to fool Shin Yun and the others again? Shin Yun gave Jin Yang a reassuring look, then stepped forward, crossed his arms, and looked down at Suja. She was almost a head taller than Suja, and her eyes were full of disgust. Suja, stop acting here. Whether we are good girls or not is not for you to define. We were blind before, completely fooled by your words. But now we're sober. Get as far away from me as possible. I never want to see you again. Ling Xuan coldly replied. The boss is hundreds of times better than you. In terms of height, appearance, physique, intelligence, and character, in which aspect can you compare? We only learned what true respect and genuine care are after we followed the boss. Jin Yang fought back and realized that he had treated them all equally. All the resources that should be provided were provided, and all the bonuses that should be paid were paid in full. Let them submit willingly and decide for themselves whether to stay or leave. This is just a perfectly normal procedure, but in their eyes, it's a blessing. Ling Shui continued to curse. You used to be good to us? Yes, you talked a good game, but what about your actions? We spend money on you, back you up, and fight for you. What can you do besides make empty promises? They pretend to care about us on the surface, but behind our backs they tell others that we're playing with you and play the victim everywhere. Yi Ling directly confronted him. You're a fraudster. You cheated us out of our feelings and money, and tricked us into becoming your free bodyguards. Still faithful? Bah! You're stringing together all 5 of us, chasing after Bai Lu, and even hooking up with that bunch of women behind you. And you still have the nerve to call yourself faithful? Gu Wancheng delivered the final blow. Our boss gave us jobs, taught us skills, and respected us. And you only know how to exploit our sympathy to satisfy your own vanity. She looked at the female thugs across from her who were still in a daze. Sisters! Wake up! Don't be fooled by him anymore. He doesn't love you at all. He just needs you to protect him, spend money on him, and save face for him. Once you're no longer useful, he'll throw you away like trash. These words struck the female thugs like a heavy hammer blow. They looked at Suja's pale and flustered face, and then at Shin Yun and the others' firm and clear eyes. Looking back at Suja's usual behavior. They are always complaining, always demanding, and always promising the future. But that future never came. The green-haired female thug was the first to release her grip on Suja's arm and take a step back. Next came blonde hair, then red hair. One after another. Suja's side gradually emptied out. He stood there all alone, like a clown stripped naked. He panicked, completely panicked. You all. No. That's not it. I love you all. I really do. Jin Yang finally finished laughing. He stepped forward and stood in front of Suja, his eyes cold. Tell me, why did you lie to them? Seeing that the situation was hopeless and no one was backing him up, Suja had no choice but to back down. He knelt down with a plop and began to act, with snot and tears streaming down his face. I had no choice. Wah! As you all know, I was bullied since I was a child because I was poor and because I was disabled. I have no ability to protect myself, so I can only find some powerful women to pity me and protect me. I didn't mean to. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I promise I'll change. I'll treat them well. He thought he was crying sincerely, as if he truly regretted his actions. But Jin Yang looked into his eyes. In the depths of those eyes, there was no regret, only fear and calculation. He was afraid. They were afraid of losing these free bodyguards and cash cows. They were afraid of what would happen if they were exposed. Do you believe he will change? Do you still believe I am Qin Shi Huang? Jin Yang smiled. He turned around and looked at Qin Yun and the group of female thugs who had just come to their senses. What do you think we should do? Qin Yun clenched his fist. Give him a beating. Let him learn his lesson. Long Xiaoyun was more direct. Send him to the police station. He's been defrauded of money, and the total amount must be quite substantial enough to keep him in jail for several years. Jin Yang nodded. Then let's do it this way. He looked at the group of female thugs. If you still want to follow him, I won't stop you. If you want to change your way of life, he said, pointing to the company behind him. Dragon Shield welcomes you. Room and board are provided, and you will receive a salary. You will be officially assigned to your posts after passing the training. The rest, let Qin Yun teach you according to the standards I gave them back then. The female thugs looked at each other. Finally, the green-haired female thug was the first to stand up and bow deeply to Jin Yang. Thank you for reminding us. We are willing. We will definitely change. Others echoed his sentiments. Suja slumped to the ground, his face ashen. He knew he was finished. Half an hour later, Suja was put into a police car, and the sound of sirens faded into the distance. The garden returned to peace. Qin Yun led the group of female thugs inside and arranged temporary dormitories and a training program. Jin Yang stretched and felt that although today's events were annoying, the outcome was not bad. They acquired another batch of promising stocks and also rid the people of a scourge. Cool. He sat in the back seat of the Maybach, with Shen Xingxi and Shen Tingting on either side of him. The car slowly drove away. On the way, Shen Xingxi's phone rang. It's a video call. After the call connected, Shen Yimen's bright little face appeared on the screen. She looks very happy. The background is her room in her hometown. Jin Yang. Sister Qingqing. Sister Tingting. I have great news to share. My transfer application was approved. That's second-tier university next to Tsinghua and Peking universities, with an education program. I'll be coming over in a couple of days. Then we can live together. I miss you all so much. Looking at Shen Yimen's radiant smile on the screen, Jin Yang's weariness vanished instantly. However, she said in a couple of days. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. There's no time like the present. He lowered his voice and looked at Shen Yimen on the screen. Man, would you like to experience the atmosphere of living together beforehand? Shen Yimen was stunned for a moment, then blushed. Jin Yang, what are you saying? Jin Yang had already put one arm around Shen Xingxi and the other around Shen Tingting. Raise an eyebrow at the screen. Come on, watch carefully and learn well. He lowered his head and kissed Shen Xingxi. With his other hand, he began to unbutton Shen Tingting's clothes. Chapter 41 Mature Woman's Tutoring. On the other end of the video, Shen Yimen's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed, but her eyes were wide open and she didn't blink. Jin Yang, you guys, oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Her voice grew softer and softer until it turned into faint sobs. The Maybach drove smoothly through the night in Beijing. The train carriage was filled with the warmth of spring. The video call continued. On the other side of the screen, Shen Yimen blushed, yet she couldn't bear to look away. In the video, they acted like longtime friends. Shen Yimen felt both shy and expectant. In 2 more days, she will be able to go to them through the video. Very nice. Jin Yang looked at everything before him and felt extremely pleased. This trip was totally worth it. He will never have to suffer humiliation again. I will never be looked down upon again. I will never be fooled by women again. All the women in the world revolve around him. He acts like a local tyrant, doing whatever he wants. On the other end of the video, Shen Yimen had already shrunk into the blankets, with only her big, watery eyes showing. Jin Yang smiled as he watched this scene. That's right. This is the woman he wants to be, and she should be treated like this. The Maybach drove into the Shishan Villa area. The long night has only just begun. The next morning, Jin Yang was woken up by his cell phone ringing. He groggily reached for his phone on the bedside table. The name Li Zilai was displayed on the screen. Hey! A beautiful woman called me first thing in the morning. If people saw this scene with so many people surrounding him, this will probably make a lot of people who once mocked him for being forever alone jealous. But whatever, he has no friends anyway, so there's no point in saying these things. He answered the phone, his voice still low and hoarse from just waking up. "What's up?" On the other end of the phone, Li Zilai's voice trembled with excitement. "After adding Jin Yang's contact information at the marriage ceremony center last time, I didn't dare to call him. Today, I used work as an excuse to muster up the courage to make the call. Mr. Jin Yang, the matching results for your potential wife are in. It's Saturday today, how about we meet at a restaurant? I'll give you the sealed documents." Perfect timing. My two older sisters are both free. I mentioned last time that I'd introduce them to you. Would that be convenient for you? Jin Yang understood. Li Zilai's pretext of discussing serious matters was just that, an excuse. His real intention was to introduce his two older sisters to him. A candidate for the legal wife? He was indeed curious about which three national-level outstanding women the government would match him with. As for Li Zilai's two older sisters, she was somewhat interested in the eldest sister, Li Adi. I want to confirm if it's the same tutor he used to neglect. In his memory, the tutor had a great figure and a mature demeanor. Unfortunately, the original owner was at the peak of her misogyny back then, and was cold and aloof to everyone. He was tutored by a private tutor for 6 years, from junior high to high school. He would always turn around and leave immediately after finishing his tutoring session, never once calling out teacher. Looking back now, what a waste. How many men in the original world would dream of such a mature and sophisticated woman? As a result, he ignored her for 6 years. If Li Adi really is a private tutor, then she would definitely be a good match for him. Location, Jin Yang said succinctly. Li Zilai gave the room number of the Cloud Top Hotel in Beijing, and the time was set for noon. After hanging up the phone, Jin Yang glanced at the two sleeping beauties beside him and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Some rewards were quickly given out. The two woke up groggily. "Jin Yang, what time is it?" Xinxingxi asked softly, rubbing her eyes. Jin Yang answered. "It's still early, but I have important business to attend to today." He briefly explained what he needed to do in a little while. Xinxingxi immediately regained consciousness. "Then I need to hurry up and prepare breakfast. I can't delay your important life event." Chen Tingting was also ready. "Young master, do you need me to retrieve the detailed information about the Li sisters in advance?" "Have a look. This is his woman from Jin Yang. Our first thought was always for his sake." In contrast to Lan Shubi, when taken to meet important people, her first reaction was always, "Transfer some money to buy me new clothes, otherwise I'll lose face." TSK. There is no harm without comparison. "I can't think about it, or my blood pressure will spike again." "Please give me some advice," Jin Yang said. Xinxingxi was stunned. "Me? But my teacher taught me that concubines cannot offer opinions. I am not qualified to go." Chen Tingting tacitly agreed. Jin Yang smiled. "What's wrong with that? I can bring whoever I want." He deliberately dragged out his words. "Besides, if the two of you stand next to me, I'll feel proud. Let those candidates see that those who can stay by my side are all goddess-level people. You need to assess yourselves first, and see if you're as capable as them." This statement is arrogant, yet both useful and reasonable. The conditions in Jin Yang are indeed not something that just anyone can get close to. Xinxingxi and Chen Tingting were both very happy. Being recognized is something they dream of. It was more meaningful than when they achieved their greatest success at work. They were willing. However, in Jin Yang's view, their main role is not to help make judgments, but to serve as a reference. At 11:50 a.m., on the top floor of the Hentaying Hotel, in the stargazing box, Li Zilai arrived early, accompanied by two stunningly beautiful women with contrasting styles. Li Zilai wore a light pink business suit today, and the excitement in her eyes was undisguised. She lowered her voice and enthusiastically recommended it to her two older sisters. "Big sister. Second sister. Let me tell you, the man we're meeting today is absolutely the most outstanding, rarest, and most exceptional man in the world. Without a doubt. I swear on my career with 3 years of experience working at a marriage ceremony center. Before you've met him, you simply can't imagine how outstanding a man can be." Li Pundi, the second eldest sister of the Li family, wore a beige knitted long dress. She had a gentle and approachable demeanor, and her eyes were bright and sparkling. "Zilai, you've been talking about this all morning. Is it true or not? I've worked in the community for so many years and I've never seen a greater man." Li Zilai shook his head mysteriously. Second sister, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that this person's genetic information is classified as a top state secret. I can only reveal that his score is very, very high. She looked at her eldest sister, Lady, who had been silent all along. Lady sat in the corner by the window. She wore a white silk shirt of excellent quality, with an exquisite white bow tied at the collar, exuding a restrained yet alluring charm. Although her clothes were loose, it was still clear that she was quite well endowed. D is definitely in the running. Her cuffs were slightly rolled up, revealing her slender, fair wrists and a simple wristwatch. Her lower body was clad in perfectly tailored dark gray slim-fit trousers, which accentuated her long and straight legs. Chapter 42 Reunited with my beloved. The curves of the waist and hips are subtly revealed under the fabric, a full yet understated arc characteristic of mature women. She wore a pair of thin-rimmed red glasses, behind which were a pair of calm, serene eyes, with slightly upturned corners, exuding an intellectual yet languid charm. Her long, black, wavy hair cascaded lazily over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled, making her already delicate jawline and fair neck even more captivating. She wore light makeup, her lips were a soft mauve, and her skin was incredibly well maintained, making it impossible to guess her real age. She only possessed a refined and elegant charm honed by time. The whole person sitting there looked like a meticulously crafted classical oil painting. Intellectual, elegant, and mature. She exudes a mature and sophisticated aura that is more charming after experiencing life's ups and downs. It's a confident and composed beauty unique to mature women. But at this moment, the mature woman seemed somewhat distracted. She lowered her head slightly, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of the teacup, her gaze unfocused on the distant clouds outside the window. Big sister? Are you even listening to me? Zilai called out to her. Lady came to her senses and smiled faintly, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Yes, I'm listening. Zilai got anxious and shook Lady's shoulder hard. Big sister. Don't be so perfunctory. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you know how many top women would kill to be on the shortlist? This man, he's practically the legendary kind of guy. Lipundi was extremely curious. Which one? Zilai lowered his voice and spoke slowly and deliberately. It's the kind of thing where you see him and you'll understand why there's an ancient saying, from then on, the emperor no longer holds morning court. Those who know, know. Lipundi blushed slightly. Lady simply took another sip of tea, her voice very soft. Zilai, I know you mean well. But... Her eyelashes drooped, concealing the unfathomable bitterness that flashed across her eyes. I already have someone in my heart. The boy she tutored for 6 years. Amazingly intelligent, yet chillingly indifferent. She watched him grow from a small boy into a tall and handsome young man. He only had knowledge in his eyes, and never any regard for her. After he finished his college entrance exams, he disappeared completely from her world like a kite with a broken string. The news reported that he was the top scorer in the college entrance exam and was admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University, and happened to come to the school where she taught. But she dared not inquire, dared not try to bump into him. When her colleague excitedly shared photos of that popular freshman on the campus forum, she only dared to glance at them briefly before forcing herself to look away. Heart-throbbing. Such a radiant young man is destined to be surrounded by countless younger, prettier, and more outstanding girls. What is she, the tutor who was 10 years older than him and whom he used to dislike? She was nothing more than a ridiculous admirer. So she locked her heart away. Working and living like zombies. Hopefully, this will lessen my longing for him. But it doesn't seem to work. My sister said she was going to meet an absolutely wonderful man today, and I couldn't refuse, so I came, but all I did was show up. My soul is still stuck in the image of that boy's indifferent back turn from many years ago, and I have long since given up all expectations. Seeing her eldest sister's absent-minded appearance, Zilai felt both angry and heartbroken. Big sister. How long has that person been missing? You haven't even gotten a good look at his face more than a few times, have you? What's the use of waiting for him? He's probably already married to a wife, and maybe even has several concubines. Lady's fingers trembled slightly, but she remained silent. The eyes behind the glasses appeared even dimmer. Yes. In this world where there are more women than men, someone like him would probably be surrounded by countless outstanding women long ago. Lipundi smoothed things over. All right, Zilai, I understand. But is this gentleman you're talking about really that good? Then I'll have to take a good look. Maybe my destiny with you, my second sister, is just around the corner. Li Zilai sighed. Second sister, if you try, there's still hope. Eldest sister, you. Sigh, you'll see for yourself when you get to him. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you miss out on him. Before she could say anything more, the waiter gently knocked on the door of the private room. Li Zilai fell silent instantly, straightened her skirt, and nervously looked towards the door. Li Pundi also subconsciously sat up straight and looked over curiously. Li Adi kept her head down, staring at her own swaying reflection in the teacup, showing no interest whatsoever in the person about to enter. Even as the door was pushed open, she subtly turned her body towards the window. It was as if by doing so, she could hide herself in the shadows of a corner and completely isolate herself from this blind date that she had never expected in the first place. The three from Jin Yang entered and took their seats. When Li Zilai saw Jin Yang, his face instantly flushed red, and his fingers trembled slightly with excitement. Although I know I am not good enough for him, being able to look at him so closely and feel his powerful and charming aura is already an immense happiness. Not to mention, she couldn't help but recall the last time in the collection room. Just thinking about it makes me restless. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her turbulent thoughts, determined to sell her two older sisters today. Li Zilai's voice was cheerful as he held the hand of the gentle woman beside him. Hello sir, we meet again. This is my second sister, Li Pundi. Li Pundi's heart was already pounding like a drum from the aura that Jin Yang exuded when he entered the room. At this moment, I am looking closely at his handsome face, which is almost aggressive. There are also the muscular lines that are faintly visible under the shirt. Her face flushed red. She mustered her courage, her voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. Hello, sir. I'm Li Pundi, a social worker in the community. I'm truly honored to meet you today. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head in embarrassment, clutching her skirt tightly with both hands. Jin Yang's gaze swept over Li Pundi. She was indeed much prettier than Li Zilai, with a gentle and approachable temperament, and her figure was shapely under her knitted long dress. She was a good candidate for a concubine. He nodded slightly, his tone calm. Miss Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. Li Pundi felt weak all over and her heart pounded wildly at that glance. He looked at her. He nodded to her. Seeing this, Li Zilai was secretly delighted and quickly turned to the corner. This is my eldest sister, Li Adi, a professor at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Before she finished speaking, Jin Yang's gaze had already fallen on the figure who kept her head down and turned to the window. White silk shirt, white bow tie, red glasses, black wavy hair. And there's that mature, intellectual charm that can't be hidden even if you try to avoid it. Jin Yang's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. He leaned forward slightly, lowered his voice deliberately, and spoke slowly with an almost seductive magnetism. This lady. You've been silent all this time, is something on your mind? Boom. That sound. Like a thunderbolt, it struck directly into Li Adi's chaotic mind. Deep and melodious, with the husky magnetism unique to adult men, yet still faintly retaining the outline of a boy's voice. She knew that voice all too well. Chapter 43. Now I understand how good teachers are. She had been listening to that voice for 6 whole years. From a slightly immature boyish voice, to a gradually deepening voice, and now to a fully mature voice with a touch of sexy allure. Every syllable was something she repeatedly pondered in her midnight dreams, etched into her very bones. Li Adi trembled violently. She suddenly raised her head. The pupils of the eyes behind the red glasses suddenly contracted the moment they saw Jin Yang's face clearly. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely at that moment. That face, the face she had secretly looked at in photos countless nights, yet forced herself to forget during the day. The last trace of youthful naivete has faded, and his features have become more profound and rugged. His brows held a completely unfamiliar air, exuding a powerful masculine sense of control and aggression. But those eyes that were always cold and distant, never looking at her directly. He is looking at her right now. His gaze held an inquisitive quality, even a hint of amusement. Li Adi's lips trembled, and her voice was broken beyond recognition. It's you? Tears rolled down her cheeks without warning. Not just a drop or two, but like a flood bursting its banks, it instantly soaked her pale cheeks. The water rolled over trembling lips and dripped onto the pristine white silk shirt, spreading into a dark stain. 6 years. 6 whole years. She thought she had long since given up hope, sealed away her feelings, and locked the boy's image deep in her memory, letting it gather dust. But when he actually appeared before her, calling her sister in that familiar yet unfamiliar voice, and looking at her with eyes she had never seen before, she was overjoyed. All the defenses she had built up crumbled instantly. It turns out, she had never forgotten. It turns out she was just deceiving herself. Sister! What's wrong? Li Zilai was startled and tried to help her. Li Adi recoiled as if she had been burned. The chair legs screeched against the ground, causing her to lose her balance and fall backward. Be careful. Jin Yang's voice rang out almost simultaneously. He moved with astonishing speed, stretching out his arm across the large dining table and steadily supporting Li Adi's back as she leaned backward. His hand, radiating absolute control, was clearly imprinted on her skin through the thin silk shirt. Her large D breasts bumped against the side of his arm and were squeezed hard. Li Adi froze. Breathing has stopped. The world was so quiet that only my deafening heartbeat and the real touch of the hand on my back remained. Jin Yang's voice was very close, filled with undisguised laughter and a hint of almost indulgent teasing. Was my sister so excited to see me? Li Adi's tears flowed even more fiercely. It's not sadness. It was a mixture of ecstasy and heartache. Words of concern. Intimate physical contact. The scene she had longed for 6 whole years, a scene she never dared to dream of, was now happening. It really happened. She trembled as she slowly raised her hand and gently placed it on Jin Yang's hand that was supporting her back. Long, slender fingers with distinct knuckles and warm skin. It's true. It's not a dream. She gently squeezed the back of his hand with her fingertips, as if she were treasuring a precious treasure. Jin Yang let her do as she pleased, his smile deepening. This reaction confirms it. It was his poor tutor. The more indifferent he was back then, the more moving her current state of disarray becomes. TSK. Such stunning mature women were actually ignored by the original owner for 6 years back then. Original owner, you are truly the champion of wasting resources. Jin Yang withdrew his hand, pulled over a chair, and sat down next to Li Adi. I was so close I could smell the faint scent of books on her. Teacher, you look so beautiful today. Li Adi trembled when he called her teacher. He still remembers. He remembered her as his teacher. Her voice choked with emotion, but strangely, her tears carried a hint of a smile. You still remember me? This is the first time you've called me teacher. The teacher is so happy. Jin Yang watched her cry her heart out, yet couldn't help feeling happy, and his desire to conquer her was greatly satisfied. He stared intently at her. Of course I remember. You taught me for 6 years. Without your patient guidance, I probably wouldn't have been able to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. That's half true and half false. The original owner's IQ was indeed top-notch, but Li Adi's systematic tutoring also played a crucial role. More importantly, saying it now will have an exceptionally strong effect. Sure enough, Li Adi's tears welled up again, but this time they were tears of joy. She murmured to herself, raising her hand to wipe away her tears, but her hand trembled violently. It's not the teacher's achievement, it's the result of your own hard work, and the teacher is proud of you. Li Zilai then realized what was happening and was so surprised that she almost jumped up. Sister! You actually know Mr. Jin Yang? You're even his teacher? Oh my god! This is such a wonderful coincidence. It's amazing. She quickly seized the opportunity to show her support. Mr. Jin Yang, you don't know, my eldest sister spent a long time getting ready to see you today. She spent the whole morning choosing her clothes. Li Adi glared at her younger sister reproachfully, but her face instantly turned red, blushing like a young girl. Zilai! Don't talk nonsense. She felt both sweet and annoyed. The sweet thing is that he remembered her and even complimented her on her beauty. The frustrating thing is, she didn't dress up properly today. This outfit was just something I grabbed from my closet, and my makeup was done haphazardly. I was only thinking about getting through this blind date as quickly as possible. If she had known it was him, she would have worn her most figure-flattering dress, put on her most exquisite makeup, and sprayed on the perfume he was most likely to like. Jin Yang easily guessed her thoughts by observing the changing expressions on her face. He chuckled softly. Teachers are beautiful no matter what. It's just that students were immature and didn't know how to appreciate it. He paused, then lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear him. Now I understand. Li Adi's heart skipped a beat, almost bursting out of her chest. She looked up and met Jin Yang's eyes, which were so close to hers. She subconsciously called out the nickname she had silently recited countless times in her heart back then, her voice trembling. Yang Yang, you seem to have changed. She's become better at praising people. You've never talked to your teacher about anything other than studying before. Jean Yang leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed. People always grow up. Before, our eyes were blinded by exam papers, but now. His gaze lingered for a moment on her lips, which appeared even fuller after being moistened by tears, with a meaningful look. It's much clearer now. Liadi's ears burned as he looked at her. Her heart, which had been dead for many years, was rekindled, burning so intensely that her body went weak and her head spun. Is this really Jean Yang? Jean Yang, who was so misogynistic that she would roll her eyes even if Jean Yang asked her an off-topic question. But this face, this voice, there's no mistake. Does a boy really change drastically at 18? Has he finally got it? Whatever the reason, it was nothing short of a miracle to her. At that moment, the waiter came in with the menu. Jean Yang casually pushed the menu in front of Liadi. Teacher, please make your choice. Liadi took the menu, her fingertips still trembling slightly. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and glanced at the menu, almost instinctively naming a few dishes. Steamed grouper, with less oil and salt, and no ginger, as he doesn't like the taste of ginger. Black truffle baked lobster, the lobster must be freshly killed so that the meat is firm. Asparagus in broth, you have to choose the tenderest part of the asparagus, he likes it refreshing. There's also osmanthus and rock sugar stewed pear, served after meals. It's good for the lungs. He used to cough a lot when he was tired from studying. Her speech was fluent and natural. After she finished speaking, she suddenly realized something. Her face flushed red instantly, and she looked at Jean Yang in a flustered manner. Chapter 40 for the strongest Y chromosome inheritance probability. I remember you before, that, Jean Yang interrupted her, a meaningful smile curving his lips. The teacher actually remembered my taste. She's so virtuous. Whoever marries you will be very lucky. Liadi nearly ascended to heaven upon hearing this. The person she most wanted to marry was right in front of her. They're still praising her. How embarrassing. Looking at Liadi's shy and flustered appearance, Jean Yang felt even more satisfied. He even remembers his dietary preferences and minor health problems from 6 years ago. This teacher's crush on him is probably a little too deep. However, that's good. Attentive, considerate, loyal, and a highly educated, mature woman. If I were to marry her, she would indeed be a very good choice. Li Zilai and Li Pundi listened with shining eyes. This is a sure thing for the eldest sister. Xin Xingxi and Chen Tingting exchanged a glance, both seeing the understanding in each other's eyes. It seems that this teacher will soon be able to join their big family and teach courses. As the dishes were served one after another, the atmosphere gradually warmed up thanks to Li Zilai's deliberate efforts to liven things up and Li Pundi's gentle encouragement. Liadi gradually recovered from her initial shock and disarray. But his gaze always involuntarily lingered on Jean Yang. Midway through the meal, Li Zilai took a sealed craft paper document bag from his briefcase and respectfully handed it to Jean Yang with both hands. Mr. Jean Yang, this is the preliminary information of the candidate for the legal wife, sent by the National Matching Center in encrypted form. I am merely the messenger. I have no right to know the specific details. She explained, her eyes full of curiosity. Jean Yang took the document bag. It's quite heavy. He tore open the sealing strip and took out a stack of paper documents inside. The top image is his detailed medical examination report. His gaze quickly moved downwards, sweeping over the data that far exceeded those of ordinary people, finally settling on the second to last line. Y chromosome inheritance probability assessment, 60.3%. This is followed by a line of bold red text annotation. The highest existing male sample size globally recommended to be classified as a top-tier strategic resource security level, top secret. 60%. Jean Yang's eyes deepened. This means that there is a 60% chance that his offspring will be boys. In a world where the birth rate of male babies has plummeted and the male-to-female ratio is severely imbalanced, this data can no longer be described as simply high quality. This is a nuclear weapon-level gene capable of overturning a country's population strategy. His decision to use himself as a model for collaborating with the Su family proved to be the right one. This is not just about commercial interests, but also his fundamental bargaining chip for establishing himself in this world and even giving back to his original world. His gaze continued downwards, landing on the last line of the overall assessment. Overall genetic rating, S-level unique nationwide, highest level of protection recommended. S-class. The only one in the country. Jean Yang's face remained expressionless, but he knew perfectly well what was going on. From the moment he began his medical examination, he became a living treasure that countless forces openly and secretly fought over, coveted, and even wanted to control. It seems that the expansion of the bodyguard company and the cultivation of its own power must be accelerated. The women held their breath, watching Jean Yang with bated breath. Although the specific contents were unknown, the sudden deepening and sharpness in his eyes suggested the significance of the report. Lady mustered her courage and asked softly, "Was the result good?" Jean Yang looked up at her concerned gaze, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on his lips. He raised his index finger and put it to his lips, making a sheer gesture. Then, he mouthed a number silently. 60. Despite being mentally prepared, the moment those two words were confirmed, all the women in the private room except for Jean Yang still gasped in unison. 60? They certainly knew that the 60 did not refer to an overall score of only 60. But the Y chromosome's heritability is 60%. This is the data that men across the country care about most. Everyone who receives a medical examination report will first look at the chromosome assessment. Data shows that over 20% of men hold banquets to celebrate, believing they can contribute a solid effort to the nation's reproductive cause. But Jean Yang's figure is a whopping 60%. Isn't this data that only exists in legends? Right in front of them? After the enormous shock came unparalleled excitement and ecstasy. Li Zilai was so excited that he was trembling all over. She was right. Her crush is a god. Li Pundi covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide open, with only one thought in her mind. She wants to have his babies. What glory and security will she and her family gain? Lady stared blankly at Jean Yang, tears welling up uncontrollably again. The boy she tutored for 6 years turned out to be such an astonishing existence. And yet, this person spoke to her in such a gentle tone, helped her up, and complimented her on her beauty. She felt her heart was about to burst from this extreme luck and happiness. Jean Yang was not at all surprised by their reaction. He calmly continued flipping through the next few pages. All are lists and preliminary information of candidates for the position of legal wife. His gaze swept over the first woman's information from top to bottom. The woman in the photo is standing in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, with the Tokyo Tower and the financial district skyline intersecting in the background. She wore a sharply tailored pearl white suit skirt, so full and rounded that the suit buttons were slightly undone. If it weren't for the reinforcing strips, it probably would have already burst open. This amount definitely deserves an F. As expected, those mixed-race genes have really lived up to their potential. Her waist was very slender, and her legs were incredibly long. The overall vibe is that of a walking iceberg money printing machine. Her long hair was neatly coiled at the back of her head, revealing a smooth forehead and a breathtaking face. Her eyebrows and eyes were exquisitely beautiful, her nose was high and straight, and her lips were full and pale in color. Together, they exuded an undeniable coldness and aloofness. But it also seems to have a bit of a kawaii feel to it. She truly lives up to her reputation as a top-tier mixed-race beauty. She seems to be quite wealthy. Moreover, it's a cool and aloof beauty with a high level of intelligence. Taking her out would absolutely crush most women. Lan Shobi's ugly face couldn't compare to even a fraction of her beauty. It's like comparing heaven and earth. Even in this world teeming with beauties, Aya Tsushima's looks and charisma are absolutely top tier. She's both strong and resilient. Jean Yang continued reading. Tsushima Aya, 25 years old, of mixed Chinese and Japanese descent. Position, chairman of the Qingdao Group, ranked first on the global rich list. Our business covers core artificial intelligence algorithms, new energy superconducting materials, multinational hedge funds, and digital currency mining farms. We have in-depth technological cooperation or strategic investment relationships with the governments of 17 countries. Holy crap! The richest man. Globally. The key is that she's only 25. This girl is definitely not stupid. The background must also be solid and rigid. Family background: mother, Masako Tsushima, current Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry in Japan, a powerful figure in Japanese politics. Father, Song Ziyuan, deceased, a renowned Chinese materials scientist, moved to Japan with his wife and daughter at a young age due to differences in academic philosophy. He passed away when Tsushima Aya was 18 years old. This is incredible. This is incredible. She is the mother of a high-ranking Japanese official, the father of a scientific luminary, and incredibly wealthy. Are you sure this isn't a character from a novel? He has connections in both China and Japan, and his political and business resources are incredibly deep. This background is practically a tailor-made protective umbrella and accelerator for his future business empire. Think back to the original world. When he begged and pleaded for a loan, he was dismissed with a simple, "Why should a food delivery person get a loan?" Now, he can pick and choose to marry even the richest man in the world, and the kind who comes with nuclear-level resources. Marrying her is like instantly gaining access to a top-tier business think tank and an invincible pool of funds. Chapter 45: The Mixed-Race Billionaire vs. the Stunning Major. Jean Yang was secretly delighted and couldn't wait to continue reading. Background: to fulfill her father's dying wish that technology should return to its homeland, Tsushima Aya shifted the group's strategic focus back to China 3 years ago, triggering several industry-wide upheavals. This girl's father is a patriot, so it seems her political stance is sound. Even after immigrating, they still care about their country, so their family values must be very upright. Moreover, she must be a very filial person, as she would give up her life abroad for her father's wish. Personality assessment: extremely rational, with highly efficient, almost ruthless, decision-making abilities, possesses exceptional business acumen and risk management skills. Due to the long-term absence of her parents, she is emotionally detached and habitually uses high-intensity work to numb herself. She experiences intense loneliness and harbors a secret longing for a purely emotional relationship. Oh wow! This girl is starving. This is the perfect breakthrough. Her parents probably didn't care much about her. A woman who uses money and power to shield herself will reveal a tenderness and dependence that is all the more captivating once you peel back the layers. People who lack love are often the most vulnerable to falling into this trap. Just give them a little something. He. Jean Yang was increasingly tempted by it. Genetic rating: grade S. Overall compatibility score: 98.7. Match: they're a perfect match. They're a match made in heaven. I can't figure out where the match score was deducted by 1.3 points. All he knows is that he is now 1.4. He was captivated by Aya Tsushima. He couldn't even imagine what it would feel like to meet such a near-perfect woman in real life. Their hearts must be about to jump out of their chests. If he were to marry her, it wouldn't just be a physical satisfaction, but it would also be a game-changer for his future career. The outstanding women selected by the state are indeed quite something. She's definitely more impressive than Chen Tingting and the others. He happily listed Tsushima Aya as a key candidate for investigation. There are 2 more candidates, we need to review them before making a final decision. Then he picked up the second document. The background of the photo is completely different from the previous one. It's a desert training ground with sandstorms raging. A woman dressed in camouflage combat uniform, standing tall and straight like a gun, is inspecting weapons from the side. She wasn't looking at the camera, but the steely resolve and dashing spirit she exuded, even through the photograph, were palpable. This is also a top-tier beauty, exuding a sense of gunpowder and power. With wheat-colored skin, striking and bold features, sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and lips that are naturally red without any makeup, yet pursed into a resolute curve. Even her camouflage uniform couldn't hide her full figure, slender yet powerful waist, and long, straight legs. Surprisingly, even soldiers have E. Wouldn't it be spectacular to see them running like that? It's that kind of vibrant, aggressive, and wild beauty. Jean Yang's eyes brightened slightly. Beautiful and cool, that's another kind of ultimate attraction. Unlike Aya Tsushima's cold beauty, her beauty is more impactful and vibrant. It was as if conquering her meant conquering all the women in the world. Compared to those fairies who only know how to act cute and hide when faced with trouble, this kind of woman who can fight alongside you is simply a dreamlike existence. Xu Ningyan, 26 years old. Position: the youngest commander of the Phoenix Counter-Terrorism Emergency Response Team of the National Special Forces, with the rank of major promoted exceptionally for meritorious service. Holy crap! A 26-year-old major. What great feat must have been accomplished. This girl is pretty strong. Family background: a family with a long military history. Grandfather, Chu Shanha, was a founding meritorious official and has since retired. Mother, Chu Feng, is currently a major general and commander of a certain group army of the People's Liberation Army. Father, Han Li, deputy director of a bureau under the Ministry of State Security. Sure, the whole family has impeccable revolutionary credentials, true third-generation revolutionaries. It seems their family has many connections within the military and national security system. The military and the national security apparatus provide the most robust support in China. With this connection, his company was not only given wings, but could practically be upgraded to the Royal Guard Reserve. Many gray area operations, the recruitment of special talents, and even some unconventional business competition that may be involved in the future will become unimpeded. This is a background that many businessmen dream of but cannot obtain. It just so happens that it ended up in his hands. Resume: enlisted in the Army at 18 through special recruitment, selected for the Phoenix Military Unit at 20. Participated in 37 top-secret operations, including transnational counter-terrorism, security for important officials, and border drug interdiction, earning 11 individual commendations and numerous team commendations. Proficient in all types of firearms, hand-to-hand combat, military system, tactical command, and crisis negotiation. He was awarded the title Blood Phoenix for sustaining serious injuries while protecting his teammates during a multinational operation he has since recovered. With that many merits, no wonder she became a major. If she doesn't take the position, no one else can. Not only is she beautiful and has a hot body, but she's also incredibly skilled. The title Blood Phoenix suits her very well. I wonder if I can use advanced problem-solving methods when tutoring a woman like this. This is interesting. Personality assessment: decisive and ruthless, highly disciplined, extremely admires strength, and idolizes truly capable leaders. They are loyal and devoted, and extremely protective of their own. Having lived in extreme environments for extended periods, they instinctively look down on the frail physiques of ordinary men, but possess an exceptionally high level of loyalty and dedication towards the strong. Isn't this strong man referring to Gene Yang himself? Admiring strength? That's great. He only likes women who admire strength. After that, I'll definitely be able to win her over completely, in every way. Genetic rating: grade S. Overall compatibility score: 97.5 points. This girl is indeed a very suitable marriage partner. Marrying her would be tantamount to obtaining a get-out-of-jail-free card and the strongest military support in the country, which would be crucial for consolidating one's power base and dealing with potential threats. The downsides are that life may lack romance and beauty, and the profession has a certain degree of danger. But Gene Yang didn't want to miss out on this woman. Even if he doesn't marry her, he wants to take her as a concubine. There's one last candidate. Let's continue. The third document appears simpler than the previous ones. The photo was taken in a laboratory, showing a woman in a white lab coat looking down at a microscope. Her profile is serene and focused, her temperament is cool and aloof as the moon. This woman's beauty is different from the previous two. It is a serene and intellectual beauty. Her skin was so fair it was almost translucent, her eyebrows and eyes were delicate like distant mountains, her nose was straight and elegant, and her lips were very pale. She resembled a delicate piece of oriental porcelain, or a fragrant orchid blooming in a secluded valley. The white coat couldn't conceal her long neck, slender waist, and well-proportioned figure. It was a restrained beauty that required careful appreciation. Underneath the white coat, you could vaguely see a large sea cup. It must be very white. She's definitely a cool, aloof, academically gifted goddess with a unique charm. This kind of beauty, built purely from knowledge and temperament, is almost legendary in the original world. Compared to women who spend all their time figuring out how to Photoshop photos and how to hook up with rich men, this kind of woman is like a breath of fresh air. Song Yaoji, 25 years old. Position: Chief Scientist, National Institute of Genetics and Life Sciences, appointed exceptionally. A PhD from MIT, the youngest nominee for the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Another awesome woman. Have women in this world become so corrupted in terms of education and ability that it's terrifying? In the original world, 25 years old is just the age when one is just starting out in society and struggling to make a living, and there is not even time to date. In this world, most 25-year-olds already have everything, except for men. Chapter 46: The Pure Scientist. Family background: an orphan, raised at the Dawn Orphanage from a young age. No relatives. Because of his extraordinary talent, he was secretly trained by the state and given priority admission all the way, and later sent to MIT for further studies on a government scholarship. So she was an orphan too. No wonder he felt a sense of kinship when he first saw the photo. Sometimes, having no family background is the strongest family background. They were raised entirely by the state, with impeccable political backgrounds and clean legacies, free from any family ties or conflicts of interest. This means that marrying her will not lead to complicated family relationships, and she herself represents the recognition and support of the country's highest scientific research force. This support is, at times, more valuable than money or force. Achievements: led and participated in several top-secret national research projects, including Y chromosome vulnerability repair and tracing and blocking of male recessive viral genes, achieving groundbreaking progress. published 17 high-level papers in top journals such as Nature and Science, and holds multiple core patents related to gene editing. This is one of the key hopes for solving the current predicament of men in the world. What? She actually studies male genetics. This is practically the ultimate cheat code tailor-made for his goal of changing the fate of men. With her help, how many detours can Sue's biomedical research avoid? In the future, developing drugs to improve physical condition and even solving some problems at their root may become a reality. This is of immeasurable value to his long-term strategy. Great! That's absolutely fantastic. This is an indispensable talent. Even if he doesn't marry her, he should still try to win her over to his side. Personality assessment, purely rational, with meticulous, precise thinking, showing little interest in anything outside of scientific research, and possessing extremely weak social skills. They exhibit a slight tendency towards social isolation and emotional detachment, but display extraordinary focus and dedication towards their chosen research subjects or partners. Due to their orphanhood, they have a deep-seated longing for home and belonging, but are extremely poor at expressing it. Arrogant? It's okay, I won't be arrogant when I see him. Doesn't understand social etiquette? It's okay, you can practice with this. Perhaps they lack enjoyment in life? This is not easy to do. Perhaps some development is needed to arouse sexual interest. However, these pure individuals are actually easier to control. Give her a sense of belonging to a home, a study subject worthy of her focus, such as himself, and you can easily win her unreserved loyalty and dedication. Genetic rating, grade S. Overall compatibility score, 96.1 points. She's a high-class girl too, but she's definitely less compatible with him than the other two. Perhaps they lost because of point C. However, marrying her would be tantamount to holding the key to the future genetic revolution. It has irreplaceable value to the country, to the male population, and to his personal ambitions. All three women are indeed very suitable to be legal wives. For a moment, he couldn't make up his mind. Turn to the end of the document, and you'll find a line of bold red text. In accordance with the Special Male Rights Protection Law and the National Eugenics Strategy, Mr. Jin Yang is requested to select a wife from the above three candidates within 7 days of receiving this information and attend the initial meeting at the designated location. Failure to make a selection within the specified time will result in the National Marriage Matching Center directly assigning a spouse to you based on the highest compatibility score. The meeting address and time are attached below. 10 a.m. next Monday, Guanlan State Guesthouse, No. 1 Courtyard, Beijing. Jin Yang put down the documents, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. He didn't need the government to urge him, nor did he want to wait until next Monday. He wanted to see the three of them right now. 3 top-tier resources, 3 ultimate forms of beauty, almost encompassing all the needs he could currently conceive of. This choice was more difficult, but also more satisfying, than he had imagined. In the past, he emptied his pockets to woo a woman who didn't love him at all. What about now? The state presented him with 3 goddesses who were considered the best in the world, each capable of causing a massive upheaval in the original world, begging him to choose one while still worrying that he wouldn't be interested. The contrast was so exhilarating it made his head spin. He looked up at the women around the table and pushed the folder towards them. Take a look, and share your opinions. Which one do you think is more suitable to be my legal wife? The women present stopped talking, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. While Jin Yang was looking at the documents, they were whispering among themselves, sharing their experiences and insights on serving Jin Yang. They never even considered that Jin Yang would let them advise them. Do they deserve it? They don't deserve it. A concubine is not allowed to interfere with her husband's choice of wife. However, if Jin Yang insists that they help take a look, they will do their best to do so. Xinxingxi was the first to take it, carefully flipping through it, her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses serious and focused. After reading it, she said softly, "From the perspective of genetics and offspring optimization, Miss Song Yaoji is undoubtedly the best choice in Jin Yang. Her research could fundamentally improve the quality of the male population, which could be of the greatest help to your future ambitions. Moreover, she has a clean background and won't have too many disputes." She analyzed the situation from the most practical and long-term perspective, completely standing on Jin Yang's side. She sent the information to Chen Tingting. Chen Tingting took it, quickly glanced at it, and her gray-blue eyes flashed with the sharpness of a business elite. "Young master, I believe that Miss Chishima Aya has the highest overall value. The business empire and international resources she brings can enable your business to complete its initial capital accumulation and global layout at the fastest speed. She can provide financial resources, influence, and cutting-edge technology. As for personality, I believe that with your abilities, it won't be difficult for you to melt an iceberg. She has a typical profit-maximizing mindset. Lizilai couldn't wait to come over and take a look, and her little face lit up with excitement after reading it. I think they're all great. But Major Chu Ningyan is so cool too. With her here, the young master's safety is absolutely guaranteed. Moreover, having a military background makes things so much easier when doing business in the country. She prioritizes security and practicality. Lipundi also looked at it and said gently, "These women are all exceptional beauties, one in a million. However, the position of principal wife is crucial for a long and lasting relationship. Perhaps someone whose personality complements mine and who is considerate in life would be more suitable? Of course, this is just my humble opinion." She pays more attention to the compatibility of life and emotions. Lady was the last to receive the folder. She looked at it the slowest, her fingers gently tracing the three women in the photo, her eyes filled with complex emotions. After a long while, she put down the documents, looked at Jean Yang, and her voice was a little hoarse. "Yang Yang, from the perspective of maximizing your career success, I agree with Ms. Chen's opinion. Ms. Chishima Aya might be the fastest way to help you reach the top. But..." She paused, her eyes behind her glasses gazing intently at Jean Yang. "A legal wife is not just a business partner, but someone you will spend your life with and have children with. You need to ask yourself, besides financial interests, what kind of home do you want more?" His words silenced everyone. Chapter 47 Teacher, you can't escape. Jean Yang knew that outsiders could only offer perspectives on this choice. The final decision had to be made by him. Moreover, while their analysis is reasonable, it is all based on existing information. You can only know what a person is really like by seeing them with your own eyes. More importantly, he glanced at the three candidates' information, then at Xinxingxi and Shentingting, who each had their own distinct charm, and at Li and Lipundi, whose hearts had just been stirred by him and whose eyes were filled with anticipation and trepidation. One more flowering or fruiting cycle is needed to gain the chance to return to the original world. Right now, isn't there a ready-made target for your affections? Li, formerly a private tutor, is now a mature and sophisticated professor. Isn't it delicious? It smells so good, really smells amazing. And once it's done, he can go back. This time you have 10 minutes, enough to get a lot done. He planned to go back to his good brother Lu Su and lay the foundation for his own future. Then go find that bitch Lan Chubi and get your money back. The thought that the two of them might still be terrified of that paranormal event made Jean Yang's blood boil. Being afraid is the right thing to do. We need to scare them. I'll trample them under my feet. Without further ado, bring your sweetheart home right away. Jean Yang hurriedly put away the folder, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Your opinions are all very valuable, thank you. However, information is static, but people are dynamic. I'll meet these three goddesses in person next Monday, and then we'll talk. He leaned down next to Li, close to her reddened earlobe. They whispered in a breathy voice that only the two of them could hear. Teacher, I think we can explore this topic more deeply about how to establish a home knot. Would you like to come to my house for a while now? Li trembled and suddenly looked up, meeting Jean Yang's burning and aggressive eyes. She understood what he meant. Her face flushed instantly, and her heart pounded like a drum. She could hardly believe that the man she had secretly loved for years had invited her to his home. The long-held feelings were suddenly revealed, and accepted this happiness came too suddenly. She pinched herself hard. It hurt. It's true. This isn't a dream. Li Zilai, with his sharp ears, overheard Jean Yang's words and was overjoyed. But seeing that her older sister didn't answer for a long time, she pushed her in frustration. Li then realized what was happening and answered softly. Good. Jean Yang smiled with satisfaction, straightened up, and addressed the others. You guys go back first. I'll ask Teacher Li to come to my house to help me with my studies. There are some things I don't understand. Xinxingxi and Shen Tingting exchanged a smile and obediently responded. Okay, you guys get busy, we're going on a shopping spree. Li Zilai and Lipundi were so excited they almost cheered, frantically trying to wink at their sister. It means to tell her to do a good job. Although Lipundi did not win Jean Yang's favor, it is still something to celebrate that her own sister did. After all, she was neither as beautiful nor as capable as her sister. No matter what, my sister has to enjoy herself first. Perhaps after the older sister whispers something in their ear, both younger sisters will be able to enjoy a wonderful life. Jean Yang knew exactly what they were planning. But it doesn't matter, he never considers other people's opinions when choosing a woman. Jean Yang said no more, took Li 80's slightly cold hand, held it in his palm, and turned to leave the private room. Back at the villa, only Jean Yang and Li 80 lived at home. Everyone else went to play. Li 80 stood in the center of the living room, her fingertips trembling slightly. This is where the man he likes lives. Her gaze involuntarily fell on the center of the living room. That spacious, off-white sofa that could comfortably seat 3 people. Made with imported Italian velvet, it feels as soft as a cloud. The armrests have an elegant curve, and the backrest cushions are fluffy and full. A ridiculous idea suddenly popped into Li 80's mind. If it's related to Jean Yang. Her face instantly burned. She quickly looked away, only to meet Jean Yang's smiling eyes. "Teacher, please sit down." Jean Yang patted the spot next to him. Li 80's heart pounded as she carefully sat down. The sofa was softer than she had imagined, and she sank into it slightly. They were so close to Jean Yang that they could smell his refreshing scent. "It seems to have a richer flavor than when we were at the restaurant." Jean Yang handed over a cup of warm tea, speaking naturally. "It's been a long time since I chatted with my teacher. Let's just have a simple meal at home today and have a good chat." Li 80 took the teacup, her fingertips trembling slightly as they touched. "At home?" He said, "at home? Does it refer to their home?" A sweet feeling welled up in her heart. But it quickly cooled down again. Because he said it was just a meal and a chat. He only treated her as a teacher and invited her to his home as a guest. That makes sense. Someone as outstanding as him could never be interested in an ordinary woman like her. Compared to the 3 candidates in the information just now, she is far inferior. Li 80 lowered her eyes, trying to hide her disappointment. "Great, your teacher would also like to know more about your life now." Her smile seemed forced, without her even realizing it. Jean Yang saw this and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He took a thick photo album out of the drawer. Does the teacher still remember these? Li 80's eyes lit up instantly. That was a digital photo album she had treasured for many years, which she had specially printed out. Every single one of these photos of Jean Yang was taken secretly by her. During her last tutoring session, she gave the photo album to Jean Yang as a keepsake. She gently stroked the photo album, and the smile on her face became genuine. "I didn't expect you to still have this photo album. I thought you had lost it long ago." Jean Yang smiled and joked. "How could it be lost? This is a treasure trove that the teacher recorded bit by bit." She felt a warm glow in her heart. To have her feelings cherished by the person she loved was an ultimate pleasure. As she turned to the first page, her voice became lighter and more cheerful. "Wow, look, this is what you looked like when you were learning Chinese in the 2nd year of junior high school." The boy in the photo has a slightly furrowed brow and is biting his pen. Sunlight falls on eyelashes, casting soft shadows. "You always say that classical Chinese is hard to memorize, but you always get full marks on exams. You were so cute back then." Li 80 gently stroked the photo with her fingertips, her eyes tender. Jean Yang moved closer, his arm almost touching her large D. "The teacher took really good photos." Li 80 blushed and quickly turned to the next page. "And this one is from when I was learning math." In the photo, Jean Yang is doing calculations, his profile features clean and sharp lines. His fingers were long and slender, and his posture while holding the pen exuded focus. "Your eyes will light up slightly when you solve a difficult problem. Even though you never smile, your teacher can tell." As she spoke, she laughed first. Jean Yang looked at the photo and clicked his tongue inwardly. The original owner of this body really doesn't know how lucky he is. He completely ignored such meticulous attention back then. Chapter 48, Playing Hard to Get with a Mature Woman. Li 80 turned to the 3rd page, a smile playing on her lips. "Learning English is the most interesting part." In the photo, the boy is looking at his textbook with his lips slightly parted. He looked like he was silently reciting words, his expression a little awkward but serious. "Your pronunciation is actually very nice, but you always refuse to speak." She mimicked her tone from back then and spoke softly. "Every time I ask you to read the text, you just give me a cold look and say it's not necessary." Jean Yang couldn't help but laugh. "I was ignorant back then and caused my teacher a lot of trouble." Li 80 shook her head, her eyes slightly moist. "It's not a hassle, teachers never feel the need to put in any effort." She only felt it was a pity that she could no longer tutor him. He has been admitted to a prestigious university and has received guidance from even better teachers. We don't need her anymore. She continued flipping through the photo album, explaining each picture one by one. Concentration when conducting physics experiments. The chemical equations are written neatly and beautifully. I read a book under the shade of a tree during PE class. She remembers every single one of them clearly. Even the weather, time, and clothes Jean Yang was wearing when the photos were taken. She can tell it all in a very detailed and engaging way. Jean Yang listened quietly, and the sense of satisfaction in his heart slowly fermented. In the original world, who would remember every single moment of him with such care? Lan Shubi couldn't even remember his birthday and had to be reminded by him. Even after being reminded, they just brushed it off with a "I'm too busy." But here, a woman has cherished him for 6 years. Every frame is etched in my heart. This contrast is absolutely shocking. Li Adi's voice suddenly lowered. Actually, the first time the teacher saw you, you were already in junior high school. She ran her fingers along the edge of the photo, her gaze drifting into the distance. Back then, your voice hadn't changed yet, it was soft and adorable. Your teacher was still a graduate student at that time, so he wasn't much older than you. As Li Adi spoke, she blushed first. But I don't know why, looking at you makes me feel. I have an urge to take care of you, like a mother. She quickly covered her mouth after she finished speaking, realizing she had let something slip. Forget about mothers, that's so shameful. Jean Yang raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening, and deliberately leaned close to her ear to ask. After my voice changed, did the teacher still feel like a mother? Li Adi's face turned even redder, and her voice became as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Later you always said go away. She mimicked the boy's cold tone perfectly. Every time I want to care about you a little more, you just say these 2 words. She froze after she finished speaking. Oh no, I blurted out all my grievances. Li Adi hurriedly got up, speaking incoherently. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to blame you. I need to use the restroom. She didn't know how to explain herself, and just wanted to escape from there as soon as possible. But her wrist was grabbed. Jean Yang's palm was warm and strong, holding her firmly. Li Adi's heart stopped beating, and she turned around blankly. Jean Yang looked up at her, a roguish smile playing on his lips. The light fell into his deep eyes, making them look like they held stars. He lowered his voice, which had a seductive magnetism, and said the same words he had used years ago again. Get out of the way. He paused, then continued. That's impossible. With a slight exertion of force, Li Adi slumped back onto the sofa. He had her completely encircled between his arms and the back of the sofa. They were so close that I could count his eyelashes. Jean Yang leaned close to her ear, his breath hot against her ear. Elder sister. I know you've always had me in your heart, haven't you? Li Adi's whole body stiffened, and all the blood rushed to her head. She wanted to say yes, she desperately wanted to say yes. But reason held her back tightly. She is 10 years older than Jean Yang. A relationship between an older woman and a younger man is possible, but it's far too different. It's almost 1 round short. Although she takes good care of herself, she looks like she's in her early 20s. But she felt she wasn't good enough for him. He is destined to be the wife of the principal wife, and in the future, he will have countless young and beautiful concubines. Who is she? He was just an aging educator. Li Adi bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. Sorry. I am just your teacher. Excuse me. She suddenly broke free from Jean Yang's grasp and fled hastily to the restroom. Jean Yang watched her fleeing figure and smiled knowingly. This mature woman is quite conservative. Interesting. He likes to turn the conservative into the open. It's just a 10-year age difference, it's nothing to him. Beautiful women who can blossom are all good women. He decided to play hard to get. After all, she had always lived under his cold words. She's had a taste of success today, and she definitely doesn't want to go back to the way things were before. Let her taste the bitterness of loss. Let's see if she remains conservative. He. Thinking it over, he got up and walked to the open kitchen, putting on an apron. He didn't look in the direction of the restroom again. Li Adi stayed in the restroom for nearly 10 minutes. I washed my face with cold water several times before I could barely calm my racing heart. When I came out, I saw Jean Yang chopping vegetables in the kitchen. His profile was particularly focused under the light, and the muscle lines of his arms rose and fell with his movements. Her heart softened, and she went over. "Shall I help you?" Jean Yang didn't even look up, his tone indifferent. "No need, teacher, you are a guest, please sit down." Li Adi was stunned. This tone sounds so unfamiliar. She was completely different from the gentle and affectionate Jean Yang she was this morning. It feels so familiar. Just like him when he was a child. She silently retreated to the edge of the island platform and watched him work. Jean Yang isn't very good at cooking, he's not even very good at chopping vegetables. But he stubbornly insisted on doing it himself. Li Adi recalled that he used to not even know how to cook instant noodles, and she was the one who often cooked for him. My heart was filled with mixed feelings. The oil in the wok was hot, and Jean Yang started cooking the dishes and also began to urge people to leave. His voice remained flat, devoid of emotion. "Teacher, please go outside. There's too much smoke in here." Li Adi opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she left silently. I sat down at the dining table and watched his back. That familiar feeling of being neglected has returned. It felt like I was back in the 6 years I tutored him. We'll always be separated by distance, never able to get closer. She doesn't like it. She hates it. But Jean Yang was very welcoming this morning. Just now, he even took her hand. Why did you suddenly shut her out completely? Did she do something wrong? She nervously reflected on her actions just now. What exactly did he do to offend Jean Yang, causing him to close his heart once again? I've thought about it for a long time, but I still can't come up with an answer. Dinner was ready quickly, 3 dishes and a soup. The presentation was alright, but the aroma was irresistible. Although his cooking didn't look good, it tasted alright. After all, he was an orphan before, with no one to take care of him, so he had to fend for himself. Jean Yang served himself rice and turned on the TV. The sound of financial news filled the entire villa. He ate and watched at the same time, occasionally laughing out loud. He didn't say a single word to Li Adi. It was as if he were the only person in the whole house. Li Adi doesn't know the taste of food, and it tastes like chewing wax. The meal was incredibly depressing. Several times he tried to speak, but Jean Yang's cold gaze silenced him. She desperately wanted to know why they were treating her this way. What exactly did she do wrong? But I never dared to ask. After the meal, Jean Yang took the opportunity to clear away the dishes. Li Adi got up to help, but Jean Yang stopped her. Don't move, the guest doesn't need to do these things. That's very distant. He carried the plate into the kitchen and turned on the tap. The water was splashing. Li Adi finally couldn't hold back any longer. She'd had enough. Chapter 49. No man is better than you. I've had enough of this hot and cold attitude. I'm fed up with being pushed away. He had called her sister so gently that morning. Now he's back to being that indifferent boy. She doesn't want to. She can apologize, she can kneel down and beg for forgiveness. But I can't accept being ignored by him. Li Adi rushed into the kitchen and hugged Jean Yang from behind. I'm sorry, teacher was wrong, please don't treat me like this. Her voice was choked with sobs, and her arms were clenched tightly. Jean Yang paused, a smile playing on his lips. Hey, the mature woman has taken the bait. But he still pretended to be indifferent and even tried to pull her hand away. Teacher, what are you doing? Li Adi hugged him tighter, pressing her face against his broad back, and shook her head desperately. I don't want you to call me teacher. I don't want to be a guest either. Her voice trembled, and tears soaked his shirt. I like you, Yang Yang, I've liked you for 6 years. I know I'm older than you, I know I'm not qualified. But I just can't control myself. She turned to face Jean Yang, looking up at him with tearful eyes. You were so gentle with me this morning, I thought you finally saw me. Jean Yang looked down at her, his eyes deep and dark, putting on a convincing act. You deserve a better man, and I'm not the right one for you. Li Adi shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face. No. You are the best. No man is better than you. I've seen so many so-called high-quality men, and compared to you, they're all trash. She gripped Jean Yang's hand tightly, her fingers trembling violently. I don't care about age or status, I only want you. Even if it's just for a day, or even just an hour, I'd be willing. If I do something wrong that makes you unhappy, you punish me. But please don't ignore me, Wah. She became more and more upset as she talked. Jean Yang was overjoyed. He could barely suppress the urge to smile, but he still had to try to appear serious. Teacher, please don't act impulsively. I wasn't acting on impulse. Li 80 stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips. Raw yet passionate. With the courage to burn one's bridges. Jean Yang could no longer suppress the smile on his face. It's done. No need to pretend anymore. He must have had a hard time pretending, haha. But it's fun. A mature woman is a mature woman, she has a different feel from those younger women. He picked up Li 80 and placed her on the wide marble island. The cool touch made her shiver slightly. Jean Yang braced himself on both sides of her, trapping her in a small space. Teacher, are you really sure? Li 80's cheeks were flushed, but her eyes were firm. I've thought it through, and I'll never regret it in this lifetime. Very good. She's the last one I'll be dating. Jean Yang leaned down and kissed her lips. This time, it won't be a half-hearted attempt. Instead, it is an aggressive and complete act of possession. Li 80 tilted her head back to receive the blow, her fingers running through his hair. He grabbed the glasses and slammed them onto the marble countertop. It made a crisp, clear bang sound. It was as if it broke the long-standing cold atmosphere between them. The white bow on the shirt was untied. The black lace was fully visible. It's about to emerge. Yes, it is indeed D. The 36 type. Her waist was incredibly thin, without an ounce of excess fat. Her toned physique, maintained through years of exercise, gleamed with a honey-colored sheen under the light. Jean Yang's Adam's apple bobbed as he lowered his head and kissed her neck. Li 80 trembled all over, her fingers gripping his shoulders tightly. Her voice was as soft as water, and her eyes were filled with mist. Yan Yang. Jean Yang bit her earlobe, his voice hoarse. Call me husband. Li 80 blushed even more, but obediently spoke up. Honey. Those two words made Jean Yang feel hot all over. I never expected that this seemingly aloof and mature woman would be so passionate in private. Women in this world seem to possess an innate ability. That's burning. Is it only by burning hot enough that you can catch one of the few men available? Otherwise, you'll never experience the feeling of being nourished in your entire life. Li 80 became completely absorbed in it and could not extricate herself. Jean Yang started eating at a buffet. The cumbersome tablecloth is no longer in the way. The meticulously crafted dishes are no longer kept hidden away. Every bite felt like a heavenly delicacy. Tasty. This buffet is delicious. It was different from the candlelight dinner, moonlight dinner, and mixed dinner I had before. It smells very good, it's very sweet, and it's very tender. Although it is fully ripe, it still retains a tender texture. The contrast is incredible. The water in the sink was still flowing. The lights from the ceiling were reflected on the water, rippling endlessly. 6 years of unrequited love finally came to fruition at this moment. Ding! Host flower detected +1. Reward, 3 million renminbi has been deposited into the system account. Current progress, flowered 6 times, fruited 0 times. Conditions met. Congratulations, host, you have been granted the opportunity to return to your original world. Permission to stay, 10 minutes. Jean Yang swept the soft, fragrant woman up in his arms, a smile playing on his lips. Great, we can go back now. This time, he not only sought to collect his debt from Lan Shubi, but also aimed to build the foundation for his own business. Jean Yang settled Li 80 in a guest room. The mature and sophisticated teacher hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the reunion. He went alone into the private study on the 3rd floor of the villa. The fingerprint lock allows the heavy solid wood door to slide open silently. This is his space. Excellent sound insulation and top-notch facilities. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the night view of the western hills, with city lights spread out like a starry river. The villa the government gave him is really nice. In his lifetime, he, a food delivery guy, has actually experienced the life of a tycoon. That was really awesome. He sat down in the custom-made ergonomic chair. View the system. Currently, the total assets are 6.78 million renminbi. Jean Yang whistled. 6,780,000. In the original world, this would be an astronomical sum that he could never accumulate even if he delivered food until he died. This is just some pocket money he earned shortly after starting out. No, it's not even pocket money. It was the dowry and system rewards that the women begged and pleaded with him to give them. Is it ironic? How ironic. In the original world, he knelt down and begged for an 80,000 yuan dowry. Here, women are willing to pay millions just to become a concubine. Now, I have enough money. Time to get down to business. In this world, Dragon Shield Company has already started, with Chen Tingting helping to manage it, and two partners, Bai Min and Su Nimu. It can be said that the future development prospects are very bright. But in the original world, he had nothing. He must go back and build his own business. Similarly, he felt that a bodyguard company was a good starting point. After all, wealthy people usually have a group of bodyguards around them, and they often cooperate with bodyguard companies. He was beaten into a vegetative state by Lin Yaozu's bodyguards. If he could place his own people in their bodyguard unit, it would be much easier to attack the enemy in the future. But he only has a short time each time he goes back, so it's impossible for him to do everything himself. That would be too slow. The only solution is to find an assistant. The only person he could trust was Lu Su. However, they haven't been in contact for a long time. He decided to go find him. System. Where is Lu Su now? Ding. Scanning the original world. Target, Lu Su. Location, 7th floor, inpatient department, Shenzhen 3rd People's Hospital, room 712. Status, staying by the host's vegetative state bedside for 9 consecutive days. Jean Yang's heart clenched suddenly. Isn't this the hospital where he's currently lying? Chapter 50 Brothers, let's do something big. Jean Yang's nose felt a little sore. 9 days. He became a vegetable and lay in the hospital for 9 days. Lu Su stayed by his side for 9 days. The brother with whom he broke ties back then because of his stubbornness. That brother he thought he would never see again. At his most vulnerable and neglected moment. But she stayed by his side. This guy is a good match. But how did he know he was in a vegetative state? It seems like they've been taking care of him from the very beginning. Was he keeping a close eye on me all along? Jean Yang had no idea, but he couldn't wait to see him. However, there is still one person he needs to find. Jean Yang suppressed his surging emotions, his voice turning cold. Where is Lan Shubi? Ding. Target scanned, Lan Shoubai. Location, on the way to Shenzhen 3rd People's Hospital. Estimated arrival time, 3 minutes and 30 seconds later. Intent analysis, the perpetrator came to the host's home to cause trouble, humiliate the host in a vegetative state, and attempt to create an accident to completely end the host's life. Wang Defa? Are you looking for trouble? You want his life? Jean Yang smiled. His laughter was cold. Okay. They've all come together. That way he won't have to make another trip. System, convert all 6.78 million into original world cash and deposit it into an anonymous bank card. Once I travel through time, the card will appear in my hands. Ding. Exchange complete. Bank card generated, will automatically appear in the host's pocket after transmigration. Jean Yang took a deep breath. Begin the time travel. Location, Shenzhen 3rd People's Hospital, Ward 712, my hospital bed. Receive. Preparing to teleport. Countdown, 10 minutes. Teleportation initiated. Buzz. The familiar feeling of weightlessness and dizziness washed over me. Shenzhen, the 3rd People's Hospital. Ward 712 of the inpatient department. It was late at night, and the corridor lights were a stark white. Only a dim bedside lamp was lit in the ward. Lu Su sat on a plastic stool beside the hospital bed, his beard unkempt and his eyes sunken. He was carefully wiping Jean Yang's face with a damp towel on the hospital bed. The movements were very gentle, as if handling fragile porcelain. His voice was hoarse, as if he were talking to himself. Yangzi, how are you feeling today? I'll clean it up for you, does that make you feel better? Jean Yang lay on the hospital bed with his eyes closed, his face pale, and several tubes inserted into his body. He is on a ventilator to maintain his vital signs. Like a soulless rag doll. After wiping his face, Lu Su put the towel in the basin and covered his face with his hands. His shoulders began to shake violently. Suppressed sobs leaked from between her fingers. It's all my fault. If I had arrived earlier that day, you wouldn't have. That bitch Lan Shubi, and that bastard from the Lin family, I'll definitely kill them. He cried like a child. Just then, Jean Yang, lying on the hospital bed, twitched his eyelids. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. Countdown begins, 10 o'clock. Lu Su was wiping away tears with his head down and didn't see it. Jean Yang rolled his eyes to adjust to the dim light. Their gazes fell on Lu Su's hunched back. That bittersweet feeling welled up in my heart again. He opened his mouth and made a dry, hoarse sound. Old Su. The sound startled even Jean Yang himself. It's no wonder that a person in a vegetative state can speak again. Their speech is frighteningly mute. Lu Su froze. He suddenly raised his head. When he saw Jean Yang with his eyes open, looking directly at him, Lu Su's expression froze instantly. His eyes were wide open. Mouth wide open. A ghost, a ghost. He screamed and fell off the stool with a thud, hitting the back of his head on the corner of the cabinet. A muffled thud. Jean Yang was speechless. He doesn't look like a ghost at all. He's just a little weak because he's been lying in this body for a long time since he transmigrated from the past. Is such a strong reaction really necessary? He propped himself up and slowly sat up. They pulled out the oxygen tube from his nose and ripped the 4-needle off the back of his hand. The movements were swift and decisive. Lu Su clutched the back of his head, wincing in pain, but his eyes remained fixed on Jean Yang. Are you a human or a ghost? I watched you get declared brain dead. How could you possibly wake up? Jean Yang remained silent. He reached into the pocket of his hospital gown and pulled out a hard card. With a flick of his wrist, the bank card hit Lu Su's forehead with a thud like a dart. Lu Su cried out in pain again. Ouch! But when he touched the actual bank card, he was stunned. Ghosts, can they hit people with bank cards? How could it hurt that much when it hits? He picked up the card with trembling hands and examined it from all angles. It's a regular debit card, with the bank's logo on it. It's true. It's not ghost money. Lu Su suddenly looked up at Jean Yang. Tears streamed down her face again. This time it was ecstasy. Yangzi. You're really awake? You're not dead? That's wonderful. That's wonderful. He scrambled to the bedside, wanting to hug Jean Yang, but not daring to touch him. He looked completely lost, like a fool. Jean Yang felt a warmth spreading through his heart. He reached out and patted Lu Su on the shoulder. Old Su, I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you worry. Lu Su cried uncontrollably, wiping away tears while cursing. Worried my ass. You almost scared me to death. You said you almost lost your life for that bitch back then. Is it worth it? Huh? Is it worth it? Jean Yang smiled bitterly. It's not worth it. So, I'm back. Lu Su cried for a long time before he gradually calmed down. But his eyes were still fixed on Jean Yang as if he were witnessing a miracle. How did you wake up? The doctor said there was no hope. I thought you would never wake up again. I was planning to take care of you for the rest of my life. Jean Yang's lips twitched. Was this a curse or a comfort? Although I am very grateful for your care, I have something important to tell you now. Jean Yang glanced at the countdown in his mind. Remaining time, 8 minutes and 59 seconds. A minute has passed. Time is of the essence. He got straight to the point. Old Su, you might not believe what I'm about to say. But it's all true. He looked directly into Lu Su's eyes, speaking each word clearly. I've traveled through time. I went to a parallel world where there were more women than men. There, I was the most sought-after guy by all the women. They gave me money, gave me houses, and begged me to marry them. Lu Su's expression changed from shock to bewilderment, and finally to mockery. Are you fucking kidding me? Yangzi, are you still not fully recovered? Time travel? Parallel world? More women than men? What is this? It smells better than anything I've ever dreamed of. Jean Yang had long anticipated this reaction. So he was prepared. Do you remember that a few days ago, I disappeared from my hospital bed for about a minute? Lu Su was taken aback. He frowned and tried to recall carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed. Wait, now that you mention it, I remember. There really was one strange moment. Chapter 51 Lan Shoubai's face-to-face activation. 4 days ago, around 3 p.m. I was wiping your body when I turned around to wash a towel. You'll disappear when you turn around. The hospital bed was empty, not even the shoes were left. I searched for you like a madman for a minute, turning the whole ward upside down. Then you suddenly reappeared in bed. It's like nothing ever happened. Lu Su spoke louder and louder, his eyes widening as he spoke. I thought I was hallucinating, or that you had turned to ashes. Could it be? Could that be? Jean Yang nodded. Yes, that was my first time traveling through time. I only had 1 minute to go to the hotel where Lan Shobi and Lin Yaozu had booked a room. We caught them red-handed and even gave them a little surprise. Lu Su's mouth opened into an O shape. It took me a long time to close it. The amount of information was too much as CPU was about to burn out. Time travel. Parallel world. Catching someone in the act of adultery. This is even more outrageous than a novel. So, Lu Su swallowed hard, you've time traveled again? How long will it take this time? Jean Yang glanced at the countdown. Time remaining, 8 minutes and 20 seconds. 10 minutes. However, there are only 8 minutes and 20 seconds left now. Moreover, I can travel back and forth between the two worlds. Money earned in that world can be brought back. He pointed to the bank card in Lu Su's hand. There is 6.78 million in that card. I earned it in that world. Lu Su's hand trembled, and the bank card almost fell to the ground. 6,780,000? It's only been a few days? You've already earned 2 years' worth of my salary? His voice was distorted. Jean Yang smiled. Yes, 6,780,000. And this is just the beginning. He leaned forward, his eyes burning. Old Su, I want to build a career over there, and also over here. I've already started a bodyguard company over there called Dragon Shield. I'd like to open one here too. Providing security services specifically for the wealthy. Lu Su stared at him blankly. But you can only come back for such a short time each time, how can you run a company? How can you manage it? Jean Yang grasped his hand. So, I need you. Old Su, this 6.78 million is the startup capital. The company's legal representative, operations, and management are all handed over to you. I believe in your abilities. You graduated from junior college, then went on to a bachelor's degree, and then got a master's degree in management. Now you're a senior executive in the company. You know better than me how to start and manage a company. Lu Su looked into Jean Yang's eyes. Those eyes that had been dulled and lifeless by life. It's incredibly bright right now. It was filled with ambition and power he had never seen before. And there is unconditional trust. Lu Su's nose started to sting again. He gripped Jean Yang's hand tightly in return. Yangzi, tell me the truth. Is this money truly clean money? Jean Yang remained silent. What? Do I look like the kind of person who breaks the law? This money is 1,000,000 times cleaner than Lan Shobi's heart. Lu Su then smiled. As I laughed, tears started falling again. Damn it, the people I hate most in this life are that scumbag couple. If you had listened to me back then and broken up with her sooner, this wouldn't have happened. But it's not too late now. He wiped away his tears, his eyes turning fierce. Brother, I'll avenge you. I'll help you start the company. It's just a bodyguard company, right? I've been annoyed by those pretentious rich people for a long time. We'll just make money off them, and then use that money to kill them. The huge weight that had been on Jean Yang's mind was finally lifted. Countdown. 7:40. Time flies. Dealing with Lu Su went more smoothly than I expected. Next, we just wait for Lan Shoubai to come to our door. Suddenly, the sound of hurried high heels came from the corridor outside the ward. Click, click, click. Getting closer and closer. It was also mixed with a woman's sharp curses. Is that damned pauper still alive or not? I have to shut him up today. I've had enough. Jean Yang and Lu Su exchanged a glance. They've arrived. The target has been identified. Jean Yang quickly lay back down on the hospital bed and hastily put the oxygen tube and 4 needle back in their original positions. Close your eyes and return to a vegetative state. Old Su, pretend I'm not awake. No matter what happens, don't give yourself away. Just enjoy the show. Lu Su nodded, his eyes quickly filled with sadness. He sat back down on the plastic stool and picked up the wet towel. Continue wiping Jean Yang's hands. This time, however, a barely perceptible smile curved at the corner of his lips. Jean Yang glanced at Lu Su furtively, surprised that the kid's acting skills were actually quite good. The ward door was kicked open with a bang. Lan Chobi's heavily made-up face, etched with a harshness, appeared at the door. Behind her were two bodyguards dressed in black suits with menacing faces. Lan Chobi walked in, wearing 10-centimeter stilettos and carrying a new LV bag, swaying her hips. As soon as she entered the room, she pointed at Jean Yang, who was unconscious on the hospital bed, and started cursing. "Jean Yang! You damned pauper! You're still lying here. How come you're not dead yet? That show you put on at the hotel last time, the actors were pretty convincing, weren't they? Throwing money around? And pretending to be tough guys? Pa!" Her voice was shrill and particularly jarring in the quiet hospital room. "You must have stolen or robbed that money. And that woman was an actress you hired. With your looks, what real woman would want you? Ha!" Lan Chobi cursed more and more fiercely, spitting all over Jean Yang's face. Jean Yang suppressed his nausea and secretly clenched his fists. This bitch actually dared to use her ultimate skill right in my face? Let her cry herself to death in a minute. Lu Su instinctively tried to stop him. "How dare you show your face here? Get out!" Lan Chobi shoved Lu Su aside without even glancing at him, and continued to berate Jean Yang. "You still want me to pay you back $1 million? Dream on. The money you spent on me before, that was money you gave voluntarily. That was the price you paid for sucking up to me. One party is willing to hit, and the other is willing to be hit, do you understand?" She put her hands on her hips, leaned close to Jean Yang's pale face, and sneered. "But you are quite handsome. If you wake up now, kneel down and beg me, lick my shoes. I might still have the heart to let you continue being my backup plan and my simp." Lan Chobi straightened up, her contempt undisguised. "What a pity, you're in such a sorry state now that you don't even qualify to be my lapdog. Lying motionless in bed, like a dead dog. I feel disgusted just looking at it." Lu Su clenched his fists, veins bulging. "Lan Chobi. That's enough. Jean Yang is in such a state, and you still come to humiliate him? Do you have no conscience at all?" Lan Chobi glanced at him sideways and sneered. "Conscience? What's that worth? Let me tell you, I'm here today to send him to the Western Paradise. Pull out his oxygen tube." Lan Chobi's voice was icy and ruthless. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand behind her. Two burly bodyguards in black suits immediately stepped forward. Chapter 52: The rich and beautiful girl's excited confession at her hospital bedside. Lu Su's expression changed drastically, and he rushed over to block the bedside. "You dare! This is a hospital. You're openly committing murder. Is there no law left?" Lan Chobi laughed heartily, clutching her stomach, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. "The law? Ha ha ha. Lu Su, are you genuinely naive or just pretending?" She stopped laughing, her eyes turning sinister. "Don't you know what Lin Yaozu's family does? His father is the chairman of the Lin Group, and his mother is a member of the CPPCC Standing Committee. They're rich and powerful. And me? I'm about to get engaged to Lin Yaozu. I'm going to be the future young mistress of the Lin family. Even if I kill this penniless wretch right here today, the Lin family can still get me out of there cleanly." Lan Chobi licked her scarlet lips, her smile twisted in a sinister grin. "Maybe I can even get a banner that says I've rid the people of a scourge, but..." As she spoke, she winked at the bodyguard. "Let's do it. I can't sleep peacefully as long as that good-for-nothing Jean Yang is alive. He must be eliminated." Lu Su tried desperately to stop him, his voice trembling. "Stop it. I'm calling the police." He frantically pressed the call button and shouted at the top of his lungs toward the door. "Doctor! Nurse! Come quick! Someone's trying to kill us." But the doctors and nurses in the corridor pretended not to hear and hurried past. No one came in. Lan Chobi smiled smugly. "Stop shouting, Lu Su. I've already bribed the doctors and nurses on this floor. I'm in charge of this floor now." Her already ugly appearance became even more grotesque at this moment. "Today, no one can save your good brother. Charge them." A bodyguard roughly pulled Lu Su away and slammed him against the wall. Another bodyguard walked to the bedside and ripped off Jean Yang's oxygen tube. Lu Su's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled desperately, but the bodyguard held him down firmly. His face was full of despair, his voice was hoarse, and he put on a convincing act. No! Jin Yang! Jin Yang, wake up! You can't die! You can't just die like this! Lan Shubi watched the blood oxygen level on the monitor gradually drop, a twisted look of pleasure appearing on her face. In fact, Jin Yang deliberately loosened the detector slowly to create the illusion of near death. Lan Shubi walked to the bedside, looked down at Jin Yang's unconscious face, and her voice was full of mockery. Tsk tisk tisk. Jin Yang, look at the state you've become. Lying here motionless, like a lump of mud. Until you die, not a single woman will truly want to be with you. You're a useless piece of trash alive, and a joke even when you're dead, ha ha ha. She became more and more excited as she spoke, and her voice became increasingly animated. Once you're dead, I'll use the money Lin Yaozu gave me to buy bags, jewelry, and live in a mansion every day. I will get better and better, and you. Lan Shubi leaned down and whispered in Jin Yang's ear, her tone full of hatred. It will only rot in the mud and be forgotten. You're a complete and utter failure in this life. Waste. Jin Yang closed his eyes, sneering inwardly. Loser? Waste? He recalled how, in a parallel world, Shin Yiman knelt at his feet, begging him to take a concubine. I remember Shin Xingxi blushing and saying, I'm willing to have your child. I remember Chen Tingting crying and saying, everything I have is yours. I recalled the scene whereby Lu loudly confessed her feelings to him in front of her classmates. I thought of Li 80's mature figure. I recall those exquisitely beautiful faces, etched with adoration and submission. Look again at this ugly face twisted by jealousy and malice. Who is the real loser? Who is the real loser? The system countdown ticked in my mind. Time remaining, 6 minutes and 30 seconds. That's about it. Time to get up and show off. Jin Yang was just about to slowly wake up and give Lan Shubi a scare she would never forget. The ward door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. A figure staggered in. Brother Jin Yang. The voice, tinged with tears, both delicate and urgent, instantly shattered the tense atmosphere in the ward. Everyone was stunned. Jin Yang was also slightly taken aback, and quietly opened his eyes a crack. What came into view was a young and beautiful woman. She looks to be in her early 20s, about 1.7 meters tall, and has an amazing figure. Her chestnut brown, wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders like seaweed, the end swaying gently with her movements. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, and her features were striking and beautiful. Her peach blossom eyes were now filled with tears, the corners of her eyes slightly red, making her look even more pitiful. Her nose was high and straight, and her lips were full, cherry red, trembling slightly at the moment. She was wearing a light pink Chanel tweed suit. The top was well tailored, perfectly outlining the stunningly full curves of the front, which I estimate to be at least 8D. Her waist was so slender that it could be grasped in one hand, and it was cinched with a thin belt of the same color. The skirt was short, reaching mid-thigh, revealing a pair of straight, long legs encased in ultra-thin black stockings. She was wearing a pair of pink stilettos, and her ankles were slender and delicate. She was carrying a Hermes Birkin bag and wearing a Patek Philippe diamond watch on her wrist. His attire exuded an air of nobility. She is definitely not the daughter of an ordinary family. But at this moment, this rich and beautiful woman threw herself at Jin Yang's bedside without any regard for her image. She cried and hugged Jin Yang's upper body tightly. Brother Jin Yang. I've finally found you. Jin Yang could clearly feel those two incredibly soft mounds pressing tightly against his arms and the bear's chest. The sensation was exquisite. But, who is this person? Does he know him? He tried to search his memory, but found no information about that face. The beautiful woman hugged him, crying her eyes out, and kept murmuring something. You're not dead. That's great. I thought I'd never see you again. I like you so much. I liked you from the first time I saw you. I've been going crazy these past few days without hearing from you. Jin Yang was even more confused. Do you like him? Did you like him the first time you saw him? This is the original world. He just traveled back in time. This isn't some parallel world where there are more women than men and women are willing to pay anyone. Aren't all women in this world materialistic and snobbish like Lan Shubi? How did a rich and beautiful woman suddenly appear and start confessing her love to him, this vegetative state man? Could it be? Are the women of this world also possessed? At this moment, Lu Su, who was being pressed against the wall, suddenly brightened up. Judging from the girl's clothes, demeanor, and speech, she was no ordinary person. Moreover, her attitude towards Jean Yang was extraordinary. He decided to help his brother catch a peach blossom. Lu Su immediately seized the opportunity and shouted loudly, "Beautiful lady! Although I don't know who you are, please save Jean Yang. That ugly and vicious woman next to him is trying to kill him." She pulled out Jean Yang's oxygen tube. "We're going to smother him with a pillow. Please save him." Upon hearing this, the beautiful and wealthy woman's face turned deathly pale. She turned her head sharply, looking at the ripped oxygen tube and then at the gradually decreasing instrument readings. No! Chapter 53. The wavy-haired beauty is actually the daughter of the richest man. The wavy-haired beauty screamed, frantically grabbed the oxygen tube, and tremblingly stuffed it into Jean Yang's nose. "Because I was in such a hurry, I missed the mark several times." It poked Jean Yang's nose so hard it itched so badly he almost sneezed. The beautiful woman bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, and finally managed to insert the tube back in. After doing all this, she turned around and stood in front of Jean Yang's sickbed. Those tearful peach blossom eyes were now staring intently at Lan Shubi. The tenderness and sadness in her eyes were instantly replaced by anger and ferocity. "It's you! I've investigated you." The rich and beautiful woman's voice trembled, but she was very determined. "You're the one who abandoned brother Jean Yang and beat him up like this." Lan Shubi was also bewildered by this sudden turn of events. She looked the rich and beautiful woman up and down, especially at her expensive outfit. A flicker of jealousy crossed my mind at first. But soon, she scoffed. "It's me, what's wrong? Who are you? Jean Yang, that good for nothing, how could he possibly know a girl of your caliber?" Lan Shubi looked at him with disdain. "Could it be that you're also an actor he hired? He dressed like a respectable person, and his acting was quite convincing. Unfortunately, you will all die today." She winked at the bodyguard. "Take her down too." A bodyguard immediately surrounded the beautiful and wealthy woman. The wealthy and beautiful woman was forced to take a step back, her back pressed against the hospital bed. But she didn't beg for mercy. Instead, she raised her head and spoke in a clear, crisp voice. "You dare touch me? My dad is Ma Yunlong. Ma Yunlong, the richest man in Asia. I am his only daughter, Ma Bing. If you dare touch a single hair on my head today, I'll send your whole family to hell." Everyone was stunned by these words. Ma Yunlong? That internet giant, Ma Yunlong, who has consistently topped the rich list for years? Lan Shubi was startled at first, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You're saying your dad is Ma Yunlong? I am still Wu Zetian. He doesn't even bother to think before he talks." She simply didn't believe it. What level is Jean Yang? A poor guy who lost both his parents and works as a food delivery driver. Could I meet the richest man's daughter? How can you expect people to be completely devoted to him? Dream on. Lan Shubi pushed Bai Fume aside and walked to Jean Yang's bedside. She grabbed the pillow next to her, a vicious glint in her eyes. "I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you guys. Jean Yang, die. In your next life, remember to find a good family to marry into." After saying that, she picked up the pillow and slammed it down hard on Jean Yang's face. Ma Bing screamed and lunged forward, but was held tightly by the bodyguard. She struggled desperately, crying and screaming. "No! Let me go! Let me go! Brother Jean Yang! Brother Jean Yang, wake up!" Lu Su was so engrossed in watching the play that he knew Jean Yang wouldn't just let Lan Shubi smother him to death. With nothing else to do, he decided to continue acting, shouting in despair. "Jean Yang! Brother! You can't die! Even if you die, I will risk my life to avenge you." Jean Yang's mouth and nose were tightly covered by a pillow. He held his breath, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Revenge? No need. Because he will take revenge on himself." He suddenly opened his eyes. Through the gap in the pillow, I could see Lan Shubi's ugly face, contorted from straining. The system countdown ticked in my mind. Time remaining, 5 minutes and 55 seconds. That's enough. He raised his hand and grabbed Lan Shubi's wrist. He spoke slowly, his voice icy and chilling. "You slut, haven't you had enough of hiding your body?" Lan Shubi trembled violently, and her pupils suddenly contracted. She looked in horror at the large hand gripping her wrist. Then he looked at Jean Yang's open eyes. There was no confusion in those eyes as one awakens from a coma. Only a chilling, bone-chilling killing intent remained. And a hint of mocking ridicule. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Jean Yang reached up and grabbed Lan Shobai's carefully permed and dyed brown curly hair like an iron clamp. He pulled me back sharply. Ah! Lan Shobei screamed in pain, and before she could react, she was violently pulled off the hospital bed by a tremendous force. Bang! She fell to the ground in a disheveled state, one of her high heels flew off, her hair was disheveled, and her carefully applied makeup was ruined. You. She looked up at Jean Yang in horror. But he couldn't utter a single word. Jean Yang had already turned over and sat up, his movements swift and decisive, showing no sign of the weakness of a vegetative state patient. Without even glancing at Lan Shobei, he casually grabbed the glass ashtray from the bedside table and flicked his wrist. Call out. The ashtray hit the bodyguard who was lunging at Lu Su squarely on the forehead. Well. The bodyguard grunted and staggered backward, blood instantly streaming from his forehead. Jean Yang used his other hand to pull Lu Su behind him, and at the same time grabbed the water glass on the table, and without even looking at it, threw it away. The water glass slammed into the face of the bodyguard who was holding Ma Bing down. Water splashed everywhere, and shards of glass splattered all over my face. The bodyguard screamed and let go, covering his face. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ma Bing broke free and staggered to Jean Yang's side. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. The ward was filled with wails. Lan Shobei collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open, as if she had seen a ghost. Jean Yang slowly turned his head to look at her. Those eyes were cold, sharp, and held a condescending mockery. He spoke, his voice calm, yet every word was like a knife. Is there any possibility? You can't smother me to death? Lan Shobei trembled all over, scrambling backward and shrinking back, her voice trembling. How did you wake up? Weren't you in a vegetative state? She stared intently at Jean Yang's face, as if trying to find a flaw in it. Fake. You must be a fake Jean Yang. Are you hiring someone to act again? She became more and more agitated as she spoke, her voice becoming shrill. I knew it. Last time at the hotel it was all an act. And this time it's the same. The real Jean Yang has been in a vegetative state for a long time. You're an imposter. You're trying to lie to me. You're trying to scare me, aren't you? Jean Yang found her hysterical state laughable. He scoffed. Orchid and silk. Only the implants on your face and body are fake. And your brain, it might be fake too. If you suddenly decide to kill me, do you expect me to find a body double and lie here waiting beforehand? He paused, then uttered 4 words. Incredibly stupid. Lan Shobei was stunned. She looked at Jean Yang's face. That face was indeed the face she had known for 8 years. But their eyes, temperament, and demeanor are completely different. In the past, Jean Yang always looked at her with humble, ingratiating, and cautious eyes. Jean Yang now looks like a pile of garbage. It was the same last time, and it will be the same this time. Indifferent, disdainful, even mocking. And that skill he displayed just now. In the past, people in Jean Yang didn't even dare to raise their voices when arguing with others, let alone fight. But now, he took down 2 professional bodyguards with his bare hands? Those are bodyguards exclusively used by the Lin family. He's incredibly skilled. Most people can't beat them. Jean Yang hit them both with pinpoint accuracy that's terrifying. Lan Shobei's mind was in complete chaos. But soon, her eyes hardened. Who cares if it's true or false? Who cares how powerful it is? There's no turning back now. She has to kill him. Chapter 54. A mad fan of orchids and jade. She gritted her teeth, got up, and gave a sharp order to the 2 bodyguards who had just gotten up from the ground. All of you, attack. Kill him. If you kill him, it's on me. I refuse to believe that 2 of us together can't beat a weakling like him. The 2 bodyguards exchanged a glance, feeling a little uneasy. After all, no one had ever been able to hit them so accurately and quickly. This patient is incredibly skilled. Perhaps above them. But they were the Lin family's bodyguards, and when their master ordered them to do something, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and do it. Jean Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. In the parallel world, Qin Yun and Ling Shuang's skills are based on solid Sanda Chinese kickboxing skills. Long Xiaoyun and her comrades are elites in the military. These 2 in front of me? His steps were unsteady, his movements stiff, and he relied entirely on brute force. Compared to Qin Yun and the others, they are not even a level below. He pushed aside Ma Bing, who was trying to block his way, and stepped forward. The first bodyguard threw a punch, but Jin Yang dodged it by sidestepping, and then grabbed the bodyguard's wrist, twisting and pushing it. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking. Ah! The bodyguard screamed and fell to his knees. The second bodyguard seized the opportunity to pounce from the side, trying to lock his neck. Jin Yang didn't even look, and slammed his elbow hard into the opponent's ribs. Bang! Ugh! The bodyguard hunched over like a shrimp and collapsed to the ground in pain. The whole process was swift, efficient, and even a little nonchalant. It's like an adult hitting a child, a clear case of overwhelming force. Lan Shubi was stunned. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out for a long time. Jin Yang dusted off non-existent dust from his hands and walked towards her step by step. Time remaining, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Lan Shubi was so frightened that her legs went weak and she sat back down on the ground, completely unable to believe that the person in front of her was Jin Yang. No! That's impossible. How could you possibly beat them? They are the Lin family's personal bodyguards, very capable. You used to be such a weakling, you couldn't even argue properly. Jin Yang had already walked up to her. He bent down, grabbed Lan Shubi's hair, and pulled it back forcefully. Ah! Lan Shubi looked up in pain, forced to meet his gaze. Jin Yang stared into her terrified eyes, his voice icy. Listen. You want my life? Don't you even consider whether you have the ability? Jin Yang slapped her across the face, and half of her ugly face immediately swelled up, and one of her front teeth fell out. I didn't scold you or hit you before because I was being patient. But that doesn't mean I can't fight. Lan Shubi trembled all over like a leaf. My hair was pulled painfully, my face was forced to tilt back, and the veins on my neck were bulging. She looked at Jin Yang's face, which was so close to hers. There was no warmth in those eyes. Only murderous intent. She finally got scared. I'm utterly terrified. Jin Yang, I was wrong. Her voice was choked with sobs. I was really wrong, please let me go, please? I've never begged you before, but this time I'm begging you, okay? She grabbed his trouser leg and pleaded. I was just confused for a moment. Please forgive me for the sake of our 8-year relationship. She started playing the victim, and tears came easily. I wasn't good to you before, but I was forced into it by Lin Yaozu. He threatened me that if I didn't break up with you, he would kill you. I'm not marrying you to protect you. Jin Yang almost burst out laughing when he heard this heartfelt confession. 8 years. He's been listening to this nonsense for 8 years. Every time he discovered her flirting with other men, she would say, I was testing you. Every time she spent all his money, she would say, I did it to train you to earn money. Every time she publicly humiliated him, she would say, I'm doing this to make you stronger. He used to believe. Now. He just felt disgusted. Jin Yang sneered. Emotion? You dare to talk about feelings? He tightened his grip and slapped her again. Both sides of my face are swollen, and they are very symmetrical. Lan Shubi screamed in pain again. Time remaining, 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Jin Yang didn't want to say anything more useless, he had important business to attend to. Stop talking nonsense. Where's the money? I said last time, 1 million, not a penny less. His gaze swept over the 2 bodyguards on the ground who were still groaning. Otherwise, you'll be the next one to lie down. Lan Shubi was terrified and quickly compromised. No. Don't hit me. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. She frantically grabbed the bag that had fallen to the ground, pulled out a bank card, and handed it over with trembling hands. There is exactly 1 million here, which Lin Yaozu just gave me today. The password is, it's 6/8. She was so startled she almost forgot the password. Jin Yang took the card, glanced at it, and casually tossed it to Lu Su behind him. Lu Su caught it and was stunned for a moment. So easy? He thought it would be quite complicated. Jin Yang also found it a bit boring. This woman was just yelling that she was going to kill someone, but now she's backed down so quickly? That's not her style. He loosened Lan Shubi's hair, watched her scramble towards the door, and spoke softly. I suddenly changed my mind. Lan Shubi froze. Jin Yang's voice was calm, yet it sent chills down her spine. Your actions just now constitute attempted murder. According to the law, you could spend the rest of your life in jail. Lan Shubi's face turned deathly pale instantly. She didn't want to sacrifice her youth. She crawled back, hugged Jin Yang's legs, and cried her heart out. No! Jin Yang! I can't go to jail. I've worked so hard to get the life I have now. If I go to jail, everything will be over. Everything I've worked so hard for will be gone. Jin Yang, please spare me. I can give you money, any amount you want. She planned to appease him first and save her life, then decide whether to give it to him later. Jin Yang looked down at her. This face was his dream for 8 years. Now, all that's left is ugliness. He twitched the corner of his mouth. Everything earned through hard work? It's just about moaning loudly in Lin Yaozu's bed and squeezing some money out of his fingers. This deserves to be called hard work? Lan Shubi was choked and speechless. She really only knows how to swindle men out of their money. She even enrolled in a socialite class to learn skills. She felt that she had indeed worked very hard. They worked so hard to lick Lin Yaozu's fat pork, earning money that was still far from their ideals. She felt that her efforts were not commensurate with her rewards, and she was working very hard. But she dared not refute Jin Yang. Jin Yang crouched down, looking into her terrified eyes. Sure. Since you're so rich, give me 10 million. I'll pretend that nothing happened today. Lan Shubi's eyes widened. 10 million? Where would I get that much money? Lan Shubi never expected Jin Yang to make such an outrageous demand. Even if you sold her, it wouldn't be enough for 10 million. Jin Yang raised an eyebrow. You don't have it, but Lin Yaozu's father does. Isn't the Lin family quite wealthy? Why not just sell some of your shares in the Lin Group? Then he can buy back the shares of the Lin Group and slowly infiltrate the enemy's ranks. They will devour them little by little.